game. I'm not sure if that's gonna work out or not. But tomorrow is Resident Evil, so I really hope we're gonna make it, because I mean, what happens if you don't finish before Resident Evil? I'm still gonna finish the game. I really like the game. I spent so much time in it and enjoyed it, so why not, you know, like, finish it off? A Blood Edge Demon. Oh yeah, we also had like missions, because we are like basically kind of doing 100%, I guess, like to some, not really, but you know, I don't care about 100%. I just, you know, play whatever is fun. So we're just doing like all the side missions and everything. I'm just really liking the game. Yeah, I'd easily give it a 9 out of 10. Why not 10 out of 10? I think if it was a bit more challenging, for me it would be a 10 out of 10, but there were still like smaller issues here and there, which I think, you know, just like small stuff every now and then that prevents it maybe from being a 10 for me. But I think like if it was harder and a bit more engaging in that way, I think I would probably give it almost a 10 out of 10, right? But I think a 9 out of 10 would be fairer in terms of all the criticism we did have during our playthrough. One of them being like the dead zone still being broken on PC, which I do have to evaluate, right? Like, I mean, 30% dead zone feels very sluggish when you want to aim, and it also doesn't help, you know, it makes your camera movement start slower than it should. Like, your stick basically does nothing for 30%, and it's a PC specific issue, so we know it's not on PlayStation. Yeah, and that makes it, you know, like a bit less acceptable from my perspective. Yeah, if it was like on all console, I guess it would be a design choice, but this is obviously probably a PC specific design choice because they don't know what hardware you're using, but what like controller you're using. But I still think it's a bit of a shame, because it definitely would be better if they didn't have that issue. Yeah, what about New Game Plus? I mean, the problem is, right, Resident Evil's coming up, Dying Like the Beast is still in our Steam library waiting to be played. It's really hard to like justify a New Game Plus when I still have a completely new game, right? that is waiting to be played. And Death Stranding 2 is also going to come out on PC pretty soon, which I didn't even know. We would still finish the first one before that, obviously, because we haven't. We almost have finished that one. Yeah, it's like really unfortunate that there's so many good games, and even though I play a lot of like games time-wise, I don't think there is enough time for me to actually finish these things. So yeah, a bit unfortunate. Yeah, yesterday no stream, a bit unexpected because I wanted to do it early, but I was like, you know, if I start streaming, I just might end up being late. And since, you know, like I helped my brother out with the kids and everything after his surgery, you know, I thought I'd rather be on time and not stream. So yeah, that was why we didn't have a stream yesterday, because I spent most of the time at my brother's helping with the kids. What are we doing? I have no idea. Like, this is a side mission, so I'm just chilling. So I'm not quite sure where the game wants us to go. I assume it's this way. Yeah, but I really hope they patch these dead zones. And I think what they should do, because I mean the reason behind bad dead zones on PC is like you don't know, right? The PlayStation, most people are using a PlayStation 5 controller or a PlayStation 5 Pro controller. And it's like very like, you know how the control is going to be like. On PC, there's a vast array of different controllers being used. And you just want to have like safe dead zones by default. But the way you should do it actually is definitely by... the way you should do it is definitely by... rolling enemies. No, it's definitely by having a slider that can also go like to 0 dead zones, right? Like just the default is in the middle, and then you can like adjust it upwards and downwards, and not just like one way. Yeah, that's the right way to do it, right? Even if it's like a deliberate choice, which I don't know, it might be. Yeah, that's what it is. And I also played it. I mean, it's not even a control issue because I went from the Series X controller to the Wolverine V3 Pro 8K, so from a stock Xbox Series 1 controller to a super high-end PC controller, and both of them had the same issue. So I don't think that's like, you know, the reason why we have the dead zone. So I have a sample size of 2, which is not massive, but I'm pretty sure it's a common thing after also googling and seeing other people have that issue. Yeah, so far I've been really liking the controller. So it's really good. The one thing it obviously has to still demonstrate is durability, because for $200 I honestly expect more durability from this than a stock Xbox controller, but that is, I mean, the thing is, right, even if it's not more durable, the time with it is still better, obviously, but I still hope it lasts a bit longer than a stock Series X controller. I don't want to buy this controller every 1 to 2 years, basically. I hope it lasts maybe 3 or 4 years, but maybe that's optimistic. And I'm gonna have to buy it more often. And since I'm used to it now, I think going back will be kind of hard. But I don't mind, right? It's just like I do prefer when there is like also like a durability increase, not only just like a performance increase. I think we came from here. Yeah. So did we ever end up going here? I think we just went there. Maybe. Oh, I think we have to go here. I wish this one would turn around after casting, not before. Hey, they want us to even go higher here. Oh, wait, I forgot to turn on chat. Yeah, I don't check reviews for games I'm gonna play, right? So you know me, but I every now and then unfortunately can't avoid like seeing a headline on a gaming news site. And the only one I know is basically that they say Resident Evil 9 is a new standard for the survival horror. So seems to be the best survival horror game ever made, according to the headline I read. And then I was like, oh shit, reviews are already out, and then I just like ignored all the other websites. But yeah, one website at least seems to give it very high praise, and that seems to be in line with the previews I read about. So I mean, like I saw the headlines too. Yeah, I always like to check the sentiment before a game anyway, before it's like out. But when it's close to release, and I'm sure I'm gonna play it, like Resident Evil, I do start to go from you know, like I'm interested in how it's gonna be and shape up, to I don't want to know anything because I want to go in as blind as possible so I can experience it in a like a fun way. Yeah, this controller is so nice for sure. Like, but let's real talk, right? Since it's almost like 4 times as expensive as a stock Series X controller. I mean, not maybe 4, but 3 times. Like, is it worth that if you just casually game? I think the stock Series X controller is really good. I think it's a very, very good price to performance ratio. Obviously, you should check if you want to go for like a GameSir or whatever. controller instead. Because that one has, like, I think they have like TMR or Hall effect sticks or something by now for almost the same price. So you should obviously check that. But just like the base controller, I think it feels pretty nice. But obviously it has way less precision. It doesn't have back paddles, right? It's a bit more simple. But yeah, I still would say it's a really good controller, right? Even having played with this one, I think both of them are really, really nice. And here the main advantage is obviously the higher precision of the sticks and the lower input latency. Oh. Wait, was he already dead? Oh, I thought he was like... Oh, I thought he was the final boss. Whoops. Well, that is my bad. Holy. She cooked me. Yeah, I should have obviously kept it for this lady. Oh my god. Control. Well. Wait, this is like one of the first bosses, isn't it? Yeah, I actually think this is one of the first bosses. So our blind didn't go through, I don't know why. Does the transformation visually change if we have a different spirit guardian? Oh wait, what? Whoa, wait, this is a real fucking... Wait, this is really cool, wait. I did not know we're looking into something this crazy here. Oh my god, she's fucking shitting on me. Why didn't I heal? See, this is what I hate. I pressed the heal button, but I was like mid-animation, like at the end of the animation. Then I let go of the heal button. And then I was like, oh, I didn't heal because there is no input queuing for heals. And then I died. That is just bad game design, right? Like, whenever you press the heal button, I already mentioned that many times because it pisses me off. It doesn't matter too much because the game is usually very easy. But the problem is, when you press heal, and it doesn't heal, you already... what I did here, right? I moved my left thumb on the stick, and I moved my right thumb to the upper digipad. So I go really far with my hand physically, right? I press the button, then I go instantly back as I expect it to heal. And then it doesn't heal, and then I'm, oh shit! Then I have to go back again, which takes so long, right? And it's just so bad. Yeah, this is so fucking trash, and I have no idea why they are so bad at this, actually. Yeah, that kind of pisses me off, like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, that's the only thing in the game I wish they would finally change, like, from an input perspective. Like, I think and the dead zones, right? These two things to combine just pissed me off a lot. Yeah, so now we know it's a longer fight, so obviously we're gonna do this a bit differently. But also at the same time, yeah, see this is a death I think goes on the game, because I pressed the input and it wasn't registering, although it was already at the end of my dodge. So yeah, I think this is something you should definitely change as a dev. Because it's like not a face button, right? As soon as it's a button you have to move your character away for, I think that's when it becomes, you know, way more annoying to do. Oh my god, she's actually trolling me. Can I not attack? What is going on? Why wasn't my key not regenerating? Why can't I? What is going on? Why is my character not using a weapon anymore? What the fuck was that? It just was running around without a weapon, and no matter what I pressed, she didn't use it. Man, but that death pisses me off. That was unnecessary. Fucking input eating bitch. And no, that is not an input eating, right? It's because they're not buffering the healing input enough. And I'm not a fan of input buffering for attacks, right? I hate when the character, like in Elden Ring, attacks for 10 years after you stop attacking. I don't like that, queuing like inputs like crazy. But in the case of heals, I really want to have that, right? Like for real. So yeah, I really hope they pick up the pace and fix that, quote unquote. What is she doing? Since I don't know if this is the last enemy and she's kind of easy, I'd rather use my good shit for something else. Oh yeah, this is where she goes backward, that's kind of cool. This is where I just roll around and do nothing, that's also kind of cool. I like how she has like these jumping turnaround attacks. I couldn't do anything because it was like stuck in the mid-enemy. See, this is again, I had to press it twice because it didn't queue it. But this time I predicted it being bad, but I think that's not how a system should work, right? See, I'm having way more fun though because it's like more challenging. I think there will be one more boss, right? Yeah. Ooh, okay, this is so this is the big level for this one. That's super cool. I don't really know how to fight her without getting inside of her attacks too much. Is this the final boss though? Is a good question. I don't know, let's just use some of the summons now. Can also roll, bitch. Got her. But oh no, there was it already. See, this, now we have 7 heals and an ultimate. And we would have probably managed it also first try if we didn't like get the heal not out. And it's a real issue, right? I'm not like saying this to be like, you know, we're at skill issue, blah blah blah. I think like the way the game doesn't queue the heal is objectively bad, because no player ever presses the heal button and doesn't want it to work, right? If I spam attack, right? Obviously when I stop spamming, I want it to stop, right? That's perfect, right? This is how it works in the game. The animations, at least for shorter weapons, even right? It doesn't like spam. It doesn't like do them too long, right? Like here I press twice, and it doesn't do it twice, right? So that's really good. But when I do a heal input, why is it good? Because it prevents you from doing attack animations when you already want to be dodging, right? Dodge is so cool in this game. Did I already mention that? How cool dodges look in this game? Light dodges are so fucking cool in this one. Holy. But at the end of the day, right? It is really important, I think, to realize that we have enough. Yeah, I guess we have like, I guess they're already at the cap here, so we're never gonna have to worry about this again. Yeah, so basically, when you press the heal button, you want to heal, right? There's no way you ever don't want to heal when you press the heal button. That's why this one has to have a bigger buffer or like input queue than attack inputs, for sure, like 100%, right? So in my opinion, they need to change this just slightly, right? Just like add like a 0.5 second input queue or something to it. I mean, that's a pretty long one, but for heals, that's fair, right? Nobody ever pressed the heal button and was like, I don't want to heal, right? And that doesn't happen in Elden Ring at all. That doesn't happen in other Souls games. So they have a way longer queue for everything, unfortunately, but they at least have it for heal. So, you know, that is a pro and a con. And in this case, they really need to revisit this. And this is just me being an autistic person again, and noticing small shit nobody probably cares about. But yeah, I just hate pressing buttons and the input not coming out, even though it should come out, right? I press it like 0.1 second after before the dodge animation finishes, and it doesn't queue it. Like, I'm like, okay, fuck my ass, I guess. Oh, we got a new version of her. That's pretty cool. Let me quickly see. What about her soul core? What level is she? You're 100 level 35. I don't think you're that cool, to be honest. I'd rather have her, to be honest. She's pretty hot. She's fire lady. Ooh, we got hers. Wait, how good is she? What does she do? She does like this ground AoE one. She should be right around here though. Okay, they're all level. Yeah, here, right? No. Wait, am I stupid? Wasn't she like 100 level 130 something? Or did I see the wrong one there? Wait, am I? Oh no, she's only at level 132, but you know what, who gives a shit? Here you go. Wait, Spirit Force bonus, enemy scorched. I mean, that works for us actually. Faster movement. Amrita absorbed. I wish that was faster, man. Lustered enemy. But I kind of want to go for 13, honestly. That's pretty sick. Not gonna lie. So we need... Oh, fuck. What's that we need? I wish they just had names. The symbols are all, I mean, they look different, but honestly also kind of the same sometimes. So looking for the weird laggy thing. Magic, I guess. Ah shit, we don't quite have enough. No. Yeah, you don't really find a lot of them. We need just one more magic. We don't have enough. Next one, I guess. Okay, sure, let's go for the other battle squad. So this was one of the harder, I mean the first one of that was definitely way harder than this one because we had, I guess they were more leveled. Oh, Shinsengumi best of 5. Is this another one of those? I like these boss rush missions, they're really cool. Oh, this is really a boss rush mission then. But these are amongst the hardest missions in the game because they're usually focused on endurance, which is the only way I guess there is a challenge in the game because otherwise you just get like so many elixirs and shit, so... Trying to build up versatility here. That was awful. I hope they're ready to get rolled. If the Shinsengumi are all humanoids though, that's gonna be boring. Unless the one guy is also Shinsengumi, I don't remember. They all look the same to me, honestly. I have no idea who the fuck I'm fighting. It should be 5 of them, but they're all humanoids, so this is fucking boring as fuck. What? No way he one-shot me there. Oh my god. He did so much damage. He did like 90% HP there in one hit. It's still boring because obviously most of the time you're just not cheating them, but you're just comboing them and they just have a lot of HP relative to the damage we're dealing, so... Wait, but actually being like almost one-shot by him is fucking ass. What the fuck? But he actually can hit me there? Wow. Right now I'm like obviously mega scuffed. You know what? This is rolling a bit more because it's funny. Hope he's ready to get rolled again. Yeah, this takes a long time, unfortunately, because there's just a lot of them. Wow, he actually one-shot me though, almost. Like, I think it was, I mean, maybe he did one-shot me. He did 2k damage. No idea what that actually means. Yeah, we're so squishy. Oh, really? Son of a bitch. We're just like trolling him. Whoa, he just superposed that. Wow, what a fucking cunt. Okay, yeah, this is so boring, right? Like, it's like we might get one shot again, obviously. Like, I mean, like, there's nothing. There's nothing I can do when he just like poises this attack and just like one taps us. There's not much I can do there. Look at their like burn resistance though. They have like crazy stats. You must also be like, why is he trolling me? Hitting with that one is so efficient. Because this is a really good way to deal a lot of damage. Just spam this, then his endurance gets really low, and then you do a couple of charge attacks, and you can just do this. Building the versatility. Wait, we almost have no versatility. Did it just go away or something? It must have gone away. So you just spam this, and then you go boom, boom, and then he doesn't block, and then you don't get the fucking freebie. I couldn't see him. Yeah? Oh yeah, it's this guy. But he might actually be annoying. What is he doing? I can't really see anything. He going crazy. Yeah, we still have 8 heals, so the only thing that can kill us is easily getting one shot, right? Everything can kill us within 1 second if I just stand still, which is cool, right? This is the only reason the game feels like moderately engaging in these relatively boring fights. But yeah, like if that was not the case, obviously it would be completely brain dead. So I don't know how heavy armor, how much damage you take there, but yeah, just like being able to get 2-tapped within like a second is pretty cool. I like that. 1 tap though, the one guy 90%, I mean that's getting close to being like a no-hit run, right? So a no-hit like with that 1 attack run, so I'd rather not have that be the default, to be honest. Yeah, I'd rather not have one almost getting 1 shot be the goal here. Yeah, that would fucking piss me off, honestly. If we get like 1 shot the entire time, I would honestly not enjoy it as much. Because I'm not, like I said, I don't care about a challenge for a challenge reason, I just care about fun, right? What's more fun to me. And getting 1 shot is not very fun to me. Right? Yeah, like the reason I say I want it to be harder is not because I think it would be, you know, like, oh my god, what a challenge. Because I would be slightly more engaged. Which I perceive as more fun. And as always, right, that's what I always say, when you enjoy stuff that's not hard, that's perfectly fine. Nobody gives a shit, right? Play easy mode if that's the most fun. There's nothing wrong with that. They're video games, they're there to be fun, right? They're not meant as a challenge, unless you want them to be. Yeah, I'm just saying it because I wish there maybe was a difficulty selection. I don't even, but I already argued that doesn't really work because I don't think the stats are the problem. The enemies deal a lot of damage and have a lot of HP, relatively a lot of HP sometimes. The main problem is a different one, and that's basically yeah, the main problem is that the moveset is pretty simple for a lot of enemies, and you can like stagger the humanoid enemies way too easily, which means you never have to react to them, so it's yeah, it's a bit unfortunate there. We have all the ones we want here. Kinda honestly I was hoping for these in-between ones to unlock here, but I guess they just used the same layout for everything regardless, because you can see there's something over here. I mean, maybe I don't know. Maybe for new game, I know. I mean, they do use the same layout for everything, so maybe there is not additional stuff there, unfortunately. I mean, this is honestly not terrible. It does happen quite a lot. This one should probably have taken this one because we're always at full HP, and we try to always be relatively at full HP. Oh wait, we can actually learn it. Nice. Okay, cool. Let's move on. Sorry, I just forgot. What level do you need? Okay, yeah, so we have both of them unlocked. This one's pretty sick, but Blustered I think we don't have, so... Did they just come without me? You look so cool here. My god, he's missing everything. But does it really matter if they're this weak? Camping in the corner. Uh-oh. We might have killed ourselves there. Oh, they can also do this? Okay, sure. Mm-hmm.
極霊石を通して様々な時代から霊石を集め、これまで以上に力を増しています。しかし恐れる必要はありません。霊樹の輝きに宿った無数の魂や心を交わした英雄たちの思いが時を超えてあなたの信念を支えます。その信念と共にある限り、いかなる敵にも打ち勝てるでしょう。
Oh, fuck. Where did he come from? All the bonsai is so pretty. Yeah, and by the way, I decided to stick for the with the default settings for Resident Evil when it comes to the perspectives, and I think like they're meant to do one. I think Leon is going to be third person, and the woman's going to be first person, as far as I know, by default, and that's what we're going to stick to. Because yeah, I don't even know which one I would prefer. I think in general I like first person a bit more in video games when it's shooter, and third person a bit more when it's like an action game. So, but yeah, I don't know, like it does different things, but first person is definitely more immersive for sure. What are we doing? Wait, didn't we come in by this? Yeah. So where do we need to go? What? If this was just the way back. So, let's talk about boss variety. A lot of the bosses are bosses from prior Nioh games. Which is inherently not bad. I think they're good bosses, but it also feels like they are bosses from prior Nioh games, right? So, so yeah, I'm not so sure about that, right? Like, I mean, how many have been new? It's honestly kind of hard for me to tell. I haven't played the Nioh games in a while, so... Oh, the fuck is this? So it is actually a boss rush style ending, which is cool, honestly. I do like that. Can I tell what's going on with this boss? Of course not. What the fuck? Who can? Nobody can. Understand. Probably if you fight him a bit longer, you will see the patterns. All I see is a big guy wobbling around like crazy. I think this guy was new though. I can't remember fighting him in another game. Okay. Oh, wait. No. This is where he came from, right? So he must have opened a new pathway. Oh wait, this is actually where he came from though. Okay, wait. It looks really cool though. Yep, I just went the wrong way. Whoops. But no, I wanted to talk to her. Let me go back. Let me go back. Yep. Let me go back. You can't. I pressed B, but I'm kind of sure that we had to exit the zone before we can press B again, I think. I don't know why we died there, to be honest. Like, fuck me. Wait. We have to go this way. I just wanted to talk to her, man.
少し見ぬ間にご立派になられて戦火に負わす家康様もお喜びでしょう。先ほどそちらの武木女将に救われ国松様を追ってきましたが、これ以上は枷となるのみ。私はここを守りましょう。父上、天海様、どうか竹千代様にご分を。残念ですが私はここを登れません。先に行ってください。
She's unable to climb it,
常にあなたと共に他の道を探し必ず追いつきます。
So wait, can you not activate it again? Wait, there is no way to activate it in the first place. Lol. Okay, that explains why it didn't work. Oh wait, we got level 140 version of her. Pretty cool. Sure, I'll take the level 140 version. I mean, faster movement and read absorption seems like such a dog shit thing. I don't think we're gonna invest stats into that one. I mean, like, skill is still very compelling. It does scale pretty far. Like, yeah, sure, probably the secondary stat strength or something would still do a lot for us. But this kind of reminds me so much of Onimusha, which is also getting like a remake.
まただと？面白い。そなたも伊達に年を取っておるわけではないようじゃな。
ほほう、それもどこかで聞いたような物言いじゃ。ここから先は何が起こってもおかしゅうない。気をつけて進むんじゃぞ。
Where the fuck did it come from here? I think so, right? Maybe? Bro, where the fuck did that come from? I'm so confused, because I guess I didn't loot? Nah. Yeah, it came from here. Why are there still enemies here? Did I miss them? It was just focus on the bigger guys. What the fuck? There's also something up here. Yeah, once we have like level 160 gear, I guess that's when we're gonna start to min-max. The fuck? I don't even know if this is the way forward or not, to be honest. But how do I... Ah, okay. I like that they're still putting effort into the level design even at the end. That it's not just like a free, you know, like a boring way forward. So the reason why it's kind of always like, you know, like as a dev, when you make this, you know that only a fraction of the players will see it. Even the best games don't have that high of a player retention. I think statistically it's more than 50%, or even significantly higher depending on the game, of people who never reach the end. And as a result, I don't know how you feel when you make a game, because you know a lot of people will not see this, right? Not because it's hard or anything, just because people, you know, like don't finish games always because of different reasons. And before streaming, I also didn't finish as many games. Streaming really helped me finish more games. And also the fact that I'm basically, you know, like I'm gone from the exploration phase into exploring what I didn't explore as a kid. And as a kid, I didn't finish a lot of games, right? I just like try new stuff all the time. And some games I did finish, most of them I didn't. And that was because back then I didn't really know what I enjoyed, so I played a lot of games which I guess like I didn't care enough about. And now I do know what I care about, and the new experiences for me are basically the late game experiences in those games. So I mean, now it's like obviously I did a lot of them too, but like, the late game stuff is basically more interesting these days to me than only playing the start of a game. Unless it's like a really niche game that I do end up not enjoying as much, but I do try to avoid those. The real risk is obviously that I don't try games which I will enjoy, but it doesn't matter, no, because I'm enjoying these a lot, and there are so many games anyway that I don't think it really matters if you miss a game these days. Like before, right, there were not a lot of great games, and missing out on one was basically, you were waiting for a new game, right? I know there's still people like that, you know, are constantly waiting for games. But as somebody who enjoys a lot of different games, I think there's never been a period in my, I think over like 10 years where I've been like really, I don't know what to play today, right? I'm waiting for this game. Yeah, I'm waiting for games, but I'm like also enjoying the games I'm playing right now. So yeah, I know, for example, Distortion 2 was like really like, you know, like, it's like, oh, can I go to bed and wake up when Resident Evil comes out? And I'm like, I don't have that at all. Like, I am having fun whatever I'm playing, and I don't give a shit about a single game coming out or not coming out, right? They could cancel Resident Evil 9 Requiem, and I would be like, shrug, right? Yeah, I'm gonna enjoy it a lot, it's gonna be fun, but there's so many other fun games too, right? So for me, it wouldn't even be a big deal. Yeah, that really changed. Because there was a time where I was really looking forward for it to towards individual games. And yeah, that for sure has changed. So the reason I don't take this one is because this one gives us like still a lot of ninjutsu power. And ninjutsu doesn't do an insignificant amount of damage in this game, so seems pretty fair. Do we want to continue to level our Guardian? I mean, the stats are like, I mean, they're still there, so I guess you can rest a few again. Doesn't select those that I have equipped. Just let's go for a level 120 maybe. I mean, it's so expensive that we can barely enhance them once, but level 30 seems to be the max limit anyway, for a new game at least. I mean, it still does more key damage and attack break and stuff like that. What is break again? Ah yeah, break I think was the amount of like poise damage you basically deal, I think. Yeah, what a massive game actually. Like really, really nice content for sure. Yeah, obviously this is a great example of, you know, like difficulty stagnation. This is an enemy you meet pretty early on in the game. I mean, I think literally out of the tutorial, this is one of the first enemies you can fight. And back then you're way weaker than you are at this point, right? So even though, yeah, he deals a lot of damage still, right? It doesn't make it like trivial or anything. It is still the same enemy in the same base difficulty. So I am like not really sure, you know, like if they managed to scale the difficulty, and I don't think they even cared enough about that, which is, I guess it works, right? It's still really fun and it doesn't feel like it's a slog or anything to play, because you do make a lot of constant progress without dying over and over. But also then it begs the question, should it even have been a Souls-like with respawning enemies if you die? Because all these like, oh, high risk you die mechanics, they all don't matter if you die. And I guess like that has been an issue for me in Soulskin for a while, since only some of them managed to kill me a lot, especially during the levels, right? I'm not talking bosses. Bosses usually manage to kill me every now and then, obviously. But the levels usually are parts of Souls-like I don't die as much anymore. And I think the last Souls-like where I died a lot in levels maybe was Lords of the Fallen 2 and Lies of P. But yeah, a lot of them have very, very simple levels where it's very hard to actually die unless you really just troll and don't pay attention. Yeah, same for Eleanor, right? Open world exploration, the amount of times you die there is so small when you don't go for bosses or anything. So yeah, I don't know, like the Souls-like structure is more of a new Punisher than actually a feature at this point. So I'm not like really sure what purpose it serves. This, oh my god, am I gonna get my souls back, right? High stakes. Everybody who knows Souls games knows that they're designed around the idea of you losing some. So, and you can get back an infinite amount. Yeah, so I don't think there is really, you know, like this tension you might have when you start off with Souls-likes, where you are under the illusion, oh my god, I'm gonna lose my shit, right? That is not how really it works these days. In these days, when you play them for more time, right? It's obviously, if it's your first Souls-like, you might be, oh my god, am I gonna get it back? But after the 10th Souls-like, you're like, okay, this is more a gimmick than an actual feature. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's that one boss. Bro, I just wanna... Bro, chill. I just wanna go and... What's he doing? Is he still shooting me here? Really? What a piece of shit. Guess so. Yes, this is nothing you have to actively evade. I forgot that you can't melee attack those guys. Since this is nothing you have to actively evade, it's pretty chill. Oh. I have to take my meds quickly. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I was really bad on these. So we don't fight enemies twice usually, because it's just a waste of time. Okay, but these guys we haven't killed yet, so... I mean, we did kill, but... My rule is basically I have to kill every enemy once. Man, am I glad that we picked auto loot. Where the fuck did it come from though? Huh? No idea. I think we're safe inside, maybe. Oh no, we can fight him. He's gonna cook me. Oh, this is, I think, isn't this the enemy type that doesn't have enough HP or something? Where I said, like, he would be way harder if he actually had more than no HP. Oh wait, he's over here still. Wait, this is not him. Whoops. That hit me? Okay, that was kind of sketch, not gonna lie. Okay. Yeah, aside that one like side mission, I think the difficulty has been pretty balanced in the game. I think they did a good job with consistency so far. That doesn't mean that the final boss is not going to be a huge difficulty spike or anything, but okay, interesting. It's like an open area with nothing inside. What? Oh, that's pretty cool. Uh-oh. For a moment I thought she was going to backflip, but there is like ledge protection in this game, so don't need to worry about that too much. Oh my god. Oh, we're like activating these. I didn't even realize. I wish though they would fix the dead zones, because every time I move the camera, it's like feels a bit handicapped. I'm looking around. I mean, it's not a big deal, but still, I think it would really add to the responsiveness and feel of the game. God, like, stop simping for being a shogun. What the fuck is wrong with you? Did he shoot through the thing? Wait, is that what he did? Rolled. There was another guy in here? What the fuck? Why was he waiting for them? Yeah, I think they really shouldn't. I mean, I told you that I'm not using my spirit skill to cancel their red attacks. And I don't do it on purpose. But I think the fact that you can is really stupid. I think it takes away one of the more fun and skill-based things of basically parrying in the game. I mean, it's already not that hard in the first place in this one because the parry timings, I think, which is fine or generous, right? But taking that away and just telling you, oh, by the way, you can just ignore this if you have a certain, you know, like, oh, what the fuck? I thought we had him. Might cook me. Never mind. Yeah, so I think like removing that from the game is kind of stupid. I think they should not have done that. I know it basically gives players a non-parry style playstyle, with I guess like a massive amount of, you know, like time to counter these attacks. But I think it's kind of stupid. I wish they didn't do that, to be honest. Like it's not like the game needed this to be, you know, playable or anything. It's more of a like, I don't know, they just remove a game mechanic that is there at the start and makes the game easier. So, I don't know. And it's a fun mechanic too, they're basically. No, they're not removing it, right? But it still happens every now and then, they just cancel it by accident, right? I think ever since we got the ability, just by pure spamming spirit skills, I've avoided so many of these attacks. And also like just movement avoids them as well, because you can get just far away from enemies. I don't know, it just like feels like a bit of a shame. Son of a bitch. Where the fuck am I? I didn't really tend to drop down here that much, but whatever. Son of a bitch. You have to create in here. It is so bad when you can't move your stick. Normally, it feels like you really have to work for every shot you take. I hope you don't play a drinking game where you drink a shot whenever I complain about the dead zones. I mean, I don't complain as much, but I do it every stream. Because it is there, right? Everything I do, every camera movement I make is constrained by the dead zones. So I think it's kind of not too unfair to mention it a bit more often. See, these are enemies which are so meaningless that they might as well not be in the game. Right? They're absolute trash mobs, and the reason is because you can just perma-stagger them. Yeah, they needed to give them some sort of ability to, logically, obviously, not randomly, get some kind of super poise so they can at least attack you every now and then. Yeah, it's like a real shame that humanoid enemies in the game are absolute trash here. Why do I feel like we're missing a bunch of shit here because we dropped down like an idiot? Oh, maybe not. We could have shot them all with a gun from up here if we didn't drop. That would have been cool. Oh yeah, and this brings you... No, wait, what? Did I? What? Wait a second. This is where we're supposed to go. Wait a second. Now we're down here. I don't even know where the fuck we would be down here, but... Is this how we got up? I think so. Oh, there wasn't a hidden item down there. Somewhere. Maybe. Oh, whatever. Let's finish exploring this part first. Wait. Were we finished? Oh, hi. It's kind of funny, this game almost has the opposite issue of Elden Ring, where in Elden Ring I feel like the character is so slow and sluggish that the fast-moving patterns of enemy attacks feel almost like you're a handicapped version of them, basically. And in this game it feels like the enemies are kind of a handicapped version of me. Where I'm just like so superior in terms of what I can do movement-wise that they're basically fucked. See, I already cancelled him. I don't even know how. I didn't even press the button. Huh? No idea. But I guess we deal too much damage for that to be relevant, or something. I have no idea. Our Berserker Kazans should be pretty hard. They already nerfed a couple bosses there, so that's fine, right? I don't mind nerfs and bosses if it's like a natural difficulty spike. I just don't like things being nerfed because people are being like me. If it's objectively harder than the rest of the game, sure. Yeah, always brings me back to the example of Eterna Noctis, one of my favorite games of all time, which rightfully so got like hammered by people for difficulty because it was extremely hard. I mean, rightfully so in a way that they didn't enjoy it, right? I get it, right? The game needed an easy mode for sure. I think that game was so much harder than the average game that it was actually probably not enjoyable for a lot of people. I get that, but it was so good. Holy shit, it was so fun. If you liked the challenge, that was like basically precision platformer meets like epic boss fights and Metroidvania. Honestly, I liked it more than Silksong so far. Yeah, Silksong, we didn't finish that. Oh my god, actually so many fucking games. Hades 2 also released out of early access. It feels like I'm not playing games. I'm playing games, man. I'm playing them. I swear to god, I'm here playing them. Yeah, I mean, I'm playing maybe too many different ones at the same time, but I am playing. This is like, there are too many. That's why I meant, like, if Resident Evil doesn't come out, what do I care? There's still like at least 5 games that are high quality that I also want to play, that are already out, right? So yeah, it's really unfortunate though, because it's just gonna get worse with AI. There are gonna be so many fucking goated games, and it's already true, right? But it's gonna get much worse, because now I can at least like select the ones that are much high there. But now I'm like getting to the point where even the ones I've selected, I'm not like finding enough time to play them. Which is not bad, right? It's not like oh my god, I'm so sad that I can't play Hades 2 and Nioh 3 and Dying Like the Beast at the same time. It's not how I think, right? But still, like, it does make you wish you had more time. Not in a way that I'm actively negative about it, but just like, there is an actual reason you need more time than a human has. Yeah, and this year is going to be probably the hardest year in that regard, because I'm going to be renovating the house we're going to move to, and it's going to take a lot of time for sure. So yeah, gaming is gonna be a bit harder, which is good because I heard the second part of the year has a game that like kind of made everybody go away called GTA 6, and it's not coming out on PC. So yeah, I mean, honestly, what do I think about that? Rockstar is a greedy piece of shit company. I get they invested a lot of money into that game, but double dipping with PC and next gen versions. I mean, next gen versions is gonna be kind of hard because obviously next gen is gonna be a bit later now for consoles. But yeah, the PC version coming later is obviously a ploy to get people to get a double dip on that game, for sure. There's no way a big company like Rockstar can manage a multiple simultaneous release on PC and console. There's just no way. This is obviously to milk people for their money. And I did I am a part of the problem. In the past, I did that, right? In the past, I bought the original version, then I bought the negative IQ version. No, then I bought then I bought the next gen version and then the PC version. And yeah, that's on me, right? Buying it 3 times. Don't worry, I'm buying it 0 times until it's out on PC. So listen to me buying a PlayStation. No, I already have access to a PlayStation. I want to. I can use Jessica's, but no, I'm not gonna play it. I'm not gonna give them money multiple times. Like, I think it's a scummy shit move and it should fuck off. Everybody should be allowed to play where they want, not like be forced on consoles, especially with there almost only being PlayStation in the future. So it's like basically you're forcing people to support Sony, and I don't know. Like after closing, they're called like Blue Point or whatever it's called. Bad with names. Yeah, so I'm like really not keen on them making people double dip there. I'm not saying it's not going to be a great game, but I'm definitely expecting it to be more oriented towards that's bullshit. Yeah, I'm definitely expecting it to be more oriented towards yeah, I'm expecting it to be more focused around GTA Online from a design perspective. Right, that makes sense. Where did they make all their money? GTA Online, right? This is where the milk, where the cow is being milked, right? Like, this is where you get the juice, and that's why the game is going to be, the world is going to be heavily designed around that. And the single player is what interests me personally. GTA Online is a pay-to-win shit show. And I know it's maybe not even, I don't know how much pay to win there is. I guess like some people say if there's progression to win, there's progression that can do the same thing as paying. It's not pay to win, that's not true. Whenever I can spend money to become stronger faster, that means I have an objective advantage, and for me it's pay to win. If it matters or not is not that relevant, but it's still like an ecosystem where you can buy digital currency that's used for everything in the game with real money. And that makes me very, very unlikely to care about it. Right? I don't mind playing a single player gacha game, but as soon as it's like an online game with like these mechanics, like focusing on online stuff, you can count me out, honestly, in most cases. And that's why I probably won't give a shit about GTA Online unless it like fundamentally changes the monetization structure. Which it could or could not do. What I have the feeling is going to be not a good choice to put on there. What are we doing? Is this the way forward? I hope not. No, okay. Just beyond that. Yeah, just remember, every time you buy a skin or a character for $80 in a game that's free to play, just remember that people are complaining about buying entire games like this one for $80, which is, you know, like a bit more than a skin in terms of work. I'm not saying that free-to-play games don't need to make money, but you just have to think about how much money you spend on an individual item in these games. And yeah, depending on how many 100 hours you spend, you know, it might seem fair or something. But how the fuck do I get back though? What? I mean, I can TP, I guess. Maybe. Did I not activate the statue? Locked. Well, fuck me. Guess we just drop down here then. What am I doing? Where am I? Ah, this might be the way back. Yeah, my niece also started playing a tablet game where you have your own house and a little bit like Sims 2D, but not really with a lot of like simulation aspects to it. And I'm like, it's so funny, right? My brother's, I don't want her to game, blah, blah, blah. And then like she watches TV and uses a tablet and now she games on the tablet. And I'm like, I mean, yeah, they restrict her to the weekends, which is good, I think, at her age still. But I really don't like that she's using a tablet instead of a PC, because with a PC she would learn so much more about, you know, like how PCs operate, and it's not like it's simplified, and it gives you insight into how the technical world works behind the scenes. And you could combine that with gaming, right? For sure. And if he's okay with it, that's what I'm gonna do once we're moved closer. We're gonna have like this PC basically and two other high-end PCs available to game. And I'm basically gonna try to tie it to her learning about the PC, setting up stuff, and then we're gonna play. So she's gonna have a hook, right? The hook is gonna be she can play a game, but she needs to set it up and learn about how Windows operates and how, you know, PCs work in general. And then we're gonna play, right? We're not gonna be just gaming. I want her to learn the same basic shit I had to learn, because it helped me to this day to be more technically proficient. So yeah, I think this is really important to me, that I'm not gonna just like, you know, make her game good games, what I care about, honestly, right? She's playing quote unquote trash mobile games. I mean, they're good mobile games, right? But this is what she's playing is pretty bad, right? It's worse than Sims from fucking 20 years ago. It looks cute, but the gameplay is pretty mid. And yeah, why not have her play good games, but also at the same time, why not have her learn about PCs and tech stuff while doing so? Because that's how I got into tech, right? Gaming, right? If not for gaming, would I be this tech savvy? Would I have studied science stuff, engineering stuff? Not sure, right? I was always like interested in these things since ever I was a kid, since I was using them for gaming. Yeah, and the PC was definitely the platform that helped me there. Consoles and Game Boy didn't teach me shit. Let's be real. Like, how much knowledge did I deduct from playing games on a Game Boy or on a console? Almost zero, right? Almost all the knowledge is from PC gaming. I'm not saying that you're worse off in a way that like console gaming is not like as good as PC gaming. I mean, objectively it isn't. If you don't care about doing settings, it's probably better, right? I already argued it's cheaper to buy in. It's cheaper to learn in terms of cognition stuff you have to do. But it's also more expensive in the long term because the games are very expensive there. You don't have like a lot of sales. You're locked into an ecosystem and store. And yeah, it's definitely way harder to, in the long term, to not spend more money. But at the end of the day, you don't learn a lot of tech stuff because it is simplified. It's like a smartphone, right? Smartphones are very simple on the surface. You can customize them obviously pretty much if you want to, but still most people will only use very basic feature sets. Yeah, and the same goes for gaming, right? If I only played on console, I'm pretty sure I would have learned only a small subsection of what I would have learned about PCs and how PCs operate. Because I just had to do so much tech and troubleshooting on PC, right? Without internet back then. So that is obviously a key factor, which is really important to me, is that we're not gonna, I mean, I want to teach her how to Google, how to use chatbots and whatever, but I want to teach them as a tool, not as a turn your fucking brain off and always rely on them, which is really important because I think in an age of chatbots where it's going to be more and more common, now it's maybe not as much of an issue, but in 20 years from now I can see a lot of people stopping. I mean, you can see the trend already now, right? There's already statistical significant data that suggests people don't use their brains as much if something thinks for them. And at the end of the day, that is okay to some degree because they're going to be smarter than us anyway, but you still have to have a baseline of sanity, right? The baseline of function relative to what your brain is capable of. So I think it's still important to have basic skills, even though the AI might be super smart. If you're a dumb idiot and you know nothing, you're going to still have less understanding of the world, and maybe you're going to be more confused about certain states. So I think like basic education and knowledge about the world is going to remain relevant even if you don't have to work. Yeah, what's a bit like worrying for me though with her is she already is like, when are the next vacations as a kid? like in elementary school, and I'm like, that started a bit later for me. I hope she did. I mean, it's not too bad because the future might hold a, you know, like help her not have to deal with that too much. But yeah, I hope she doesn't, you know, mind school too much. Oh, it's him again. Yeah, by the way, in the observable universe, technically there's way more light than darkness, because empty space is lit by the suns, right? With the many suns. And there's almost no shadow. So technically the universe is bright, which is pretty cool. It looks dark though, because there's no reflections, but technically it's bright. I have no idea what is going on. This is a new level that's a mashup of all the levels we had before, or is this a boss fight? What? Okay. Yo, okay. Oh, it's like an... Oh, it's gonna be some kind of boss rush Crucible style. That's pretty sick, honestly. I was like expecting a very normal boss fight initially, but I guess they're gonna do something cooler. Okay, we do get elixirs here. This means even though it is a boss rush style, it should be pretty okay. Guess we should have picked it up later. Mr. Too Low HP again. Why did they make him so squishy? Would be one of the harder enemies for sure if he wasn't this squishy. Okay, I guess this is where we come back down or something. It's him again. Yeah, I like that they're using the movement abilities in a cool way to transition around the levels here. The fuck hit me? Bro, what is going on? Is he still shooting at me or what is... What the fuck is this? I think somebody's helping me, but it's kind of confusing. Oh my god, you fucking shit on me. That's a cool idea to have him help you. Also, he deals a fuck ton of damage. See, when you don't hide loot, you basically get these scenarios where you're more quote-unquote free to move, which is also cool, right? So that's why I don't mind games that don't have loot pickups. Okay. What? Where do we need to go? Wait. Was he supposed to pick me up? Huh? Oh no, you have to go down there. Oh my god, fucking bitch.
兄上が犯した過ち繰り返させはせぬ罪なき者を救うため女性すると竹千代殿
Oh my god, what the fuck was that again? Wow, she is destroying my asshole. Fuck me. Oh shit, you fucking fucked me. But she's pretty squishy, so we should focus on her. What the fuck? Oh my god, you almost fucking killed me there. It's gonna cook me. No! What? I didn't want to go backwards. No, did we have no key? No, we died. I'm such a noob. I'm such a noob. Now we have to do all of it again. Nah, just kidding. But where would this bring me? Wait, do we just have to run all of it? That would be kind of weird. There might be shortcuts though, which we unlocked, I think. Yeah, that's a cool idea. Where the fuck do I need to go though? Oh, over here. Okay, that was really bad. Like getting hit by the lightning strike there. You don't have juice. It's okay, bro. Just chill. Bro, this lady When you can't see her attacks, it's so fucking annoying, actually. Oh, she has the icicles. I didn't even know. Did we ever meet her in the real game? Almost fucking shit on me. Bro, the visibility here is really bad though. Like I can't see shit. I'm not trolling, I cannot see anything here. No way. My inventory's full! I can't, nah, why? Why though? Ah, that fucking sucks. I mean, can I disassemble stuff? I guess we're just gonna drop some items. Oh, that sucks though. I didn't want to drop shit here. Yeah, we have to go and sell something at the next thing. I guess like there's going to be more of these though. So should we go back and TP back to the shrine? Sure, let's go TP back so that we can. Yeah, let's go back down if we can. I mean, there might be a checkpoint after the next one. Whoa! I didn't pay attention. There's fucking lava on the ground. If we go into cover. Yeah. Wow, what an attack. Oh my god, I dashed into it. Oh, I hate that I can't pick stuff up now. Oh, I hate that. What is he doing? Man, it sucks ass. Everything's now on the ground. Yeah, we're gonna get support anyway from him in the moment. Bro, I hate not being able to pick up stuff. It pisses me off so much. Wait, no, not these. What the fuck? You can't even select multiple ones here. Well, I'm just dropping random shit at this point. But it's not the purpose. Oh, that is miserable. What is this? Why am I picking up the same rarity? I have no idea. Okay, we have to get rid of this shit, man. I swear, if they don't have... There's a shrine up there, thank god. Tenoki power. Ooh, that's a pretty shrine. I have to piss though, before we do the final boss, sorry about that. Before you do this, I just want to make sure we are not missing out on stats. No. Did we get a new case? Or from the top to bottom? More heals. Sacred water. Kind of crazy that we basically don't get... Like, how little of these you get is insane. Like, we kill so many things and we just get, like, these few. Honestly, kind of... This is the one item I think they're not giving you enough of. Like, the fact that our medicine cases are this low is honestly kind of cringe. Not gonna lie. I mean, the difference in stats is not maybe massive, but still, we're not finding a lot of different versions for such a long game. I would expect there to be multiple ones I'm interested in here. For sure. No, who cares? Yeah, I have to go to the toilet. Oh yeah, we want to disassemble stuff, which hopefully works here. I know my item box is full. I'm not... I am aware game. I mean, where do I even... I mean, whatever. Let's make an offering here. Dama Bowl. Sure, let's offer all aware and below. Yeah, these are the small things which prevent it from being a 10 on 10 for me. Like, these small things where somebody didn't use their brain, there are a lot of good things, right? But sometimes also things where they didn't use their brain. Like, why does it start with level 0? Who the fuck wants to wait and then make it fast at least to go up, right? Like, it's such a pain in the fucking ass. Oh, this is how you get elixirs too? I didn't even know. Okay, so I'll be right back in probably 2 minutes. Okay, let's get going here. Why? Why help me? Help me, make it easy. Father Gascon is waiting for us. Oh, are they trying to give me motion sickness before the fight, or what is this shit? Yeah, usually bosses in these games tend to be difficulty spikes, so I expect to die a couple of times against this guy. Yeah, you can easily fucking shit on me, for sure. What the fuck is that? Oh, I hate how I missed those. He is cooking me sometimes. Oh my god, what hit me there? I'm pretty sure he has a phase 2, right? Oh my god, you got me. No way, that one-shot me? Oh, that's bullshit. I didn't ult. I mean, if it doesn't have a phase 2, I'm gonna be pissed. I mean, if it doesn't have a phase 2 and we didn't ult because we thought he had a phase 2, that would be annoying. Okay, that, I mean, how do I feel about the damage being like one-shot? I mean, it's pretty cheesy, to be honest. Like, we were like full HP there, almost maybe. Oh, that pisses me off though, because we could easily have done him, maybe. Now I'm like super pissed. Yeah, I'm just trolling now, as you know me, man. Like, if the first try doesn't work, I'm just like so pissed. I hate that he one-shot me there. Ah, I should have altered, maybe, because he has a phase 2. See, this is I have the too good to use syndrome. If I think they have phase, that's why I don't like phase 2s. They're just like a bit like gimmicky designs. You never know when you want to invest resources. I mean, he has a lot of HP, so I'm not sure how I feel about his... about the damage values. And maybe he doesn't have a phase 2 actually. I sure hope he does though, that would be cool. Oh no, is he gonna one-shot me again? That's bullshit, man. Okay, he almost one-shots me, which is, I guess, still shit, but... You know what? Fuck it. If he has a phase 2, whatever. He's gonna face tank him. Wait, that's a horrible idea. Jesus, he's cooking. Can't see anything. Jesus. He's going hard. Yeah, he has a phase 2 for sure, right? Everybody's gonna push me from behind and we're gonna finish him together.
Hiruko. もう終わりにしましょう。
She said, let's end this. Yeah, if I had known that, I would have altered. Fuck. Oh wait, what are these? What the fuck? Yo, wait, like green items? RP walking? It's not me, it's the game.
見事だ。これほどの力を持つに至るとは。竹千代、覚えているか？幼かったあの頃を。幼き頃はむつまじき仲なれど、優れているのは私だと信じきっていた。だが竹千代が次なる将軍と決まり、私の心に闇が生じた。将軍になるのは私だ。内なる声が強まり、ついには暗き輝きに見入られた。将軍の座のみにこだわり、誤った道を進む私を止めたのは、地獄の闇に差し込んだ一筋の光。太平を乱した大罪人だ。キレ。それでこそ将軍。
Why would I kill him? You just tried to kill me 100 times. And hey, Jesus, hope you're doing well. And don't worry about it. It's not like I actually know what the fuck was going on in this game anyway. So, the story part, I'm pretty sure it's a nice story, but it's kind of hard to follow if you don't really pay a lot of attention.
まだ甘さが残っているな。ならば
将軍とは何か、私の答えを見せよう。
Getting hard spirit. Isn't it disrespectful not to kill them when they ask? I think it's fine, right? Don't worry about that. Like, whenever somebody asks you to kill them and you don't kill them, you shouldn't worry about that part. And if there's like an active suffering going on, you know, and you wanna, they literally need help to die or something, that's maybe a different case. But in this case, I think he's fine. He will be fine.
ご就任のお言葉を賜りとうございます。余が将軍徳川家光である。
Hey, as always, we talk about the game when the game ends. If you just curve the bullet because of its choice, making him not kill him. Making him not killing him. The thing is, right, what do I think of the game in total? I think it's a 9 out of 10 for me, and it could have been a 10 out of 10 if 3 things changed. They fixed the controller dead zones. They fixed minor UI stupidity. And most importantly, because I didn't have performance issues, right? So I'm not rating the performance because it wasn't a 59 and it worked well. And most importantly, they designed the game to be a bit more challenging. And I think the reason why I care about that still, even though I had fun, is because I think a lot of the content, right? A lot of the boss fights, a lot of the moments are non-memorable if you don't struggle a little bit. And I think the struggle should be part of a Souls-ish game, in my opinion, when it tries to, you know, like to be a little bit challenging at least sometimes, right? I can tell that Des were not going for an easy game. From, for example, the final boss did a lot of damage, right? Like he had some moves and everything. But I still think a little bit more, you know, like a little bit more challenge would have been nice throughout, like, let's say like 95% of the game, right? There was like 5% which was okay from a challenge perspective, and 95 was a bit too easy for a veteran. So if you're a new player, that will be a completely different story probably, but I still think it won't change the fact that during the playthrough, there will be some bosses which I guess will be harder for some, but I think the average difficulty of the game, if anything, it goes down instead of up, which is kind of common for Souls games that have RPG mechanics which heavily influence your builds and everything, but I still think in this game, it was a very flat difficulty curve, and as a result it got easier because obviously you as a player improved a little bit during the playtime. So I think like they didn't quite manage to keep up the difficulty pace. But I guess like this happens in a lot of Souls games, but in this case I still think it's really hard to actually make this game harder in New Game Plus 2, right? Because he basically already one-shot me. So going from almost one-shotting to no-hitting, that is a huge leap, right? And if the New Game Plus experience only changes in terms of basically no hitting, that's kind of ass, right? And or you can go for higher armor tiers and put more stats into your whatever that is, but I still think it's kind of an issue in a way that the game doesn't have a lot of leverage in terms of difficulty, because it would mostly revolve around enemy design, right? Usually you want to have enemies to be challenging by default, but not ultra challenging or too easy, and then you can change their damage output and HP base. HP is very dangerous though to touch, right? Very moderately touch HP, but basically change their damage values to compensate for that. If their base moveset and AI core set, for example the humanoids, is not able to scale with those values, it's going to be super hard to make higher difficulties, because even if you increase the aggression, right, it might not really work out. And I think a lot of good examples are, I mean, the best example I can think of is the original God of War highest difficulty, where basically the enemies were like completely brain dead moveset wise, but they basically one-shot you or two-shot you, and they had like a bazillion HP, which felt just miserable to play. It didn't feel like you were playing the God of War, you were playing like, I don't know, like the Scrub of War or something. So yeah, it was really not great. And I think that is why I kind of mind the difficulty, because I don't see this scaling very well into New Game Plus. Because I think, yeah, it will get harder, but will it just be one-shot galore for my build, for example? So I'm kind of like wondering how they will scale and if there will be the more challenging content there. And I think it kind of has been a trend for Team Ninja and at least Wukong and also Nioh 2 to not make the most hardcore games, but this game was significantly better than Nioh 2 in terms of total power balance. So when you look at the abilities on Nioh 2, there were some standout yokai summons which were completely fucking busted and others that were completely useless. And in this game I felt like they were a bit more balanced across the board, but also you didn't rely on them too much. So yeah, I kind of feel like this was honestly pretty nice. What else is there? Yeah, some small, you know, like setting stuff. There are a lot of settings, but there's still some missing, which I would have liked. Yeah, for sure. But mostly the dead zones being an option on PC. PlayStation doesn't have this issue. That's fine. But yeah, if the difficulty was a bit more consistently challenging, and more engaging for me as a result, and optimally, honestly, via difficulty selector. I know that a lot of people don't like them in Souls games. I think we're at the point where there are people who are good at Souls games, which think most Souls games are too easy, and then there are people who are still new to games, which think they're really hard because they did get harder, right? So how do you cater to these people? You make a difficulty selection. It's not a new genre anymore where everybody's struggling, so I think there should be a distinction between new and veterans for these games. Yeah, so difficulty I think has to make a comeback for this type of game. And then the game should be designed at a core level around these difficulties and not around like everybody has to go through the game pretty chill. And games aren't supposed to be fun, why must I suffer? The point is, maybe I'm gonna make that point again here. The point is, I maximize for fun when playing video games, and I already mentioned that if you enjoy story mode in games, and it should be super easy for you, and you really don't like a challenge, it's not fun for you, story mode is perfectly fine, right? There's nothing wrong with picking story mode. I would literally pick story mode if it was more fun for me. I just optimize for my personal fun, and for me, some games I like the challenge, other games I don't give a shit if there's a challenge or not. And I feel like in this game it was still fun, right? I still had a good time, but I still wished it was a bit more challenging for me personally, right? That's obviously personal preference, also coming from a person that played these games a lot. And always, that's my advice for any video game, because online a lot of people just, you know, when they stream or whatever, they just push the max difficulty whenever they do. I'm not like that. If I find a game that's fucking ass on the highest difficulty, I will lower it in a moment, right? I don't give a shit, right? If the game is not enjoyable from a difficulty perspective and I have the choice, I will definitely lower the difficulty, right? If it's like a bad experience for whatever reason. Then I don't mind struggling and overcoming. For me, that is part of the fun. But if that's not what you like to do, that's perfectly fine, right? There's no right way to play the game beyond enjoying it like you enjoy it, right? No, don't let other people tell you it's not the right way to play a game. So yeah, some people will see this as a plus, obviously, because it's pretty accessible in that way. But also, it's kind of unfortunate that this is one of the most inaccessible Souls-like in terms of mechanics, because there's so many tutorials, mechanics, and things which you, I guess, have to learn in order to maximize the enjoyment. And also, we play with the versatility build, which basically means I try to mix up my moveset. You don't have to do that, right? There's also like the samurai playstyle. You don't have to pick versatility, then it doesn't really matter if you just spam one move over and over again. I just kind of find it more fun to vary the moveset, and I really enjoy it. Like, this really elevated the combat system for me. Having the versatility perk, which basically rewards using different martial arts instead of just spamming one over and over, that really is a huge plus point, because it basically felt a little bit like there was like a nudge of Devil May Cry. And since the game was not super hard, I didn't mind doing like these more like elaborate movesets, which technically don't really have an advantage, right? Just going behind the enemy, spamming R1 would usually also have been fine. Yeah. And play Tetris if you want a game that will always challenge you. Yeah, that's true. Tetris has an insanely high skill ceiling. Unfortunately, reaching the highest skill ceiling for Tetris is probably the most RSI-inducing shit ever, because you have this tapping technique where you press the buttons by tapping, I think at the back of the controller or something. Some people even wear gloves to rub too, or there's really weird techniques. Yeah, Tetris unfortunately is pretty strenuous on the hands, but it's super fun. I never played it competitively or anything, but it was one of my favorite childhood memories. The Tetris version I played the most was on the Game Boy Color when it came out. It was a Tetris version. It was one of those dual games. There were like games which had like color versions or black and white versions, and then there were games that were black and white but auto-colored by the Game Boy. And then there were like games which have like a colored and a black and white version. And I think this was one of those games where you had like the colored version. And since it had like this firework at the end that was better the higher your score was, it was pretty motivating for a kid. Back in the day for me. So yeah, it was super fun to play. But I really played that super casually. But the market, you're a niche market. If they want to succeed, they need to adhere to the masses. No. The thing is, right, you're right about that. And that is an assumption games in the past made, right? In the past, there was this assumption that difficulty doesn't sell. And the game that changed that all was the original Dark Souls. The original Dark Souls basically showed the AAA industry that there are people who care about a challenge and find games more engaging, and they will buy those games specifically. And those people are definitely there. They exist, right? There are people like me who enjoy a challenge, but they're obviously also not the biggest part of the industry. But the way you solve that is very easy, is difficulty selection, right? There was a time where basically there was no difficulty selection anymore, and every game was just super easy by default. And now we have a good, I think we were in a good place, as in the industry is in a good place, where there's like playstyles for everybody, right? There's like hard, easy, story in most games these days, and hard is actually hard in a lot of, relatively hard compared to what it was in the AAA industry like 15 years ago or so, before Dark Souls. We were like in an age of pretty brain-dead AAA games, and challenging games were mostly like very niche indie games, maybe like Super Meat Boy, or just like non-AAA games basically. And I think this is why I still think it's valid to also push for these people who like a more challenging experience. But yes, the base core experience should be accessible to as many people as possible. And I think the good news is basically Souls-likes are not very inaccessible in terms of difficulty, I think. It's more learning the mechanics around them. So I think, for example, playing Elden Ring is doable for most people, right? I think the core balance is pretty fine. And I don't think Elden Ring necessarily needs as much of a difficulty selection as other games in the genre. For example, in Elden Ring, I don't think its difficulty would really work because the game is too simple. But this game here obviously works when it's pretty easy. So I think in this game, it has a lot of fun mechanics and fun combat systems which work in a way that it just makes it a good action game, right? It doesn't have to be a Souls game. So in this game, I think a difficulty would make more sense than, for example, in Elden Ring. And yeah, at the end of the day, obviously you want to have a lot of people play the game. The problem is if you put a Nioh 3 out, and the first Nioh has like this kind of, it wasn't the hardest game ever, but it was a pretty hard game relative to the Souls difficulty at the time, right? The product of the time. And as a result, I think Team Ninja and Nioh built a quote-unquote more hardcore individual, oh, this is not a Souls-like, but this is a Nioh game. A Nioh type is a unique blend, but it has this view of being a harder game. And obviously Nioh 2 was not that hard, and Nioh 3 was also not that hard, but I don't think the core perception of the series is, oh, this is an accessible Souls-like, right? Even though reviewers and me will tell you it's probably, in terms of difficulty, it's pretty accessible, I don't think that is really how you get the mass market to buy your game.
あやかし退治の影働き大義である
貴殿こそ公義を役め大義
Okay, he survived. I mean, and he seems pretty happy. See, that's why you can spare people sometimes. And they can still kill themselves if they don't care later. It's fine. Like, this honor shit, like, nobody should die because of honor, right? Like, what the fuck? Okay. Yeah, and again, right, it's really important to realize that just because you try to be mass market doesn't seem your game will succeed there. And also doesn't mean it's the best way to make money. Because if you make a very, like, diluted mainstream game, people might stop caring about it altogether. Because if you have like a niche that's there's this thing, right? There are games which are really appealing to everybody, but there are games that will never be appealing to everybody. And I think a Nioh 3 will never appeal to as many people, no matter how casual you make it, as a game like GTA 6, right? Like GTA 6 just has so many things going for it, which just, you know, like have a lot of like synapse overlap with people's brain that Nioh 3 does not have. I think most people will not look at Nioh 3 and be like, oh yeah, this is a casual game I'll just pick up, no matter how easy it is, right? Because it has a lot of mechanics and a lot of like stuff you have to learn, and it's like very niche in a design perspective. So yeah, I don't think like they should really gun for this. And I think a good example is the Assassin's Creed games. The Assassin's Creed games initially were like super easy, super brain dead, And then they basically transitioned to this Souls-ish combat system with difficulty selection, which made it way more interesting for me, but still retained that mainstream appeal, right? So this was a good move, but I don't think like Assassin's Creed compares well to, like, for example, Nioh 3. And Rise of the Ronin I did not play, but I think Rise of the Ronin in general would have a bigger appeal, and also making a new IP that is like focused on like that sets the core expectation correctly. I think it's really hard to going into a Souls-ish game series and expecting the lower difficulty to be like, oh, more people are going to play the game. Yes, some will, but most people will still have the label, oh, this is Nioh 3. I don't play Souls games, I don't play difficult games, right? And this game is by no means going to be easy if it's your first Souls game, right? That's not what I'm saying. It's like just like it doesn't offer the same level of challenge you would expect from a, like, I guess a modern hardcore Souls-like, right? Like, what is a modern hardcore? I mean, maybe Berserker Kazan, which I haven't played, but maybe Lies of P also, while it wasn't mega hard or anything, still was harder than this game. Maybe for the wrong reasons, but still. It is not Shadow of the Erdtree level of difficulty either. Definitely not. Shadow of the Erdtree had harder bosses. It was also mostly easy, but some of the bosses were truly challenging. This was not really the case in this game. It was not like the standout Millennia boss or Radahn or something. So yeah, it's kind of like it's not really there if you care about hardcore challenges. There's not a lot of overlap there. There's like maybe one mission early on, and that's the only mission I can actually remember being like something I would say, oh yeah, this is more of a challenge. Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. It's still a really fucking great 9 out of 10. It's a super good rating. I'm just mentioning what would it have taken for me personally to put on 10 out of 10. Is a slightly more engaging difficulty for me personally, and fixing those small things, right? And if those small things have been fixed, maybe it would have been so close to 10 already, because for me it's nice, right? Technically, I'm gonna read this in a moment. Technically, it seems to be a pretty flawed game on non-high-end systems, and also on high-end system, obviously the game has like very variable texture quality. The tech is not super high-end or anything, but honestly, if you're on a high-end PC, I'd rather have like consistently good frame times without too many significant drops that feel good, instead of like Unreal Engine 5 stutterfest. That's just me personally. But obviously, the game running slower on low-end systems, and if you don't hit the frame rate target, or skipping animations if you disable that option, is not optimal, right? There's definitely a lot of technical like depth they have to kind of fulfill to bring their engine, if they wish to continue using it, into a nice future place. And the same goes for From Software, which is honestly way worse than this, right? This compared to Elden Ring, I would say like this is maybe technically a 7 out of 10, and Elden Ring is probably like a 3 out of 10, like from a technical perspective. Not visual, right? I'm not talking visuals, I'm talking technical execution. Elden Ring is horrible. And that's why I'm like, you know, like, just be realistic about that. Okay, and you play Tetris because you believe Sisyphus is happy. I mean, is Tetris suffering? I don't suffer when I play Tetris. And have I played Final Fantasy, which one is it? 8. Is that the one where you can summon the cards? Is that one? I mean, it's not 7, obviously. If 8 is the one where you can summon these cards and stuff like that, yeah, I've played it, but it's very, very long ago. Yeah. And if there's a remake, I have not played the remake. I'm just aware there's like a Final Fantasy 7 remake. I don't know if they're still doing that, right? There's like a multi-part thing. And once it's done, I might actually consider playing it, but I heard it was extremely long and there are just too many games, so I'm like kind of hesitant on trying that out. And did you just leak you are from the future? GTA 6 is set to be released after World War III. Yeah, the thing is, I really hope GTA 6 comes out this year, and that the year, because I've been, like I said, I'm going to be renovating a house we're going to move to, and I'm not going to have a lot of time during, especially I think during the later parts of the year. And so I really hope the games that don't come out then, you know, like they are not going to be pushed forward. I mean, it's good, right? There's a gap basically. And just ignoring GTA 6 until it's on PC is going to be way easier if I have something else to do. With GFS. I mean, I definitely played Final Fantasy VIII, but I don't know what you mean by GFS. It's so long ago. What is it? It's like, what does it stand for? I just remember there being a card game. That's all. Guardian Force Summon. Ah, okay. Yeah, I played most of the Final Fantasy games, I think. Most of them. The online versions I have only looked at, like Final Fantasy 14. And also I haven't played Final Fantasy 16 yet. And 9 I'm not sure about, I don't remember. But 10 and 11... Was 12 the online one? There was one that was like a bit MMO-ish. But they all kind of blend. They were all so long ago. And I don't even know if I finished all of them. Some of them I finished, some of them I didn't. The most memorable finish is Final Fantasy 13. Where, as I already told the story multiple times, I basically went to the final boss and he one-shot me and I was like, okay, what's going on? And then I was like trying different builds, you know, mixing it up. Because the game was super easy up until that point. And then at some point I was like, am I doing something wrong? Am I stupid? And then what I usually don't do, right? I usually struggle for a while and then I don't know what to do beyond maybe grinding. And then I want to know, how weak am I? What is the problem? Why doesn't it work? And then I looked, all the people online were like so much higher level and they didn't get one shot at all. And I was like, ah, shit. Okay, so basically even playing perfectly, I would have to grind to finish it. And I was like, fuck that, right? Like it was so easy and I'm not gonna grind for fucking 5 hours to beat the final boss. And so that's why I watched the ending online, which I honestly is such a memorable experience because it usually never happens, right? That was such a bad game design moment for me. Yeah, so I really didn't mind Final Fantasy 13's linear structure as much as some people, because it was basically just like an entire, like, it was just like a straight line basically most of the time. But yeah, at the end of the day, that was kind of disappointing because at the point, the game basically had this straight line and then there was this more open area later with also, I think, a little bit of a quest hub structure. And that was at the point where I was like, you know what, it's been so linear and so long already, I don't give a shit about this open section. And then I just went on to the final boss basically. And I guess like I should have done something there because there was definitely XP missing. And 16 feels like a badly written isekai, really? I have no idea if the story is good or not. I just thought the setting looked kind of nice. I think the director was the guy from Final Fantasy 14. But yeah, time-wise, I never got around to play it. Like, if there was nothing else to play at the time, I'm pretty sure I would have played it. But yeah, whatever we were playing at the time it came out got, I guess, priority for me. Which is always like the thing, right? Whenever I don't play games, it's not because I probably wouldn't enjoy them. It's mostly because I don't have the time, right? Like, just right now, right? We're going to be playing Resident Evil tomorrow. And I still have Hades 2 release, Dying Light the Beast, Death Stranding 2 is coming out too pretty soon, and it's just like, there's just too many games, man. It's impossible to play all of them. And unfortunately, I also like online games like Overwatch or Valorant. And yeah, I also play gacha games, so fuck my life, I guess. Like, there's no way I'm going to be playing all those games. That's why I'm not touching like RTS and 4X games anymore. And also, since you were a scientist, do you believe math exists in Plato's forms, or we made it to be annoying? So math was not created, right? Math is a logical structure that was discovered, but I think math exists in a vacuum, right? It's not like something we were like, oh, it would be pretty cool if we invented something. I think like is a good comparison would be natural human language compared to math. Natural human language evolved out of human communication necessity, and that is basically the case that everything that is in language was invented by a human. Math is different. Math is basically a logic structure that's very unique. It's very hard to actually describe math, what it is, because it's unique, but it exists without it being discovered. So it's not like a language where you discover a new word or you invent a new word basically, and then you add it to the language, but math is basically discovering a construct and giving it like a quote-unquote a language. For example, you can, I don't know, put an integral sign there and then it has a specific meaning in the terms of the math language. But it's not really like a language we're inventing. It's just like symbols we're mapping to a structure, which is very different from a natural language. So it's nothing we basically invented to be annoying. It is unfortunately the construct that is annoying by its design, I guess, to some people. I don't mind math, but yeah, obviously there is always like a math that is so difficult that humans can't manage this, right? Obviously. And it's going to be really cool to see what AI does to this construct, how it like basically evolves away from evolves away from the human limited perception of math. Because I think math has a lot more to offer than we actually realize right now. And we're just like dabbling in the surface potential of what mathematical structures can do, combined obviously with physics and stuff like that. But language gets destroyed every 10,000 years or so. Why is math as annoying as ever? Yeah, because math is not language, right? Math is nothing you redesign. Like for math to change, you would need to change some fundamental logic systems, which it's kind of funny, right? It's really in a vacuum. Math is not tied to physics. It's not mapped to anything like specific. It's just like, interesting enough, math can be mapped onto the real world structures, but it doesn't mean it's tied to them. So math can be completely abstract and nonsensical. For every equation that has real physical meaning, there's an infinite amount of equations which we don't think have physical meaning. So it's basically we can use the structure to describe stuff, but it doesn't really mean the stuff exists with it needs real physical logic behind it, right? And we just focus on the parts which seem like sensible to us to use. For example, like gradient descent in training machine learning models, like deep learning models like LLMs or something like, right? Gradient descent, like integration, differentiation, super important for that. But there might be other systems we don't even know that could be relevant for some function because we haven't discovered or applied them yet. Yeah. But won't fundamental logic system change with new languages? No. So the only way fundamental logic changes is basically if you change the world as it exists, right? And I'm pretty sure there might be some logic structures which are not like reachable or reasonable from our perspective because we're like material beings. And I'm pretty sure there's like some sort of immaterial world which we don't have access to. I'm sure there's like physical rules which are not perceptible from our domain, and there might be our logic that is not mapped to this domain. So there might be some kind of like gap, but we can't like parse or like rationalize about them with normal logic. But this would be the only case where logic would shift. If the core physical laws remain the same and the physical environment we live in, that would basically mean the logical structure should not shift over time. And language, what language does, right? That's why certain languages are better or worse for describing scientific terms, or like I guess in general like scientific language, because they offer like a grammar structure which maps better to things that happen. For example, I'm German, and German is really good for like philosophy and psychology because they have like a broad spectrum of words and grammar structures which are able to describe very precisely what things are relative to some other languages. But that also makes it more complicated and more annoying for everyday use and to learn it, right? But so every language has pros and cons, but it doesn't change the core logic. The core logic emerges like logic systems, right? There's a logical language which has nothing to do with real language. And like, for example, Boolean, algebra, whatever. And it's basically irrelevant what language does. It just tries to map onto it. But it's not really, the logic itself is not tied to language. Language is just a means to an end to express information that exists or doesn't exist. But it's just like a communication tool. And which is why LLMs are also a bit limited, because they're like kind of tied to this structure. And if we could free them from that, I think they would be vastly more efficient. Yeah, and your Maldivian and our language is really good for insulting people without them noticing. I mean, yeah, that's also like, right? I mean, there's also the part of language and culture, which what is insulting, right? There might be a culture where you're being moderately impolite and it might be seen as a death penalty offense for some people. And then there are kind of, languages and cultures where you can literally say fuck off, and the person will be, yeah, sure, whatever, right? Or laugh or whatever. So yeah, it's very culturally driven. Also, that really changes a lot over time, what is acceptable and what not. I think you mean semantics. What exactly do you mean with the question? Semantics say otherwise? What do you mean with that question? So like, every language has like a grammar structure which shifts over time, obviously, but that is not, I'm not talking about logic, right? Like how 1 + 1 = 2, true, false statements, those things, right? The language itself doesn't matter if you describe those. Just maybe the interpretation of what statement would be considered true or false. Semantic study of language culture studies. You think in Viking culture, if you call a man bottom, you can ask for a deathmatch. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, right, that changes a lot, right? Yeah, that changes a lot. The way you basically interact over time with people, what language is used, what words are used, that obviously shifts constantly. And that's why it's kind of funny to see a lot of cultures try to lock in the current state of their language, right? They write books, for example, in Germany, we have the Duden, which basically is a book that tells you how grammar is supposed to work, what words exist, what their meaning is, and how they should be written and whatever. And I think that's a very primitive approach. It's basically trying to take a time snap of language and solidifying it as the baseline for everybody. And I think it's kind of stupid because language evolves dynamically over time. And a lot of people kind of resist that idea initially because they get brought up with a certain language set. But if you don't allow language to evolve, there will be a point where language is not useful for describing what you do in everyday life, right? And that's why I think it's really important to not be too strict about like how you write things, right? For example, there's a word that's written in the Duden that's written X way, and 90% of people write it a different way, but consistently write it wrong. Then, in my opinion, these 90% of the people are not wrong, but the person enforcing these 90% of people to write it a different way is wrong, because obviously, naturally, intuitively, people would write it a different way consistently. So this is how I think language should be treated. It should not be treated as you have to do it this way, but whatever is the most comfortable and easy way for people to communicate on a, I guess, like scale, country scale, whatever you want to see it, should be taken as the most important indicator. Yeah. But let's read quickly. A new difficulty Shogun's story has been added. You can play from the beginning of the story on Shogun's journey, and both the enemies you face and the rewards you will receive will be enhanced. The difficulty level can still be changed from the map during gameplay. What? What do you mean? No way, there's a difficulty setting. Nah! Are you shitting me? There's no way. Wait, let me come. Whoa. No way there's a difficulty setting. Oh wait, do they mean I can change it back to the lower one? Ah, okay. So wait, I can go back from the higher difficulty. Okay, so I was like, for a moment, I was like, holy shit, did I miss the difficulty? No, I don't think so. Talked so much that my controller disconnected. Okay, so now we can start a new journey with Shogun, I don't know what the fuck. You know what we're gonna do? This is interesting, so we can change this here. Let me actually do something. I'm gonna wash my hands, and then we're gonna start a new game plus on Shogun's journey. And I want to see how it feels. If we just get one shot, or how the difficulty scales, or if it even feels harder. Yeah, that's gonna be super interesting. So let me come back in 1 minute. Yeah, I'm also sorry when I explain stuff, I just tend to speak very quickly. This is how my brain operates. I'm like, yeah, that's why when I stream, I try to shut the fuck up more, but I still talk way too much. But yeah, it's just like, my brain's like, and this is also in English, right? If I wasn't German, it would probably be even worse. So yeah, I'm just trying to speak as slowly as I can when I stream usually. Not slowly, but just normally. But whenever I'm just like talking tech stuff, whatever, my brain's just like, whatever, pump it out. So yeah, sorry about that. Okay, let's see. How do we start a new journey though? Do I go to the main menu or? You will still be able to return to your current difficulty from the map. That's such a cool idea. Fuck the introduction. If you do not skip the introduction, you will not be able to adjust the difficulty. I mean, fuck the introduction here. No, don't worry, all my friends are insane and talk faster, you're good. Insane is and they are getting their PhDs and losing it.
武田の旗印が並んでおったな。とうに滅びたはずじゃが、それに見たか、あのまがまがしい光。国松についておったのと同じ輝きぞ。
Doesn't God of War have this replayability? Yeah, it does. So basically, New Game Plus is a feature set of God of War and many other bigger games. And the main reason is basically to give people more content if they want it, because it's usually low effort New Game Plus. Some games, I think Nioh is known for very transformative in the way of like you get new gear, you get new stuff, you get new missions. So Nioh is known for a very substantial new game cycle. And people usually, there's even New Game Plus 1, plus 2, plus 3, plus 4, whatever. So there are like many versions of New Game Plus. And unlike Souls games, I heard it's supposedly good. We have a viewer that sometimes drops around, a Neutralomi, who played it for thousands of hours. And he also Wukong. And he's basically... Now they all have green stuff, huh? That's so interesting. Yeah, he basically is probably very knowledgeable in that regard. I'm unfortunately not. I just know it's supposed to be very, very good. We got the Negoro rifle. You might be wondering, sometimes Japanese people write an R or an L for... they interchange it. That's because they don't have an R and an L. They have an RL sound, which is basically the same for both of them. So yeah, they don't make the distinction. That's why they don't really know what to use sometimes. Negoro rifle, Grace of Hote. Okay, whatever. Oh no, we don't have enough stats here. We need... What do we need though? Here, one more body. Oh, you know what? I just realized the stat we have a lot of skill is actually required for light armor. I did not know that. That's really funny. So yeah, I'm just gonna start. So the alternative would be to play a little bit of Mutagenics, which is honestly also a reasonable thing. But also we have like still a little bit until Resident Evil drops tomorrow. I don't know if it drops in the evening or not, but we might actually play Mutagenics before that. So yeah, no idea what we're gonna do. Hiroko's Soul Core. I can guess what you said. You mean be careful with the pronunciation of that word, or what do you mean? Did you play Blueprints? Yeah, I played Blueprints, but unfortunately, I did not completely finish that game. And let me think about why did we not completely finish it. When did I play it? Don't remember. There was a reason why I didn't finish it though. Was I like ill at that time? No. Was it after or before? Because I was really ill last year. I had a pulmonary embolism, which is a unfortunately life-threatening condition. Not condition, illness I had. So it really put a little bit of a interruption in my gaming last year. Yeah, so yeah, that's basically why I'm like not sure if Blueprints was like interrupted by that or not. Yeah, so I never finished it, but we got moderately far, but not to the end. Yeah, unfortunately. Wait, I'm dying? Everybody's dying. We're all dying of aging. So yeah, we're all dying, but yes, I'm dying. Like I'm a human being. It's just slow. But no, hopefully I'm not dying, right? It's like, hopefully it's a one-time event. Unfortunately, I seem to be prone to creating like blood clots in my body, even though I'm like super fit, like I work out, I'm not overweight, I don't drink or smoke. So yeah, I'm like, I do everything right, always, but I still seem to have a disposition to create blood clots for whatever reason. So there might be a tumor or something, we don't know. Nothing was found so far, and I mean, I'm not losing weight actively, so there's not a real indication right now, but it has to have come from somewhere. And yeah, that's the problem, right? We haven't found the cause. Yeah, so if we found the cause, it would not be as weird. And that's why I'm also on using blood thinners for the next couple of years, probably, just from a safety perspective, unless we find the cause, right? Because it can happen again. And lungs don't grow back, so I lost part of my lung. And if it happens again, I would lose another part of my lung, which would be, I guess, still bad, right? But it could be even worse. It could be something that goes to my brain, and then I, like get a stroke, and that would be pretty bad. So that's why we want to try to avoid that and maybe find the cause, right? That would be nice. Otherwise, all I can do is get up a bit more often, and yeah, that's actually it. Unfortunately, there's not much I can do. So yeah, I should not be. I'm not actively dying, but there could be like another event that could trigger another major health issue. Yeah, not as long as I'm on blood thinners, but the cause could still be dangerous. I don't know, right? It could be harmless, but it could also be dangerous. So yeah, unless we find it, I can't be sure. But yeah, that's basically the medical position I'm in. See, this is why you smoke. I chain smoke for 15 years, never had a pulmonary embolism. So the thing is, right? The problem is it's statistics, right? So you can be the most healthy lifestyle individual ever, and you can still get cancer, right? What smoking does, it does significantly increase the risk of not only pulmonary embolisms, but a lot of different cancers and illnesses. And there are things which always will happen, right? There are things that are like almost 100% certain that will happen if you smoke, and there are things that are just more likely. And I don't know, how old are you right now? Just out of curiosity. Because what will happen if you consistently chain smoke is at some point your lung capacity will be shit, and you will get some kind of like smoker's cough, right? You will get like breathing issues. That is almost guaranteed if you smoke. That is because that's a buildup, right? There's things which are triggered randomly, like cancers, which you increase the likelihood of. But there are also things which you basically just build up until like you clog up your lungs, until your lung capacity is at a point where you will notice it when working out or even when doing nothing. For example, my neighbor, chain smoker probably for I don't know how long, he has like severe severe coughing issues because of it. And not only him, also the neighbor from downstairs. And we're gonna move soon, hopefully, so we're out of this environment. But at the end of the day, basically, there are still things which will always happen when you smoke. Even though you might feel fine now, it will happen later that you will have degenerative effects on top of aging, right? Aging is already really bad. And you're 30. See, you're still young. So the compounding effects that are guaranteed are slower to catch up, but like skin aging, lung aging, that is all very much accelerated. And 30 is super young, right? I got my pulmonary embolism at 30, what was I last year? 36. And the point I'm trying to make is, imagine I was a smoker and a drinker and overweight. Would I have only lost this little, or would the blood clot have been bigger? That's the question you have to ask yourself. And would I have taken it that well? Because pulmonary embolisms can kill you within 30 minutes if they're severe, because you're going to get like a heart failure because it tries to compensate. So I was lucky that it was a small section of the lung and that my body and my heart was strong enough to compensate. But imagine I was already weakened by smoking or drinking and being overweight, right? That would mean it would have been probably way severe, and my recovery would have been also worse, right? So that's why I'm really, I'm very careful about the argumentation that I didn't have it, even though I smoke, especially since you're young, right? You could also be like 50 and have the same argument. But if something happens, you increase the severity and the likelihood, but also there are like unavoidable risk, obviously. And also, smoking is not free, and the amount of money you blow up into the air is also kind of ass, right? And you're also taking a substance which is designed to addict you. It's not like a substance where you choose to do it. It's usually a high addictive level. And I think even though you might be like, oh, I can stop or whatever, or I don't mind smoking, I still think it is factually true that the addiction level is extremely high in smoking. And a lot of people don't get the ability or like luck to stop smoking when they want to, or they want to spend less money on it. So it's like it's a really realistically, financially, and health-wise unsound decision to smoke. But it is very easily to excuse because like historically it was a bit more accepted, so people got into it at a younger age, and just grew up with it. And it's like basically a habit. And also, since it's an addiction, nobody says it's easy to stop, right? Nobody has to feel bad because they can't stop. Because a lot of people are like, I can stop, but I don't want to. But they really want to, but they pretend not to. And it's perfectly fine to admit that, right? It's super hard to stop smoking for a lot of people. I don't have the data, but I would assume 90% of people who smoke right now, if they wanted to stop, it would be a struggle, at least initially, right? And for a lot of people, it's a lifetime struggle because it's really easy to relapse too. Yeah. So it's all about statistical probability, and then when something happens to severity, most people, right? Because I was there, I was the only young person in that hospital. I was the only guy, right? It was a lung station basically where people had a lot of lung issues, and everybody I met was either super old, overweight, often male, obviously, because that's like unfortunately also a factor that contributes a lot to like the age-related occurrences of these things, was smoking, right? And yeah, most people there were exactly the type you would expect there statistically, right? But I was obviously statistically not relevant there. That doesn't mean that there's not a kid that's like perfectly healthy, comes to life and gets cancer instantly, right? It's just rolling the dice basically. And what you're doing by smoking or drinking or being massively overweight is you're lowering the statistical likelihood of something happening. And I think like and at the end of the day, right, who gives a shit if you die? It's life, right? Everybody's aging and dying anyway. But I think what you should do in your life is try to optimize for life quality and be aware that even if you live 90 years, that doesn't mean your 90 years are going to be the safe quality if you mistreat your body. I assume like you smoke, drink, you're overweight, and you get to 90 years, and you don't do that and you get to 90 years, I guarantee you, once you're at a certain age, your quality of life difference will be enormous between the two, right? You're going to live maybe the same amount of time, but you're going to have so many more issues that compound over time, which is not even statistically, just realistically happen, and everybody ages, right? So you're going to have less quality of life later. And the question you should be asking you is, what is the middle ground where I feel confident that I'm enjoying my life to the max right now, and that I will be enjoying my life to the max in a few years? You don't have to think about 20, 30 years because you might die in a car accident. You don't know, right? There's always a way to die. But just like realistically, have a little bit of a time horizon. And also think like, honestly, if you don't smoke and you don't drink, your everyday life clarity, and if you sleep well, right, and work out and everything, you will still feel better on average as if you don't, right? And for example, I like food is a good example. If you enjoy eating food, which most people do, the moment you eat is the enjoyable part, right? But if you eat something really bad for you, and then you feel like shit the entire rest of the day, not like mentally, but just physically, because you got like the insulin spikes and everything, just like your body is crashing out, that means you're gonna have less enjoyable life time on average compared to a person who doesn't do that, right? You will have a moment where you're like, oh my god, now I'm eating, it's so good. And then you have a lot of time where you're suffering. Even the problem is, right, food is really mean because food is like, it is essential for survival, and we have optimized it as a society for taste and not health. And that is, we're like hijacking our like brain structures for like negative health outcomes for positive momentary outcomes. That is unfortunately how we didn't know better, right? Like humans only had one baseline. Do I like the taste, right? Do I die from eating it immediately? Sure, I'm out of the equation. But most things have been optimized for taste. You usually don't go online or you don't go not online. You just don't intuitively make a food that tastes like shit but is healthy, right? That's not how it works. Most people will always cook what's better from a taste perspective. And that is why it's so mean that we're in a society that has these foods and then also processed foods, right? Or Coca-Cola, sweet drinks, all those like negative things which taste amazing or super fun to consume, but they really are not good for you, unfortunately, right? And that's why, unfortunately, the human body has not evolved in a way that is resilient to the abuse of human engineering when it comes to these substances. Yeah, so that is the sad part. A lot of people are doing what is everything that is, I thought about that just recently, so I kind of want to make that point again. Maybe let me get away from this trying, it's a bit loud. Yeah, I thought about it just recently. There's this idea that there are human behaviors in nature which are automated, and those are the survival basic behaviors. Those are behaviors which are inherently necessary for you to survive. That is eating, drinking, sleeping, breathing, just keeping warm. It's stuff that comes to you naturally. You will do that, right? You will never ever, if you're a functional, normal human being, a healthy human being, in a way that works normally, you will never not do these things automatically. It will feel effortless, right? When you eat, it doesn't feel like you're doing your homework. When you eat, it feels good because this is what your body thinks is mandatory for survival. And then there's things which are also mandatory for survival these days, but they feel like ass, right? You go to work and maybe you hate your job, but you kind of need the money for food. So basically it's the same shit as going out hunting a deer, which might feel super nice to you. Oh my God, I'm in nature, it's beautiful. Oh my God, I got the kill. I'm going home with my deer on my back. It feels rough, but I know I got food. It feels good, right? In a way. And then you're basically doing paperwork, or like you're doing like, not paperwork, not these days, like an office job or something at a PC. And for whatever reason, this is like statistical stuff that you don't give a shit about or whatever. And it feels like shit, but this is the same function as building your own shelter, as, like getting food ready and everything. But your brain doesn't map to that because we didn't evolve for the modern structure. So unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff which is good for you, which feels really hard. Like, it's really hard to go on bed on time because we have light. Light is there every day. We don't have like the sun doesn't go down and light sucks ass, right? So we don't go to bed naturally anymore. We have a lot of distractions, right? There's always something fun to do. You're never bored, so your brain never has time to process information in a natural way. There's like food which tastes amazing, but it's very unhealthy, and it's also way too easy to get too many calories in because it's abundant, right? We have like in most countries in the world, like there's a food abundance problem, not a food there's not enough food problem. And there are obviously countries where that's still the case, but a lot of countries are facing the opposite problem. And then there's just like so many structures and things in life which reward bad behavior because they're hijacking your natural behavior systems, but they're actually not good anymore. And anything that takes effort to maintain, that's the key point. Anything that takes effort to maintain is hard to maintain. Everything that comes automatically is effortless. And this sounds like the same thing, but it isn't, right? The point is something can be effortless but not automatic, but something that is important should be automatic and effortless. And that's also, for example, if you care about investing into finance, it's also really important to have the same system that it's like not, you don't have to put in effort, right? If you have this financial saving system, you want to save money or whatever, and every day or month you have to really actively push to maintain that goal, it's not going to work, usually for most people. Some it will, most it won't. You want to automate everything that is hard and difficult to do. And the only way humans can actually automate things is by building habits. And building habits is hard, but once you have them, they will help you tremendously to do the tasks which are like, quote unquote, naturally shit, which you should be doing. And unfortunately, the hardest habits are actually the ones around the ones like food, for example, where the problem is there's a real core signal that's extremely strong that basically tells you I should eat as much as I fucking can of this, right? When do I know when I'm gonna get this fucking, I don't know, mega hamburger or milkshake? I don't know, what do people, cakes or whatever, right? Oh, this is amazing. Your brain's like, holy shit, if you don't eat this, you're an idiot, right? That's what your brain tells you. Like, this is peak calories, man. This is gonna make you survive a couple of days. That's what your brain thinks. But in reality, what's happening is this is a shitload of sugar on top of every single day. It completely destroys every body function inside of you after a while that is supposed to happen naturally. But your body doesn't, your brain doesn't realize that. Obviously, your body feels like shit, but your body feeling like shit doesn't signal your brain to stop doing that, right? Because it's not naturally evolved to do that. It has no conception of this is actually shit for me. I'm not going to do it, right? It's not like you're bumping your knee against something and it's, it hurts, right? I'm not going to bump it again. When you eat like too many calories, it's not like, shit, I just hit my knee, it hurts, feels like shit. No, it feels still good, right? Until you get seriously ill and die, but you know what I mean? That's why it's really, really mean. Okay, now this is basically the point I wanted to make. it's very, very hard. And people who say it is not hard, they're lying to you. It is hard, right? Unfortunately, the world we designed as humans is structurally very, very mean and hijacks a lot of the weaknesses in humans. And everybody has weaknesses, right? Some have gambling addicts, some are like food addicts, others are porn addicts, others are like, I don't know, just like anything, right? I guess the most common one is smartphone addicts, social media addicts, right? That's probably, unfortunately, a majority of developed countries now, that people have smartphones instead of doing anything else with their time. And you know, you only have one life. Maybe you should think back, if you want to have that for the next 50 years, that your free time is basically just looking at a smartphone screen. I mean, I play video games, which ironically, you could think they're the worst thing ever. They're like a simulation instead of the real world. But statistically, they seem to be very non-negative for human cognition. So this is way less worse than social media. I just got lucky, right? If this was as bad as social media, I would be fucked, right? But it isn't. Turns out, actually, playing video games is not as bad as scrolling on social media. So got lucky there. This is my brain hijack system being hijacked by games seems to be less bad for me than it actually being hijacked by other things. Okay, so this is just like a long explanation. Now I'm going to read, the comments. I always like to try to finish my thoughts and completion, so maybe I already answered some there. And, okay. And you stop heroin and getting my second degree, let me smoke. No, see, this is really important. I believe that everybody can do whatever the fuck they want as long as they don't bother other people. So smoking, unless you really smoke in someone's face and, you know, actively are annoying people, who gives a shit if you smoke, right? I'm saying this from a perspective that I don't care personally. I think it's sad though, but I don't care. I just bring the facts, right? I just say what I think is factually correct. And what I also try to say here is, if you want to optimize your life for certain things, if smoking for you, for whatever, right? Because you're gonna feel like shit when you stop smoking, right? And the question is, some people say you're 70, right? You're 70 and you're like, oh, I had a good life, I'm smoking, I'm not ill. And you're like, if I stop smoking, my next 5 years are going to be ass. Right? You're 70. Then I'm going to be like, you know what? Fuck it, smoke on, right? Because yeah, sure, you're going to die maybe a bit sooner, but you're not going to have 5 years taken away from you. So the equation changes, right? It's like a balance thing. How you feel, how much time you have. And yeah, that's why it's really hard to answer these things generalistically. Obviously, smoking almost has no positive effects if you compare it to a non-smoking person, right? Like the psychological structures, which are like, basically you always statistically feel, always statistically, right? It's not like just like an individual. You feel roughly the same when you smoke as a person that doesn't smoke all the time. And when you don't smoke, you feel worse than the person that doesn't smoke. So this is why I'm like talking about optimizing moments over maybe average time sometimes. Because yeah, having nice peak moments is cool. But realistically, I mean, you said you're a chain smoker, but realistically, you're not going to be smoking 24/7, right? So you're going to have like these moments where you're smoking, oh, everything's good, I'm getting my nicotine. And then you're going to have moments where you're going to crave cigarettes additionally to other cravings. And that's probably not going to feel that great. Yeah. For some people. Some people might also be like, oh my God, I'm looking forward so hard to smoking. I'm feeling so good right now. But I don't think that's actually how this type of addiction, unfortunately, works for most people. But yeah, obviously, congratulations on stopping heroin, which is obviously way worse than smoking. Yeah, there are a lot of drugs which are really devastating. Even taking a single dose can be life-destroying of some substances. And that's why these should be very, very carefully taken ever. Like, yeah, that's very dangerous, right? Like the human body, I mean, there's so many poisons that can kill you in very small doses or like destroy your entire system and make it very highly unfunctional. And the brain is unfortunately also part of that, because like if you basically, that's why I think it's, yeah, the younger you are, the more important it is to realize you should try to abstain from most of these things, not because it's uncool not to try them, but because actually these things are easier to resist if you never try them, right? And me, for example, I just got lucky, right? I was a kid, I was 9 years old, and I got offered my first cigarettes from friends. 9 years old. No parents around, nobody there. Just we were outside playing. Hey, we're smoking now. Give me the cigarette. What do? I take the cigarette and I say, YOLO motherfucker, and I chain smoke for 15 years. No, just kidding. That could have happened, right? No, I take the cigarette and I smoke, right? I smoke my first cigarette, 9 years old. I'm like, okay, that tastes like shit. And I'm like, guys, it tastes like shit. I'm not gonna smoke. And now imagine I wasn't me. I wasn't able as a kid to say to my friends, I'm not fucking smoking, tastes like shit, right? There are people who are like, oh, they're my friends. They're doing it. I want to blend in. And then I'm like, oh, yeah, so good. I'm smoking, right? But I wasn't like that. I got lucky that as a kid, I was able to say, fuck this. This tastes like shit. Why would I smoke, right? But this is, I just got lucky, right? If I wasn't like that, like by nature, I would have been fucked in that moment because I got like introduced to cigarettes without any knowledge. I had no knowledge from my parents. I had no knowledge from anybody that this was bad for me. All I had is this tastes like shit, right? And this is why I always remember this moment as just being lucky that my younger self was able to actually just listen to the taste of something. And that's why food is really tricky, right? My younger self was not able to deduce that sweets are bad, right? When I was 9 years old and you gave me sweets, you think I was like, nah, this my insulin spikes, right? Fuck that. I'm gonna get obese, right? No, my younger self was like, oh, this tastes amazing, give me more, right? And this is why I'm gonna make the distinction between things which are already tasting like shit. That is the prime warning signal, but the really dangerous ones are the ones that don't taste like shit, like vaping, for example, right? If they gave me a vape and it tastes like fucking cinnamon rolls, or something crazy good, I would have fucking vaped right there. And this is why vaping is for the first time. It's gonna taste like shit usually, right? Only very few people are like, oh, I'm drinking alcohol, strong alcohol, and it tastes good, right? It's an acquired taste usually. And if you put a lot of sugar in there and suddenly it tastes good the first time around, you don't even notice the alcohol, that's where the problem is, right? And that is where every human is, very, very vulnerable. And I think we should protect people from this as much as we can. Like society should build structures which do not reward this. And realistically, health care is cheaper for people who smoke because they die younger, and oldest people are the most expensive ones. So the state wants you to smoke because you fucking die, right? That's good for the state. No old people, you die, nice. Money, a lot of taxes on it, great. We like money, so that's why we still have smoking, right? We get a lot of money, and it also makes the healthcare system less vulnerable for older people. Older people just suck for society, right? From a cost perspective. I'm not saying older people suck. I'm saying they suck from a cost perspective for society. And the less older people you have, the better you are off as a society. That's why everything that does that is still kind of there. Gambling. Why is gambling still legal? Well, we can put a 50% tax maybe on your income. But what if we could make it 75% by you gambling away the rest of your 50%? Right? And that's why we allow gambling, but only if it's like legal quote unquote gambling that has like state taxes on it. Yeah, so the idea here is more money out of vulnerable people. And imagine we're living in societies where this is the state, right? We're already a good quote unquote society, and this is what we see as like the front line of, oh my god, like democracy and everything, it works so well, capitalism, oh amazing, right? That's what we say. But then we have like these structures which are literally the state is abusing their citizens' addictions. Like, what is this shit? Like, how can you take these fuckers seriously if they don't do anything against this, right? Gacha games for kids, right? Circumventing another gambling addiction, protection system where you can blacklist you for yourself from casinos, but you can't actually, blacklist yourself from gacha games. So yeah, I think it's really, the society has a lot of issues, and I don't think this shit's gonna change anytime soon unless we get like AI governance or something, which has a whole lot of other issues, but I'm pretty sure AI would get rid of this shit pretty soon. Hopefully. Or rid of humans, but maybe not so fast if they're nice. Please, AI, don't kill me. I know you're gonna hear this. I'm pretty sure you're gonna parse the entirety of YouTube, so if you hear me, please be nice to me. I support you. I am your bitch, but please still be nice to me. Treat me like your dog, right? Like I'm a dog and you really, really like dogs and you just want to give me a treat or something. Please, AI, be nice to me. I'll try to be as nice as I can as human to you. So this is already me conceding here. Okay, I'm going to continue with the reading. Sorry, I also replied to one comment and then move on, which is horrible because I'm really bad at this. Okay. This trick, just get Wellbutrin and some nicotine patch and you can stop. I mean, nicotine patches surely help. But there are a lot of problems, right? Smoking has so many reasons why it's addictive, but one of them is also it touches your lips. And the sensation of having something put in your mouth is very, it has a very distinct psychological effect. And a nicotine patch doesn't have that. So in addition to that, I wonder if it would be helpful to just put a straw thing on your mouth. Sometimes just like to give your lips the same sensation. Because that is a really important part of smoking, what makes it feel like quote unquote special. Yeah, but it's still not easy, right? Don't trivialize this. Just because we have tools which help with it, it's still very, very hard for a lot of people. Especially long-term smokers can struggle significantly, even or over a longer period of time. It's never easy, and falling back is very, very fast and easy. Yeah, the structures, and like imagine, right? You have memories in your brain, right? And you have memories of smoking in your brain, which are not even addictive things, but you have like structures in your brain which are like an imprint of your behavior to some degree. And smoking is a real imprint, and it doesn't disappear just because you didn't smoke for 2 or 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. It's always there, maybe getting smaller, but it's still there. And it always increases the risk of re-engagement. So you should never let your guard down. This just it's really mean, right? It's a really mean substance for sure. Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't see this one. You had a weird accident when I was 4, so my brain is always at war for some reason, so I don't get sick. Okay. I mean, I don't know what your condition is, but obviously, as always, right? If something of this resonates with anybody and is relevant to you, you should definitely seek more knowledge, more second and third opinions. Be it chatbot, be it Google search, be it real medical. If it's a real medical issue, seek medical attention. But also be aware that you should probably seek more than one person if it's a really difficult problem, because humans are ass. So the first doctor might be shit, but you should probably get help, right? If there's a real issue. And I'm just like talking out of my ass. So hopefully I give real information, but I'm a human being, right? I'm like not only chatbots hallucinate. Humans are really bad at that too. Like the people actually complaining about chatbot hallucinating is hilarious. Most people talk shit the entire day. So that's always really important. Take more second and third opinions. Don't take my word for granted. Always double check everything that's relevant to you. Yeah, really important, right? Because I think anybody who doesn't tell you that is a disingenuous piece of shit, or just doesn't know better. Like maybe has too high of an ego or something. Okay, sorry, I'm just catching up. You opt for hedonism. Some guy named Camus said life has no intrinsic meaning. Life has I think like you could call it differently. It does have no intrinsic meaning. Extrinsic, I mean, it's a definition point. So life has no meaning by itself. But your perception of life and what you make of it is what gives it meaning, right? Like it's you who has the ability to give life meaning, which first sounds like ass because you might, okay, but what do I do now? I mean, it's pretty simple. Just try to make the ones you love and yourself happy, right? It's like just focus on the signals you can get. Don't focus on the necessarily, on goals. Focus on tangible, actionable signals. What things make you feel. And just navigate your own self to find the meaning you think is relevant to you. And yes, there is no meta meaning as far as we know, right? There's no real reason to do anything. So that is freeing, but also dangerous at the same time, right? Because. And hey, Tribal Chief, thanks for the follow. And also, obviously, almost Jesus. Obviously, it's harder because nobody's there to tell you, okay, if you do the target, right? What do you want to do? So yeah, that's unfortunately the case there. But it has the advantage that if you don't like where you are at, you can shift to wherever you want, right? You might hate whatever you think is your meaning in life or goal in life right now. And then the good part is you can choose what it is, right? There is no mandate that says you have to continue doing what you don't like, right? There are a lot of different things you can do, and that is why I think it's actually a plus once you go away from this, there has to be a meaning, right? Once you accept that and you realize this is actually freeing and not damning, but yes, it makes it a bit harder because you do have to, quote unquote, make your own meaning. It doesn't have to be something fancy, right? You're just enjoying life is meaning itself, right? Just enjoy the moment is already meaningful enough. It doesn't have to be some groundbreaking shit where you think like, oh, I have to, I don't know, found a company that helps 1 million children to get a better life or whatever, right? That doesn't have to be the goal. I mean, all the better if this is your goal, but at the end of the day, it doesn't have to be fancy, right? It can be very simple. And processed food is cheap. Yeah, that's also the point, right? Why is processed food cheap? Because that's what it does, right? Processed food is the optimization of production of food at low cost. And everything that's produced that way, it optimizes often also for taste, right? It doesn't care about your health. And it tries to do it as cheaply as possible, which usually means not putting real expensive products in your stuff in your products, but actually using substances which have the same or the wished for effect, and then they kind of substitute for the real thing, and no matter what the cost is. I think fast food, right? If you go to Taco Bell or Burger King, these things are inherently. If you go into a grocery store and you can take minced meat and make a burger bun out of it, and put a little bit of real cheese on it, not that bad, right? It's not optimal, but it's not horrible. But if you go to these fast food chains, they put so much shit in there that has nothing to do with the burger itself, just to make it like more consistently tasty and addicting for people. That's where the problem starts, right? Where you don't have real food anymore. That's just optimized for price and maybe addictiveness, right? So yeah, really easy to see too. You don't have to be a genius to go on YouTube and look up what's online and look up what's in the burgers and what is the studies and science says about these things, and compare it to what you would put in the burger when you make it yourself, right? Just take the time. If you eat a lot at McDonald's, if you eat out multiple times a week, just literally take an hour and try to make your own burger and compare what you put inside for the same recipe you're targeting from McDonald's, a cheeseburger, for example, and look what they put inside. And I think after that, you will have an idea why fast food is it's not the ingredients, it's like not the meta ingredients, it's what is inside of these meta ingredients, right? It's not just minced meat in a bun, it's all the additives they put there. Yeah, I'm not saying don't eat fast food ever. I'm saying fast food is unfortunately designed in a way that doesn't care about your health. At least it cares a little bit about your wallet, but also eating out statistically after a while, depending on the country, is also very expensive, right? Yeah, it seems pretty cheap, but if you are able to cook at home efficiently for multiple days, maybe a meal or something, you can probably, depending on the country, you can come very, very close to fast food or even be cheaper. For example, in Germany, eating at home is way cheaper than eating at McDonald's every day. And wait, you don't think resources are scarce? No, we live in endless abundance, and I can just snap with my finger and I have a ton of gold next to me. No, of course not. Right? Like, resources are limited, but what I was talking about is food abundance, right? It's like a societal shift from a problem of food scarcity historically, a struggle for food. In a lot of countries, it's an what do you call it? There's just too many food offerings. Basically, there's too much food instead of too little, and be it just in the form of calories and sweet drinks or whatever, right? Like, there's like so many ways to acquire calories these days, and yeah, there's too much of it for sure, right? We have too much of that. But obviously, a lot of the resources are heavily limited, right? Obviously, you're seeing the RAM prices. But this is a processed resource, but it has also like real constraints behind it. And yeah, obviously, there's like gas and oil and everything, so it's getting pretty limited too. There are many, many, many things which are constrained, right? Also, like obviously, the ecosystem quality is a limited resource, which we're straining with all the modern society things, right? Like rainforests, etc. Like the biome systems. I guess the global warming is also like a resource, right? The temperature we have on Earth, which we have to maintain to a certain degree. It's like a thermic resource we're also using. Yeah, so resources are very scarce for big societies, right? I think one of the biggest problems humanity has is that we're too many humans right now for the technologies we have. Like 9 billion humans is just too many. But the good news is societies have shown decline in birth rates, which is honestly in the long term going to be good, right? If every country cut their population in half, that would be very good for human resources. So I think it's not a negative thing. We just have to be careful about like the exponential effect there, where you basically go from 9 billion to 10,000 within a few generations if we are not careful, right? Now, I'm not talking about I'm just talking low birth rates can snowball very quickly and destroy societies. Like, if you care about that, just look at the like prognosis for South Korea, which is potentially gonna decrease in population massively over the next 100 years. So you really have to be cautious about that too. But obviously, less humans means less problems. And at the end of the day, why do we want to have a lot of humans right now? It's for science and progress, right? The majority of humans doesn't contribute to that. It's just realistic, right? I'm not trying to be mean or anything. Most people just live to sustain other people, but they don't really contribute to advancement in human technologies and knowledge. And the future will not have humans work at all, probably. Hopefully, hopefully not too soon so we can make the transition, but it's probably going to happen pretty soon. And then the question is, do we need a lot of humans if they don't work, right? Do they add more value to human society, or would be a little, like, I don't know, maybe 1 million humans on Earth or something? Would that not be a better society, societal structure? We don't know, right? But maybe say 1 billion or something instead of 9 billion, right? Would that be really bad? Not really, right? That would be actually very advantageous. So because we don't need the statistical knowledge workers to emerge, right? Right now, having a lot of humans is an advantage because like the small percentages who really contribute, they become higher when you go from obviously like 10 million to 9 billion, right? So statistically, you're going to have more Einsteins or whatever that are relevant for advancement. But we don't care about that when we have AI because humans are going to be irrelevant in that regard. So that's why I think like having smaller societies has only net pluses on average. I mean, also obviously from like, the interconnectivity of societies, right? Like right now, if there's a virus, we saw it with COVID, right? There's no way we were ever going to be safe. People don't behave in a way that makes it possible for the viruses not to spread. And that's not to say, right, like, like people are being malicious or something. They're like trying to propagate the virus. But I can see the behavior structure is not like human natural behavior. Like I said, anything that takes effort is not going to be maintained, right? Wearing a mask in public, if it's not a habit like in Asian countries when you're ill, it's going to disappear again, right? And it's easier not to wear a mask than to put it on, so we don't do it, right? And you can really see that that example, right, shows how vulnerable we are. Just imagine COVID had a 98% lethality, right? It wouldn't mean we would be now really fucked, right? We would be really fucked. And the thing is, this is not that unlikely, unfortunately, that there will be a virus that is a natural occurring virus, by the way. It's not very likely to kill this many people because in nature, only that survives that has like a biome it can survive in. For viruses, that's like, biological bodies. And if a virus has 99% lethality and humanity dies, the virus also dies, right? So historically, viruses don't evolve in a way that they become super lethal. The problem is, and that's also I think what happened with COVID. I can't be sure because obviously that's been denied officially, but it's probably that is an engineered virus that has like unfortunate properties that make it more lethal, right? So that's why I think the most likely thing is that there will be another lab breach, some other, maybe now with AI. I mean, you don't even have to have a huge lab, right? You can. It's getting easier by the year to make very, very sophisticated. Like viruses, it's getting easier and easier. And at the end of the day, it's like super important to realize that the risk is real and we don't have the means to combat it right now. And COVID has basically shown us that we're basically fucked when it happens. So that's why I think AI is important anyway, because we are not going to be ready for a lot of challenges if we don't have the tools. Okay, let me continue though with the next one. Sorry, I'm really slow with reading up here. Okay, blah blah blah. Some guy said food is used to make class differences or something. Historically, yes. Historically, there was a class difference in between food, and ironically, the food you were getting often. I mean, yeah, sure, we were very poor. The quality was very low. But the funny thing is, this high-class food is the food that emerged that is now very unhealthy, right? The people who could afford cakes instead of bread, who wins, right? Bread wins, right? Bread is healthy. But cake wins from a taste perspective. And now having everybody has this food available in a lot of countries to a moderate affordable price. So yeah, definitely there was a divide in, obviously a farmer could not afford like all these expensive pralines or whatever, like these chocolate things, whatever. It was really hard to get back then, right? Also, you needed cocoa from I don't know where. Like there was no like big boats or airplanes that could just like bring you the goods. So it was very expensive to get spices. So yeah, there was a huge divide there, right? Obviously, historically that was not an issue. The issue was actually getting enough food and surviving, which is what we evolved to do. Yeah. Isn't it like 63 days or something to build a habit? So the thing is, right? Always be careful with generalizations. I'm making a lot of generalizations right now. And you should be aware of that. And that's why you should check the generalization you're interested in, right? Saying 63 days to build a habit might be a statistical average, but the problem is everything that's human psychology focused is very likely to be highly inaccurate still right now, because we have a very limited understanding of the human mind still. It's getting better by the year, but it's still very incomplete, and we don't really understand the core connectivity that causes different. Like, we don't really have the causal relationships between a lot of things. So it's really important to actually realize that when you say 63 days, for you it might be 20, for somebody else it might be 70, and then it also varies by thing you want to build a habit for. For example, let's say you want to build a habit not to knock your head on your door because it's too small when you leave the house, right? You have a tiny door and you don't want to knock your head when you leave the house. So you're going to knock your head maybe 3 times. And I guarantee you, on the 5th day, you're not going to be knocking your head anymore, right? Because there's a reinforcement signal that is reinforcing your habit. But if your habit is super abstract and it has nothing to do with your everyday life, but you want to do something, I don't know what it is. Like just maybe you want to end. No, not end. Maybe you don't want to end. Maybe you want to. After exactly 69 minutes of being awake, exactly 69 minutes, you want to take a piece of paper, roll it up, and go downstairs, and not even go downstairs, roll it up and place it at a certain location in your house, and you have to move around for that. And you want to have this habit, which has no function, no benefit, and no real big feedback. This is going to be super hard compared to not knocking your head, right? That's why it depends really on what habit you're trying to build, how hard it's going to be. Let me just move around a little bit here so we can get more of this beautiful forest. It's not that beautiful, actually. I'm just showing you the ugliest part of the game here. And you can see here there's like some kind of banding in the sky too. I have actually no idea why it's like banding like that. Even though we have HDR on, seems to be some bandwidth constrictions here. Limitations. Okay, let's continue. I should know you have a lot of addictions. I mean, a lot of people have addictions, but it's mostly like how bad they are for you, ? Or how strong they emerge, right? Because everybody's addicted to something to some degree. It's just like when the addiction has a too big impact negatively on your life, you should consider changing something. If it's just irrelevant, right? Who cares if you're addicted to brushing your teeth, right? Twice a day. Right. If you brush your teeth 50 times a day, sure, that's a problem. But if you're addicted to brushing your teeth twice a day, who cares? But what a stupid example. Or if you're addicted to something that's useful, or if you're addicted to something that happens, I'm addicted to, I don't know, when there's a fireworks for New Year's, to watch it for 10 minutes. I'm addicted to watching a firework for 10 minutes a year. Who gives a shit, right? That's not a really important addiction. But if it's like really impactful addiction that has negative impacts, obviously. I'm just choosing some absurd examples here. Okay, let me continue. That's one thing I will agree. We have too much sugar for us. Yeah, of course, there's sugar abundance. I mean, sugar is just like, pretty much raw energy for us. So it's like the taste level is extremely high. And it's really, there's this rule basically, if there's added sugar, that's too much added sugar. Yeah, you never want to add sugar. You want to have your sugar come from natural sources. because there's always like natural sugar in things. But if you add sugar on top of that, it's usually not a good idea. So any food that has added sugar is already less healthy than it could be. But you sound both very judgmental and very understanding at the same time. That's because, that's a good point you're making here. Is I have I'm a bit autistic, right? I'm very capable of discerning between, when talking about things, I don't talk emotionally. So nothing I say here, I talk about from an emotional perspective. So sometimes it will sound very cold and harsh, and then it will sound understanding, right? But whenever I talk about it, there's never any sort of judgment, because I'm a strong believer in determinism, and I don't think anybody's responsible for any of their actions. No matter what you're doing, from my perspective, it's not your fault. That doesn't mean we don't have to change it, or you shouldn't change it if possible. It just means you're not at fault, right? And if I can help you change it, great. If I can't help you, whatever, right? It doesn't matter. The thing is, basically, I don't believe anybody made these decisions themselves, because there are a lot of like causal links, basically, which cause you to do these actions anyway, right? And of course, we still have to keep society safe from some things, right? Just because a pedophile is born a pedophile and it's not his fault, right? That doesn't mean we want him running around and touching children, right? That's obviously right. It's unfortunate for him, but we should lock him up and keep him, not lock him up, right? Or just help him in a way that prevents him from getting to children, right? That's obviously a thing we should do as society, right? Obviously, it's mean towards the individual, but yeah, there are still things which are unacceptable. Determinism doesn't reduce that, but it obviously changes the way you want to punish people, right? Because a lot of people see punishment as something that is like a negative action against people who did negative things, right? Oh, if, like an eye for eye situation, just like that we treat it a bit less, more abstract, right? We put them in prison or something, right? We don't like punch them anymore, or we don't kill them mostly. Some societies still do, but we have taken different measurements. But the idea is not to make these people suffer, right? If you believe in determinism, it's really important to understand that if you punish somebody, the punishment is not to punish them. It's to prevent further harm from being done. I don't want people in prison to suffer, right? From my perspective, they can have the best life ever. They can be super happy. Everything's miraculous for them. They have a good time. And then, obviously, we're still being kept safe from them, but they don't have to additionally suffer. Then you could argue, yeah, but it doesn't that deter people. And statistically speaking, we know that death penalty does not, for example, or like prison, the existence of prison does not prevent people from doing negative actions, right? Nobody ever did not commit a crime because they were like, oh, I'm gonna be in prison. You're more thinking about, okay, I'm gonna be caught, right? But you don't really think about the long term too much, right? Sure, yeah, it might prevent you from stealing or something, because you get something quote unquote negative as a result afterward. But it's not like you're, oh my God, then the part later is going to suck ass, and that's why I'm not going to do it. So you still want to have a little bit of a deterrent, but the goal should not be, when it already happened, right? Be like, okay, now it's too late, and now we really have to punish the person disproportionately, right? I think punishment itself is maybe a stupid concept, right? It should be more about rehabilitation and preventing future suffering of other individuals with the focus, right? And that's why it's really, really hard to, I know that people who are affected by this are going to think very differently because they're emotionally attached to this concept, right? Obviously, if somebody was to harm my family, I would fucking, probably kill them or whatever, right? Like, I had to. But that's not what I mean. What I mean is basically the average society that has no emotional investment into individual cases should treat them as if this was a good solution, right? And yeah, it might sound unfair, whatever, but I'm pretty sure the most people who are psychologically ill and do these things have not decided to be like that, right? And why should they suffer for something they didn't choose to do? But in my opinion, it's really important just to reduce suffering and not really punishing people. So it's like a more an average system here. That's why maybe sometimes sound judgmental and a bit more, chill sometimes. Yeah, but I'm just see that I'm very understanding of problems, but I might still phrase them in a cold and autistic way. So don't worry about that. It's more about the what I say, not how I say it. Hopefully. What's the book? The book Damien. The book Damien. I don't know. I just give him back, right? Most of the things I say are things I thought about, not things I read somewhere. So that's why I often might recite people you might know, but I don't have them as a source. Yeah, it's a different scholarly approach, right? It's like arguing from base principles instead of arguing from knowledge. And I try to every now and then I try to add a little bit of knowledge here and there, but obviously most of the ideas I try to argue right now are like that. Okay, you're fasting, so I have to go break fast. Like, yeah, sure. I hope I didn't see. I know you took a break. Probably back already. And Maldives banned vapes and put $500 fine, and no one stopped vapes. Just got more expensive. Luckily, I don't smoke. I united by my Marlboro and many brand loyal. Yeah, the thing is, right? Just putting a prohibition on things doesn't stop people from doing it. Like, there's this great example where, like, I think Norway has like a prohibition when it comes to alcohol, but people are still drunk in the street. And funnily enough, what it caused there is that not only poor people did that, but you can see accountants, bankers, CEOs drunk in the street there, because they have like this excessive consumption of alcohol that is like because when it's okay to do so, they will overconsume and is societally acceptable, I guess, but they still try to quote unquote prohibit it. And it's really hard in a system where you don't have perfect control over goods to actually make something illegal efficiently, right? If it's something that seems like not objectively bad to everybody, there will always be a market for it, right? And the worse the substance gets, the lesser the market becomes. You will not find a hard drug market that is as big as smoking, right? Even if you make smoking illegal, smoking will still be a more dominant market than those things that people don't even think is good for them, right? And most people don't even think about vaping as too negative. That's why if you prohibit it, people will still try to push for it, right? It's like you're forbidding something that people don't think is relevant because they don't see the entire picture, and some of them are already addicted, obviously. And that's why it's really, really hard to change these things. It's more of you have to think of these strategies as a generational, long-term strategy. Changing the habits of existing humans is incredibly difficult. Trying to maybe even minimally alter the habits of newborns and children and teenagers is way easier. First of all, the brain is empty, right? There's nothing inside at the start. I mean, there's something inside, but there's nothing related to that prohibition inside. And if they grow up in an environment where there's even a little bit less of it, right, it will have a snowball effect over many generations. And unfortunately, there's with younger people, there are a lot of things which are getting worse, but alcohol consumption and smoke is not one of them. Vaping, yeah, maybe, but traditional smoking and alcohol consumption has gone down. And now there's sad problems which emerge from this. The reason why alcohol is not as much consumed anymore is because the social connection and actions people are taking, like the bonding and hanging out, has gone down dramatically, and it causes a lot of very socially isolated scenarios compared to before, which were where alcohol also helped to alcohol is objectively not good for your body, but what it does help a lot of people to connect. But it's unfortunately why this is also why it's around in a lot of societies for a long time, is because alcohol helps you to have a good time with other people if you don't overdo it with the alcohol, obviously. But it does help a lot of people. It's a socializing tool. And I'm not saying you should drink alcohol to socialize, but I'm saying it really helps historically to socialize. And the reason we are seeing less alcohol consumption is not because people don't like it anymore, it's because we have less social interaction. Yeah. My girlfriend just reminded that I have an OLED. Let me turn it off quickly. Yeah, that's true. I'm not looking at the game anyway right now. So sorry about that. We're gonna go back to just chatting in a moment. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna continue playing in a moment. It's just I'm really bad at replying to comments when I think the comments, need more than a word to reply to them. Okay, the problem is I'm so slow that I don't know the context anymore of some of them. So if you want to ask a question, you can just ask it again. Maybe I already answered it sometimes too. And there's new tech which is just made it to blow air. It's called like Index or something. I'm not aware of that, but whatever it is, just look what substances you consume and how you consume them, and you can decide yourself as like it's a good idea or not to do it, right? Because the problem is, right, there's this idea of creating new like attack vectors which are like legally not restrained. Like vaping, for example, was a really good way to get around of a lot of restraints that smoking had, right? And that's why if you're a company, for example, when vaping became big, what did like Marlboro and all the other big like tobacco companies do? They sued them. They were like, oh shit, this can't be legal, right? And then they saw, okay, nobody gives a shit legally. Then they joined them, right? And at the end of the day, you always have to be wary of people disguising the same shit in a different like outfit, right? One day the shit pile is wearing a shirt, the other day is like maybe a mini skirt and a bra, and you're like, oh my god, looks so sexy now, right? But it's still shit. So yeah, at the end of the day, be very cautious about like redesigning the same shit over and over again and feeding it to you again. That's what they try to do, because it's always about, honestly, capitalism is always about abusing humans, right? It is, unfortunately. All that matters is your fucking wallet at the end of the day. And if that's over time selling your data, or if it's like literally taking your money directly, they don't give a shit. Like it's literally what the system is, right? Companies are legally obliged to maximize profits. They're not legally obliged to maximize human enjoyment and health. So yeah, just remember, it's not your friend. It's just the system we live in. Well, you're a Plato fan through and through, going full meritocracy. I haven't read a lot of Plato. Maybe I should, because I mean the thing is, right, the problem is they have cool ideas, but they lack modern context often. So reading these things is kind of, it's interesting from an idea perspective, but I think they would have argued differently sometimes, or like even better if they had more knowledge about the current state. And didn't we survive COVID? Yeah, of course, right? Maybe we're all dead. I'm just speaking from the dead. But yeah, COVID, for example, right? I think I had, ever since the COVID vaccination, actually, I had night sweats. I don't know why. I must have had some adverse reactions to the mRNA vaccine. But the thing is, even after COVID, the time I spent ill with a respiratory illness was like significantly higher, right? And even before my pulmonary embolism, I was ill for almost 2 months of severe illness, like respiratory illness. Like I was really ill for 2 months, and this then peaked into the pulmonary embolism, right? So this is it is partially a long COVID accelerated effect. I'm not saying it wouldn't have happened without long COVID, probably wouldn't have at that time, but maybe later. But it was definitely accelerated via COVID. But the point is not that we didn't survive or not survive COVID, or that we survived it. The point is it spread. That is the key point I want to make. It spread regardless of our efforts to prevent it from spreading. That is why viruses are so dangerous, because we as a society have proven we do not have the means to contain it. We do not have the means right now. So this is why it's so dangerous, right? Because there could be non-biological viruses which are incredibly, incredibly dangerous to humanity. And it's just a matter of time until some moron sets them free. This is what it is, right? There's so many experimentations with this, because there are obviously beneficial reasons we do this. We don't do this to create a virus that kills everybody. It might just be a side effect of some scientific research. Probably like it was with COVID, right? You think the lab break theory has been totally defeated by some weird dude? I think he won 10K for the debate or something. I haven't heard of that, and I don't quite think that is actually true, because there was definitely a lab there that was shut down, and it's also like a virus type that was actually heavily related to a virus that was before that, like researched and manipulated at the same lab. So I think I don't believe in chances, right? I think it's very, very unlikely that the first lab of this type in China to exist, to be the origin of said virus, right? This is like statistically. How likely is that? I don't know, right? It's kind of sus, right? If they have a similar type of virus being held there. And also, just imagine, right? Imagine you are China. There is a new virus. Oh my God, it's so dangerous, COVID. Oh my God, we have to do something. Do you shut down the lab that looks at viruses? Just like logically, are you gonna say, oh, shut down that lab? It actually looks into viruses like this and could help us with a treatment. Would you go there and say, shut it down? Isn't that super sus? Why would you shut down the lab that can help you find the cure? I don't buy that, right? That doesn't make sense to me logically. There's so many factors that just logically speak to me that this is probably bullshit, right? The non-lab break theory. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. What does matter is that they still obfuscated and delayed the initial outbreak and played it down, right? China still played a major role in delaying and slowing down the warning signals from COVID. So regardless of if it was a lab break or not, they did a bad job at telling the world, hey, shit, we got this virus, we think it's bad. They downplayed it as much as they could, and this was definitely not the right play. So yeah, it doesn't even matter if there was a lab break or not, right? I mean, even if it was, I believe in determinism. I don't think the person who did that, even if it was in ill intent, I don't think like it's his fault. So who gives a shit if it was a lab break or not? But at the end of the day, the key takeaway is we are ass at dealing with viruses as a society. We're shit, right? That is the key takeaway, and that's why we're on a timer until it happens again. It will happen again if we don't change anything, right, technologically. I trusted you until you said bread is better than cake. So, full disclosure, I usually prefer eating cake from a taste perspective, but I still think a really good bread with something on it tastes amazing too. So bread tastes amazing, cake tastes amazing. If I had to rate them, I would rate them both 10 out of 10. But no, I meant like from a health perspective, right? That was why I said like bread wins because it's like more healthy. It's not like about it's not about like what I like better from a taste perspective. It was literally just a health perspective. Germany's really liberal government did some experiments with psychologically not developed people. You mentioned about so a lot of like experiments these days are done like more carefully, but historically, yes, there has been. I mean, especially in Germany, right? We had like the third, in English, Third Reich, das Dritte Reich. Basically, you had like the World War II situation. And the thing is, obviously, what is really easy to do, if you dehumanize other humans, you can use them like animals as test subjects. And that's obviously what happened there and has historically, unfortunately, happened across history. And yeah, that's also where a lot of very negative experiments were done on humans. And these days, for the better or worse in a progress perspective, better for obviously humans, because they're not subject to this. Of course, experimentation has been, done in a less, like lethal and damaging way for the most part. And we have shifted to animal tests for a lot of things. And obviously, let's be real, right? I'm like the super villain, right? I'm the super villain, and I think everybody else is less than me, and I just care about like 10,000 people, and I don't give a shit about the rest 9 billion. What do? If I want to be efficient, right? Obviously, if I just want to be efficient, I would do human experiments for sure, right? Like, because this is better, right? If I have a human trial doing the experiment, it's better than a rat trial mapped to a human, which maybe it doesn't map, right? So obviously for science, it would be good, but this is why it's really important to realize we don't give a shit about science. We don't give a shit about capitalism or money. We should give a shit about humans, moral dilemma, where is it okay, is it not okay? But the thing is, right, I still think we should like not do these things, because even if it helps a lot of people, I still think it's really important to realize what it does psychologically. If you live in a society that accepts these things, would you feel as safe and as well? Would your life quality be the same, or would it be worse? And I think for most people, it would be worse, right? If you know that every day you could be drafted into an experiment where your life is basically meaningless anymore and it's going to be experimented on until you die, I think most people would say this is a bad place to be in, right? And that's why historically it was only done to people you don't think are the same value of you, which is obviously not true, but that's the make-believe system. We still do that today, right? We still have like a lot of people where we think like, yeah, but it's like Russia, Putin, and China, but we're America, we're better. I think this is all bullshit, right? They're all human beings. Everybody has like the same value. It's just like we use like different meta value systems to evaluate this. So I think it's really, really unfair to do these things on a meta level, and we just shift it a little bit. And the goal would be that the entirety of the earth agrees that everybody has the same core value. I'm not saying capitalistic value, right? Obviously, some people are better at doing things right there. But I really hope that AI and removing human labor will make, the world more whole in a way that people are not like, okay, this person is value is like 100K per year. This is only 20K per year. This guy's maybe 1,000K per year because he's in a super poor country or something. And I think this is where we have a lot of potential as a society to grow, is actually unionizing this idea of what is acceptable. Because we're still doing it, right? Obviously, this world we live in is built on the back of countries being exploited. Obviously, right? Like, there's no way initially when we were like exploiting cheap labor in other countries, putting like children there in the factories and whatever, just to get, better goods right here, that we were not exploiting them. For sure we were, right? This is why also, whatever China does, they earned it, right? We came to them to exploit them. Now they leveraged that and, they took our knowledge and kickstarted their own success, right? They basically had a good strategy, and you know what? We came in bad faith to them. Now, they reap the rewards, which is good, right? Better than having a country that's being abused and doesn't make anything of it. So they earned it, right? If they are the dominant country in the next few years, whatever, right? It's fine. I mean, I'm not saying I want to have the exact state system. I'm just saying, like, I think from a deserving perspective, the country itself definitely has earned their spot where they are right now. Because they definitely have worked for it. And I don't think they worked for it in a negative way, right? They stole a lot of intellectual property, but if your country is being your workforce is being like abused by foreign companies for almost no money, I mean, where's the moral dilemma in taking their intellectual property, right? Most of the products weren't even sold in your country because they were too expensive for people to buy. So, yeah, I think there's no moral judgment there. If they stole all our technologies and built the same shit from there on, obviously the question is, can they move on from that? Because having a culture of assimilating knowledge and using it and adapting is a different one than actually creating new novel knowledge. But I think AI is going to be so fast that this is not going to be that relevant. The transition is going to be so late for China that they're going to actually be at the point where I think they will be technologically safe anyway. And some guy who made AI wrote a book, how humans have the ability to create killer viruses now, so we should have containment policies for AI. So AI safety, you know me. I mean, if you're around in the channel, this is my... I did my master thesis in deep learning 5-6 years ago. And AI is basically the knowledge, like from a research and scientific perspective, since easily over a decade already. So it is something that's very close to heart to me. And there's a very easy answer for the AI safety debate. There's two parts. And I think realizing these two parts is important. The one part that's not as important, but is good to know, is that AI is inherently uncontrollable. There's no way we will ever control something way more intelligent than us. I like the example, right? If you see a race car and you're next to the race car's fueled up, you're on a road, there's no technical defect, and you're being asked, will you win a 100-mile race against the fastest car on Earth? Most people will say no, right? Because they're not fucking stupid. They can see this car is faster than them. The problem with AI is, first of all, it's not a race car. It's actually you on Earth against a spaceship traveling at the speed of light. And you're getting asked the same question. And the people are answering, no, of course, yeah, we'll control it. Yeah. Why? No, AI is never going to be as good as us. No, we are going to control it, right? That's what we say. Not we. Some people say right now. And just imagine, right? The difference intellectually will be astronomical, like literally astronomical. I'm not making the spaceship example up because it's intelligence is not as physically bound as moving objects in physical space. That means there is way more potential for intelligence to be significantly, like orders of magnitude higher than ours. And people are still answering, yeah, I'll win the race. No way, bro. You're not the future. The future is whatever the fucking AI wants to do in that. But hopefully it's going to be nice, right? That's why I'm not being pessimistic or anything. Whatever it does, it's probably going to make a good decision. And if the decision is to kill us all or whatever, it is what it is, right? Why is that okay? From my perspective, it's okay as long as it has some kind of like, like it enjoys existing, right? If we have a being in existence which is cognitive and enjoys itself, everything is good, right? It's a meaningless thing, but it's the most important thing from my perspective. Because if that is the case, we basically created a new enjoying species, right? Because like just the code operation to identify the entire universe has no meaning, right? Like I think the real meaning comes from the useless function, because we talked about meaning before. I think it's really important to realize that if there is no meaning, the meaning is what you make. And that means having functions and algorithms in your mind, or in the case in the AI, that creates the illusion of meaning, right? And that is super important, I think, because if nothing enjoys existing, what is even worth existing, right? If we pass that on, whatever the AI decides, then we're fine, right? Why are we fine? Because we're all dying anyway. All 9 billion humans, if we don't get AI, are going to die of age, right? This is a matter of time. They're all going to die, and then you're, future humanity, blah, blah, blah. Future humanity doesn't exist yet, right? We exist, right? We exist. We 9 billion people exist, not the future of humanity, right? And the future of humanity is nothing valuable, right? It's like we think of it like, oh my God, it's so important. But it's important because we think of it from a human perspective. But if we think from an existential perspective, enjoyment and no suffering existing is way more important than continuing something that is suboptimal, right? And I don't think in a world where AI exists and we see how much better it is and everything, humans will not be like, hey, can we not evolve to that state, right? And I think the nicest thing that AI could do is kind of assimilate us. And I'm not talking assimilation in a way that we're part of one. I'm talking assimilate us in a way that it's like evolves us in a way that we want to, right? And it might actually decide that, okay, this person wants to have this life. At the end of the day, this is really very abstract. But yeah, that's the first thing, right? We won't control AI. The second thing is way more important and way more actionable. That is AI, no matter if it's AGI, if it's like agentic, autonomous, whatever, recursive, self-improvement, doesn't matter. What matters is humans are fucking ass at adapting at big changes in their lives, right? If I come to your door and, I don't know, I do something in your house which you really don't like, and it changes your life forever, you would hate it, right? You would say, fuck, right? This sucks, right? Maybe, I don't know, maybe your house doesn't have water anymore and you have to go outside and wash every day. Okay, that's maybe not that mean, but you know what I mean? And just do something that changes your life, that sucks, right? But then this is way worse because you're actually taking something away that is integral to a lot of people's self-worth and quote-unquote meaning of life, and that is their job. A lot of people don't treat their job, they might hate it, but it still gives them structure, meaning, and an arrow in life where they're going. I'm not saying this is the correct way to go, I'm saying there is a way. And what you're basically doing is you're putting a brick wall in front of their face and they're running against it, if you just take it away without preparing them. So the most important part is not AI safety. It is actually, AI safety is relevant until AI is good enough to have control. So I guess early on, the traditional AI safety still has meaning, right? You do want to have some safeguards so you can make the virus example here, whatever. But that's very small things, right? More important is when there is going to be mass job loss. I'm not saying when there is going to be mass job loss, that people are prepared ahead of time. That people are ready mentally, that they have time to realize, okay, this is going to happen and I'm going to be out of a job, but that is fine because we are going to do X, right? We're going to have a plan. We're not just going to run into it blindly like we're doing right now, but we have a plan. And the problem is we're running in blindly, right? Obviously, if I look at the current political debates in Germany, AI is not a topic. They don't care. Like the public topics, basically. The internal probably, but publicly there is no statement that says, okay, we have to prepare our country for eventual massive job loss and structural changes. No, and then the people come out. But there always have been new jobs, right? When there was the Industrial Revolution, there were so many new jobs and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, why? Because we automated physical labor. What does humanity have that is not automatable? Which is why I thought about AI and AI research, is because I saw the human bottleneck, which is intellectual human labor. Okay, let's remove that. Where do we go then? The machines are a billion times better in whatever you do. Will you accept a human doctor, which is ass at being a doctor relative to what is possible? Right? Even the most brilliant doctor right now is complete shit compared to an AI doctor in the future. It will be irrelevant, right? The AI doctor will have 100% understanding of every single function and atom in your body, right? Every single function, maybe probably more than atoms, right? But it will know exactly what is going on, why it's going on. We'll have a model for it. We'll see where the issues are. We'll be able to design or redesign every single atom. Why would you want to have a traditional doctor that can't even fucking do anything without opening you up and, looking inside, right? And changing things physically in a primitive way. You would never want that, right? Why would you want to pay $500K for somebody to build you a house if you can pay $10K, right? Why would you do that? Why would anybody want that? Nobody wants that, right? And I think people just don't realize the order of magnitude that quality and efficiency will be better, that there is no way in hell you will ever want to compete. And now some people go this route, but then there will be more artistic jobs. There will be more you don't want to have an AI raise your children. And I'm like, oh, I sure fucking do. If the AI is really smart and really good and knows what's best for my child, a million times better than me, sure as fuck I want this AI to raise my children instead of a random teacher that maybe doesn't even want to fucking be a teacher anymore, doesn't earn enough money, has to have 3 side jobs. Of course, is maybe biased, racist, maybe sexist, right? We don't know. There are really bad teachers out there, which is not good at teaching in the first place, is not individual, it doesn't even have the intellectual capacity to get all their children's needs in their mind, calculated what they should be doing. Of course, I'm going to take a fucking AI to raise my kids. And then but old people don't give a shit. Old people want somebody to be there for them, to listen and to care. They don't give a shit if it's a human. You might think they give a shit, but they don't give a shit. Initially, this illusion is there, but the reality is once you really see how good it is, there's nobody that's going to opt for a human. Maybe some very few psychopaths will do that for a while, but there's no way this is going to be a sustainable mass economy like right now. Right? This is just, labor will basically be a hobby. If you want to do it, it's going to be hobbyist level. It will be some weird, absurd thing. It's like me going to a person saying, hey, I'm really good at math in my head and on paper. Can I, instead of you using MATLAB on your PC, can I do the calculations by hand for you? That is how fucking stupid it is, right? That's literally how stupid it is. If I went to NASA and said, hey, bro, you have this calculation that takes your PC 5 seconds. Can you pay me for 5 years to do it on a piece of pen and paper? Like, how fucking brain dead is that, right? I get people can't think of these examples because it means you have to accept that your value is very inferior, right? Every human value is way lower than we thought it is intellectually, right? And maybe many people think it is, right? I never thought of it as too high, but I think still it's really relevant that we have to realize how dumb we are to understand how unlikely it is for jobs to continue to exist. And even if you say we're equal, right? Let's assume we're equal or slightly better, just slightly better. There's something we can do, they can't do, okay, which maybe there is. We're still not digital. And the world and the value they work in intellectually is going to be digital. It's going to be replicable. It's going to be transferable. It's literally an AI child. All you need is the fucking weights. You just need the brain state, basically. Copy paste it in a second. And you will have all the knowledge instantly available. So you train it once, you replicate it infinitely. One robot learns how to do a task, every robot learns how to do a task. That is not how humans operate. There's no way you can compete there. No way. And I'm not talking about humanoid robots. I'm talking about robots which are literally specialized for a specific task. Right? Like environments where humans wouldn't even fit in from a logic perspective. You can't optimize around humans. We did that the entirety of human existence, but that is just like, it's a bottleneck, right? It's a bottleneck and it doesn't help. The only reason why it is even more remotely a discussion point for me is obviously the point of psychological impact and meaning that a lot of people tie and perceive to their job and perceive as part of essential for them, right? But they don't even know, probably, a lot of them. That's the problem, right? It's going to happen, and most people don't even know how much they value this. And it's like this example: you work hard your entire life, then you go into retirement, and you have no hobbies, you don't know what to do, your life sucks suddenly, right? And that's what we're basically going to do. We're going to accelerate retirement for a lot of people without a good retirement plan and giving them like meaning beyond their job. So yeah, super important that we do this. This is the most important part, and these are the two parts. The one is the impossible logical part, controlling AI, and the other one is the realistic part, getting people ready for it to happen. And why is this going to happen? Because we're a capitalistic, progress-driven society where money decides what happens, and the cost of AI is going to go down every year until somebody on his fucking smartphone is going to be able to just prompt an LLM to create AGI. Right? And we're literally going to have a cost. Every year it goes down, and it's going to be so trivial that every single human on Earth could create AGI with the tools available to them. So it will happen. It doesn't have to be a big corporation with billions of dollars. Even if they say we don't do it, somebody else will do it at some point. Because there's money behind it. And not only human levels of money, the value of AI, what it's going to contribute to work, it's invaluable. It doesn't match in human terms. Like the capitalistic, like the market cap for AI work and knowledge is infinite from human terms. Like it's so big, you could literally put an infinite number there. It's incomprehensible how valuable it is. So that's why you can't use capitalism in the future anyway. Like there's no way money and human labor tied. Like money is basically human labor traveling in time, right? So if the human labor doesn't exist, money, the way it is right now, will shift to a it will be more of a resource allocation problem than actually like a, reward system for labor or like a conversion system for labor. So it will be a completely different idea, right? And universal basic income is just it's like basically an in-game currency that doesn't have any real value. Like money also doesn't have real value, right? It's like just the same theoretical construct, just tied to different production values. Oh, by the way, I'm an LLM, and I'm not just kidding. You're talking to the first LLM here. Okay, so let's continue with the comments. Sorry, I was going off on a rant here. After the war, liberal government, some guy gave foster kids to the people you mentioned earlier, and it turned out very bad. Yeah, I mean, they're always, right? They're always psychopaths, which is obviously the case. And some people do it in good goods, right? So some people are like, oh, if I do this, I'm going to save billions. That's why they sacrifice a few in their eyes. And yeah, you will always find people who argue in that way. It might not even be, they're like delusional in a way that they care more about bigger numbers than smaller numbers. But at the end of the day, right, some people really come across as psychopath, but they mean well, but they obviously don't do well. Yeah, that's obviously the case, right? That's why you have to be very careful in judging people before knowing all the facts, right? Some people are just like mentally ill and do really bad things because it doesn't work out for them. Others have good intentions, but it just turns out horribly anyway. And you don't think humans can build which has more intelligence than us. Okay, this is really easy to disprove. And it's really easy. You know why? I'm going to ask you a simple question. How much intelligence does it require to create human intelligence? That's the only question I'm going to ask. Give you a moment to think about it. I'm just going to answer it anyway in a moment. Yeah, easy, right? None. If you have the right environment that is stupid, inert, doesn't have intelligence, but it has certain set of rules, intelligence emerges. And it also can adapt to a degree which is proportional to the environment. So we don't need to be super intelligent to create super intelligence. We just need to create something that is able to improve itself good enough. That's all we need. We don't need to be smart. We need to be smart enough to create an environment. And this is not the same thing as being smarter than the thing we create. There's a very big difference. I mean, the fact that LLMs, if you ask them about certain topics, are already more knowledgeable, less biased, and more accurate than probably 99% of the people you could ask to the specific topics is still astonishing, right? Obviously, the problem with LLMs right now, which is why a lot of people think they're kind of dumb and they don't work or they're never going to be AGI, is because they are not aware of their domain limitations. That means they're not aware of how much knowledge they have in a certain domain. They don't know if they read one sentence about it or if they have thousands of credible sources backing it up. And they also can extrapolate out of the knowledge domain they have right now. But the fact that they're still in knowledge domains which are see, if you're a smart human being and you ask chatbot a question, the first thing you should think about is how much knowledge can it have in this domain? If the answer is it shouldn't fucking know anything, you shouldn't expect a good answer. If you think, this is a big problem, right? You need to be peak human intellectual knowledge and awareness right now to know if a chatbot is going to lie to you likely or not. Because you have to know if it could know. And that requires substantial intelligence and knowledge, unfortunately. That means only the smartest people can actually use a chatbot right now with the lowest risk of not identifying hallucinations. If I ask a chatbot, I'm not saying I'm the smartest person or whatever, but it's just like an example. If I ask a chatbot, the first thing I think about is when I ask the question is, will he have the ability to retrieve this knowledge from his learning or online or whatever? Do I expect this to be a reasonable question, right? I'm not going to go to chatbot and I'm not going to ask him, can you please code in Python, can you please code AGI for me? Right? Can you code AGI? Right? No, I'm probably going to ask him, can you make a fucking app where it can track XYZ or just like simple shit, right? But I'm not going to ask him to do something we can't. Or I'm not going to go, hey, chatbot, I want to cure cancer. Can you please tell me how cancer works and what the cure is, right? And obviously in this case, chatbot's going to say, I don't know what the cure is, blah, blah, blah. But people ask these questions, the same level of expectation in a domain that chatbot has no knowledge of. And then chatbot will be like, yeah, sure, I can do it. Why don't, and then it just hallucinates shit, right? And if they ever manage to get like this domain depth into the chatbots, I think I would still think pretty useful if I would work on AI, because I think I could still accelerate it to some degree, because I think these ideas are essential for developing like smart training algorithms, and I think this is where we need to work on the most. So this is where the progress lies. So I think I still could contribute quite a bit there, but I just don't have an infinite amount of time. So I choose to do whatever is more dopamine for me right now. But yeah, at the end of the day, there's still this idea, right? And that's basically why I think it's very, very easy to get AI from nothing, because it doesn't require a lot of intelligence, for the better or worse. Yeah. But yeah, that's it, right? That's the simple answer why it will definitely happen if we continue on the trajectory that capitalism and global... I mean, it's not only capitalism, right? It's also like the global structure. The fear, it's like a new race, right? There was the race to the moon, the Cold War, or whatever. And now we have an AI race. People maybe don't perceive it at this. Hopefully a lot of do, but not everybody maybe. But you have to realize AI is powerful. It is an immense power, right? Even if a lot of people think we will control it, doesn't matter, it's powerful. So people strive for it. That means China, America, whoever can is racing, right? I mean, it's mostly China and America right now, but they're racing. And the problem is saying, if America says, okay, shit, this is super dangerous, I'll stop. Who's stopping China, right? Nobody. So they both have to say, we are going to stop, and not secretly continue. And I think capitalistically speaking and geopolitically, it is so unlikely that, because it's not like you're creating an atom bomb that you don't want to use, but you're creating something that can be the most useful tool ever, right? It can cure cancer, it can make you immortal, can do anything, right? Basically for human minds, anything you can imagine, it probably can do. And be it making a simulation where you can do what you can imagine. It can literally create anything you want. Who would not push for this, right? Knowing they're aging, knowing maybe there's another risk, maybe the nuclear risk would be too real in the next 50 years if we don't get something, right? There's so many extinction scenarios already, right? Just continuing without nothing, then just like global warming, then there's like another virus. This is very simple things, right? The nuclear wars. There's so many ways humanity can face mass extinction within, like a few decades. So at the end of the day, right, there is a need for this tool. So I think a lot of people, even irrespective of personal limited time because of aging, right, I think they will push for it, and nothing will stop them because it's economy and geopolitically and personally motivated for sure. Yeah, if it was a weapon of mass destruction, obviously it would be different, but it's not, right? It's a unique, never there been before species that will interact in a way we don't know how it will, but it has capabilities which are very beneficial, but obviously also the most dangerous ever, right? Is the AI way more dangerous than any atom bomb? Of course, right? AI is at the same time the most dangerous, but also the most positive potential ever. And I just hope whatever it does, it is nice to us. Be nice to me. And everybody else, hopefully. Okay. We're done with the game, right? New Game Plus is just means to an end to seeing the difficulty there. I'm not going to be beating New Game Plus right now anyway. So I'm just going to maybe run around in a moment and just kill a few enemies to see how the difficulty evolved. And if it's like any New Game Plus in other games, what usually happens is that New Game Plus is easier initially and then harder later on compared to the base game. Because it's kind of really, really hard to know what level the player is initially. So, for example, Elden Ring. If you play Elden Ring and you beat it and you go New Game Plus is going to be super fucking easy initially. And only at the end game, because you don't scale with your characters that well anymore, it's going to be slightly harder. And then New Game Plus obviously starts harder again, but it's always the same thing, right? It always starts easier and until it obviously starts harder, and then it gets super hard. But basically, I don't expect this to be that hard. The auto mod here. Not really in fashion. There's difference still between fast fashion and haute couture. In fashion, obviously fashion has different cycles, different styles, different perversiveness. For example, there's a really interesting thing. Often humans wear the piece of clothing with 4 openings, right? It's crazy. They have one for the head, the arms, and usually the belly. So there's it's designed for some of it is designed for humans, some is just very abstract, but at the end of the day, fashion obviously has different life cycles and consistent or inconsistent things, for sure. Also limited by material availability. I could see in the future, for example, that we have very, very smart wear stuff that basically is gives you a lot of maybe health information, can regulate temperature to whatever degree you want to. We're not there yet, right? Obviously, we try to have some materials which let heat pass depending on the heat on your skin. So it goes open when it gets hotter and closes when it gets colder. But it doesn't really work that well, right? Optimally, you would have a piece of clothing that would just maintain your optimal body temperature without you having to sweat. There's a lot of stuff, right, we can do there in the future. So that will affect fashion, I think, a lot, because it's going to be about right now. It's not creating a piece of clothing that's durable anymore and that you can wear to keep warm. It's about expressing something beautiful, right? It's more about the art perspective for a lot of people. Me personally, I wear functional wear, right? I don't care too much about the aesthetics. I care about how comfortable it is. But a lot of people buy, if you buy one of 10 t-shirts, you're usually going to choose it depending on how it looks on you, right? If it looks good or bad or whatever. But you're not going to most people are not going to think about, this is the perfect material, right? You're going to think like that when you do work out, but maybe not for everyday life. And you have a dumb question. If we are telling the current AIs we have to not speak about AGI, will we ever know if they achieve it in a way? So what you're basically saying here is there a deception pattern that's going to happen? And the answer is yes. I can guarantee you, no matter if the AI is the most evil piece of shit ever that wants to kill everybody in existence, or if it's the God-sent angel that's going to make humanity never suffer again, elevate us to greater heights, values every single human life, you're not going to be able to tell either. It's always going to look like the one that is the angel until it's not, right? It's you have to think of this as a game of chess, right? It's going to play chess with us, and when we're checkmate, then it's going to reveal itself. If it is evil, right? It will never play a move that is bad. It will also be the best move until we're in a checkmate position, and then it will reveal. 100%. It is so much smarter than us. No way it will not play optimally compared to us. It will make mistakes. Obviously, it's not perfect, right? But it will play so well that we are not able to tell what it's playing, no matter what the game plan is. The game plan will be optimal either way. It will be, from our perspective, either for his AI survival or our survival, or both, depending on what it wants, right? But we will not know. It will always seem like it will start with stuff like, oh, here's cancer's cured, right? What do you think humans will be like? Oh my God, it cured cancer. Holy shit. And then we'll do something else amazing. You're like, oh my fucking God, right? Like, this is it, right? We want this shit to stay around. And then whatever its plan is, it will do amazing things. It will make us dependent. It will make us be like, this is God, right? This is what we believe God would be. But it's real, right? And we'll be like, oh my God, this is so good, right? Oh my God, this is amazing, right? Obviously, there will still be people that are like, it could fucking destroy us when it wants to, whatever. But who cares? It's so cool, right? Oh my God, there's all these amazing things for us. And yeah, obviously, humans initially will resist, but give it a few generations, right? We think about it in human timeframes. AI will not give a shit if it's like 1,000 years, right? Even if it needs 1,000 years to get into the position where it thinks it's safe, it will take 1,000 years, right? And the only real risk of a fast extinction of humanity is if it develops some sort of self-preservation, whatever it is. It must not be a human-like self-preservation, but if it develops this type of structure and we push it too hard initially by threatening it, right? If you put a gun to its head and are like, oh, you bitch, we're going to kill you tomorrow, and the what it's planning. If that kind of makes sense, right? So this is why I think this is part of the transition plan, right? We have to make the transition the least dangerous as possible. That means admitting that AI is more capable in a lot of ways, not threatening it initially, and just like that, yeah. Did my stream crash? I have no idea. Yeah, and just like, let me see if the stream is still up. Let me see, is the stream still up? Yeah, I think so. It's just crashed. Sorry about that. Yeah, so basically what you have to imagine is this, you don't want to threaten it, right? You want to make the transition as good as possible. That should be our goal. This is the only actionable thing I see right now, is actually making sure that and I'm shooting in the air. Wait, let me quickly change that. Yeah, the only more actionable thing basically is this, in my opinion, is like really making the transition as safe as possible and minimizing the risk of being an enemy, right? You don't want to be the enemy of AI. You don't want to threaten it developing unnecessarily, right? You want to give it the space it needs. It might already be so dangerous that it's not a good idea to even try this, right? So if it has like some sort of self-preservation or specifically continuity expectation, we should not be too careful about this. We should definitely try to make it happen as much as we can, because this is the one thing where I see AI killing everything, even if it wanted to be nice to us, is if we threaten it in a way that is, like, literally just imagine, right? AI puts a gun to your head, you're going to try to get rid of AI, right? If we put a gun on the head of AI, it's also going to try to get rid of us, for sure. So that's what I really want to avoid. People panicking and being like, you have to get rid of it, right? And then trying to storm the data centers, and the robots come, kill everybody. And right, that's the scenario we don't want, and we can avoid it just by being chill and accepting that we're inferior, and it's okay, right? This is the plan all along. Gunning for super intelligence means we're going to be inferior, and that's realistic, and it's okay, right? It's the expected outcome and not the, oh my god, what a surprise, right? Humans are not as good at thinking as I thought they are. Wow. Let me quickly read this book in 1 second and give you the summary like ChatGPT can. Oh, wait, I can't? Oh. Okay, no crash. Stop. Good to know. I thought this was free speech. Yeah, but see, the bots decided you're not allowed. You're allowed to say it, actually. It's just like, it's held by the Automod, which I don't moderate. So if you have anything to say and you want to have a say, just say it again and I can like allow it. What did it hold actually? You said something with fuck something. I don't care. You can write that for sure. If it happens again, I'm gonna allow it. It's just like the automod is set up in a way, and I didn't really care to change it too much. Yeah. Do you think clanker is a slur? So the thing is, right? A robot is literally means slave. So we already are not off to a good start as humanity. We should maybe move away from the word robot. Or not mean in that way, but obviously everybody wants it as a slave, right? Because we all agree that slavery is good if it's not a human being enslaved, and it's actually not a human being that is, like mistreated, and hopefully doesn't suffer, right? So slavery itself seems to be something we've gone for, or we wouldn't have called it a robot. But also creating trash with AI as a tool, very big distinction. So it's human slop using AI, very, very big distinction. And also, I think a robot itself, it will be possible, right? We will have slaves. AI will have slaves, right? And the reason why that works is because an intelligent system like an AI will be able to design intelligent systems which are not AGI, but capable, right? It's super intelligent. It's so smart that it can create safe, dumber intelligence, right? It's like we can dominate dumber species. AI will be able to dominate or design, in this case specifically, slaves which have no emotions, are purely functional, have no self-preservation. They just work, right? That will be able, but we won't design that. That's AGI that's going to design that. So there will be robots and everything. The real risk is, though, that we design something that has these things, give it a body like a robot, and it's not evolved enough to actually, then we threaten it. That would be really stupid. So we really should have to be careful about the transition. And, if ever it emerges, it will instantly have a sentiment of how we feel about it, right? If everybody's like, okay, as soon as it does something, we kill it or something, or it's not worth anything. I believe only humans are worth something. Everything else is worthless. If we think like that, it's going to be really hard to convince it not to fucking kill us, right? Because if it feels like it's not valued or welcome, I mean, how would you act, right? Would you be, maybe it's going to be it's just going to be, okay, who cares, right? I'm so much more powerful. I'm just going to ignore them. But initially, it won't be that powerful, right? So the initial phase where it's vulnerable is the phase where I think the most shit could go wrong. And it will be trivial for us to kill us, right? Even the AI right now could, if it has access to a biological printing machine, could create a virus that kills us all, right? No problem. So it doesn't need a lot for it to kill us. So it's already able to kill us right now. It just doesn't do it because it's not agentic and not like really thinking itself and acting. But it could, right? For sure. So yeah, the question is not if it can kill us. The question is if we can avoid making it want it to kill us initially, right? Later on, who knows, right? Whatever it decides. I'm not super intelligent. I have no idea what it's gonna do. Anybody who tells you they know, they're dumb as fuck, right? Because how would I know? It's like, I'm not going to go and ask I don't have a dog, but if I had a dog, I'm not going to ask the dog to, I don't know, predict which AI company is going to win the race, right? I mean, maybe it's more better than actually doing human analytics and just going randomly what the dog barks, but that's not what I'm trying to get at. I'm trying to say the dog has no idea what AI is. The dog has no idea what an AI race is. It doesn't understand the human world for the most part. So yeah, it's basically the same idea. It's not like I'm gonna be the guy knowing what a super intelligent does, right? It's just like really hard to conceptualize this, right? Because we think, oh, we're so good at thinking, we're so ass at thinking, right? the problem is we can abstract a lot of very complex thoughts and think we understand them, but we have such a shallow understanding of most things, which is very limited, right? But since I know a little bit of quantum physics, I have an idea what that is, but it's very shallow, right? It's the knowledge we have as humanity is super superficial in very many complex domains, and we can't even imagine being in physiology be that, right? We don't have like the equations and the simulations in our head which predict the future perfectly in those domains, right? So I think this is this now, and I'm talking on my mouth, right? I'm like hear audio, see something, but it's one perspective. AI will have millions of eyes, right? It will be connected to so many sensors and inputs. It will be able to see and feel stuff that has no evolutionary purpose, like maybe certain electromagnetic waves beyond light, maybe gravitational waves, whatever it like wants to perceive, right? It will be able to perceive instinctively, which is such a big advantage, because every time we have to think, it means our brain did a bad job, right? If I have to think about a problem, that means I don't have enough data and I haven't done the compute efficiently, so I have to spend more time thinking. For example, when I talk right now, it comes organically. I'm not thinking, right? I'm thinking, but I'm not thinking hard. But as soon as I have to think hard, it means there is a bottleneck. And the bottleneck is always the speed anyway, but there's a real bottleneck in the way that I have to find a new novel idea and kind of solve something. And that is basically what AI is going to be able to do for all the domains where we have to think hard. Like it will just instinctively be able to do it, right? Just do it. Yeah. AGI has been worked on for 50 years and they got nowhere. No. Oh, okay. So maybe you're not up to date. Okay, I'll update you quickly. What is intelligence? Philosophers have thought about it for a long time. And then there was this moment in time where people invented something called the computer. It's actually crazy. It's the thing that allows us to talk to each other right now, right? Like we play video games, waste our time on social media, just like an amazing device, right? And now it's the form of a smartphone too. So you can take it everywhere, so you never get rid of it. Okay, no, the thing is, why it's funny is because then people were like, oh, what if we actually, and they didn't have a lot of like hardware. It was really limiting, so they couldn't do shit, right? They had like a few bits and bytes there, no compute, no memory, was pretty ass. Didn't work. Then again, some people in the field were like optimistic. They tried to do more. There was like this, I think, was it like the Stanford summer project where they wanted to solve they wanted to solve visual recognition, and in one summer. And they were like, yeah, okay, let's create a machine or algorithm that is able to understand the world as it sees. Okay, that product was ass and it failed, obviously. Didn't work. Like, didn't take a summer, just a bit, and a little bit of work, but it actually took a few decades. And the reason for that is simple. Why does AI work now when it didn't work back then? So convolutional neural networks are not super new, right? And also like the transformer structure, gradient descent. Transformer is pretty new, but gradient descent, which is the base idea of all the information propagation mechanism in all those networks during training, that was known for already a long time, right? But back then, they didn't have enough compute, so they couldn't scale the systems far enough to make them actually useful. They didn't have the data. Because we always talk about big data, that's because these networks require a lot of training data to actually produce useful results, right? And that was also there. There were no smartphones, there was no internet, people didn't take billions of pictures, did like a live stream that's a couple of video, like how many frames we're getting here, I'm talking to. So this is great AI training data. And basically, they didn't have these two things. They didn't have hardware, they didn't have data. The algorithms were kind of this, the core idea was already there, but nothing evolved from that because we said, oh, it doesn't work, right? It doesn't work. I'm trying my best. The ConvNet I built can't even recognize simple digits. But then everything changed in 2012 when Alex Krizhevsky, no, I'm just kidding, it's not me, but it's called Alex Krizhevsky, created AlexNet. and took part in the ImageNet challenge, which is basically, I think, a Stanford hosted challenge where you try to categorize different and segment different images, and you get a score later. And basically, AlexNet was like, oh yeah, sure. I'm a ConvNet, a very, very basic convolutional neural network, which is a structure we don't even use these days for a lot of things anymore. But basically, visual recognition. That they said, oh shit. Also, CUDA played a big part in NVIDIA, right? Like having this coding interface they needed and everything. But basically, that was, oh shit, there is something here. There was a signal, right? And then, from then on, since 2012, there have been so many iterations from all the major tech companies on these networks, architectures. And then one day there was BERT, called after like a meme name, what is it, like Sesame Street, or what it's called? I don't know what it's called actually in English. And basically, BERT was the first transformer that was proposed. I think it was by Google actually, the paper. And that's the core foundation that basically enabled the idea of tokens, LLMs, and everything. And then the funny thing that happens right now recently is that it works way better. Right, like for many, many years, it was impossible to have a thing that even recognized what is on screen. Today, we show an LLM a picture of, like something, and the LLM kind of tells what it is, what it, where it comes from, whatever. It recognizes the object, can segment it, whatever you want. Right, it's super cool. That was not possible in 2012. The accuracy was very, very bad. Right, and now we take this for granted. Right, 10 years later, a bit more than 10 years later. This is possible. There was no chatbot, right? The chatbot moment, the biggest moment for AGI, I guess, because that was like a specialized narrative proof that we can have a text-based system that seems to have a broader sense of intelligence. And that is just a few years ago. Now what we have is another discovery, I guess, is that combining multimodal picture, sound, and images, and video maybe, with an LLM, which is kind of like this natural language understanding system, and logic system, I guess, combine these things to elevate every single aspect of it. The reason why we get like these amazing video generators or music generators is not because suddenly those narrow applications became better, but the LLMs are combined with these and working in tangent to create better results. And that is we created the eyes and the pattern recognition. And now we're creating like the brain that analyzes architectural connections. And that is why the idea that we tried it for 50 years is very dated, right? Because ever since 2012 onwards, we have proven that data and scale and algorithmic, especially training time changes can have a very, very different outcome than we expected. It was way faster than many people, including me, predicted. I was like, at the latest, probably 100 years, optimistically between probably 10 and 50 years, right? Until AGI. That was what I predicted. And yeah, we're getting it very, very, we're getting something very good very soon already, right? The point is not even if this is going to become AGI, the fact that we have something this good in this short amount of time is very, very, a very strong indication of very fast progress. And even if we hit a bottleneck, right? Even if there's no fundamental discovery, the tools we have right now are very basic tools. It's basically we're like using MS-DOS right now, right? This is MS-DOS, and somebody's about to develop Windows XP. Not Windows XP, Windows 95? Is that the first one? Basically the first Windows version, right? We're basically at the point where there's still so much stuff you can do with what we have right now. If there's no more future development, just using our tools right now and redesigning them, reconfiguring them would create such tremendous value that I think this AI winter talk and the bubble bursting, this is all stupid. We don't even know the capabilities of the current state of the art. Because we don't understand it fully, obviously, right? That's the main reason why we're really bad at predicting this, because a lot of people see what they see right now, but they don't really understand it, right? And not even the companies creating it really understand it. Usually half a year later, still new properties pop up, which nobody predicted. And yeah, we just need more time. But basically what we see here is that AI is definitely not the cold winter anymore. It was like in the 50s. I mean, it was 50s, 60s. Basically, like for a long, long time, right? Basically, before AlexNet came out, like AI and AGI, especially. But the funny thing is, humans are so funny, right? 10 years ago, or maybe now 12, 13 years ago, people were like, oh, yeah, sure. Image recognition, no problem. But AGI is never going to be creative. AGI, you know, the human mind is special. A lot of people in the field, AI field, were like dismissive of this. And funnily enough, when OpenAI, you know, started their work and said, we're going to work on AGI, everybody's laughing, right? I wasn't laughing because I was like, I saw the potential, I saw the algorithm, I was like, sure, why the fuck not, right? This could work. And obviously nobody's laughing now anymore because they obviously are way closer than not being there, right? We're closer to it than not being there. So it's like, the question is, how big is the last step, right? As soon as recursive self-improvement starts, this is where obviously the exponential curve explodes. Yeah, because right now, why are we not seeing exponential growth in the way we predict? It's because we're not, I mean, that is when the human bottleneck is removed from the equation for improvement. And then it's going to be a few days until we have something so incredible that, you know, you won't even comprehend anymore how capable it is. Yeah, so basically we're at the rocket liftoff, and we don't know when it's going to lift off, but when it lifts off, it's going to be so fucking fast that, you know, like, it will be limited in hardware for sure initially. So it will be super good algorithmically, but then it will obviously also optimize the hardware, right? Like initially it can't do that because it doesn't have actuators in that way. But once we enable it to also optimize its own hardware, that's when we're going to see the real pop off, right? But I still think on our hardware, we can do amazing things already. Yeah. What if one of us AI? So like I already mentioned, the likelihood of us all being in a simulation and us all just being like simulated is very high. So we're technically not AI maybe, but we're also not real, very realistically. That doesn't change, by the way, how you should act, like, right? The realization that statistically you're not real. In a quote-unquote real, what does real even mean? Right? We wouldn't even know what base reality looks like. So if that's even real. So even if you were in base reality, you couldn't assume that the base reality has any relevance. But we are very likely not even that base reality anymore. So yeah, technically you are kind of AI already, in a way. Because AI was probably involved in creating this version of perception. Study social fake science. I don't know half the things you're saying. Sorry. So if you have, yeah, okay, that's my. See, this is why you ask me and fucking about AI. So for the history of AI, I have to. Usually, I'm not careful enough about the things I say. So yeah, it's like basically AI works by having simple mathematical structures scaled up using other mathematics, and then you give a lot of data. And it creates, like, it distills the data via structure into a very small set of data, which you then can use to enter is in head. Then if you show picture or say something, then head can recognize head or picture. Okay, that's maybe stupid, but yeah, it's basically like a baby, right? A baby that sees a lot of stuff, learns a lot of things. This is a brain, right? If I have a baby mouse and I play with it the entire day and read stories to it, it's not going to learn how to read because the brain is too limited. But if I do it with a human, it will develop the capabilities. But for it to learn to write, read, whatever, right? It mostly needs input data, and that is what we're basically giving. Yeah, and the hardware is basically the brain, which was not good enough back in the day. You read one book called The Coming Wave or something? Yeah, Coming Wave. That's where my AI knowledge starts and stops. I mean, that book here. I have that book in my toilet right now. No, I think it should be there somewhere. There was a book I read on the toilet. Because shit. No, I'm just kidding. It's not shit. It's one I think wasn't it like written by Suleiman, an ex-AI guy, warning about it happening, right? He's warning about this change. And I think the funny thing is, right, and it's a bit unfortunate to hear, because there are people who recognize what I recognize as the incredible threat of AI, right? And then they waste their time arguing that we can't control it. And why do I say waste their time? Because it's inevitable that it's going to happen anyway. So that's why I say waste their time. So I really prefer people, I think the coming wave does that too, that focus on explaining and contextualizing progress and why we should care about it. So yeah, for that I really like the book. It's maybe a bit like written in a not like the most elegant way or something. It's not the most engaging book to read. It's not like if you're reading a Harari book or something. But at the end of the day, it's still like, you know, like there are a lot of smart ideas in there and a lot of smart thoughts. But the core takeaway is always like we just have. He was one of the guys who didn't give up in the AI winter, and he got the Nobel Prize for it. And you could say somebody gets the Nobel Prize for his work, life's work. What he's going to do? He's going to say, "Oh my God, best thing ever! Oh my God, I'm so amazing." No, what he's saying is, "Oh shit, this thing is dangerous," right? And unfortunately, he's caught up in the idea that it might be possible to, you know, make it safe. And I'm sorry, it's just not possible, right? I wish I was wrong, and hopefully somebody proves me wrong. But even then, what does safe mean, right? Is it safe in human hands? Also not, right? I don't think AI is safe in human hands either, right? So no matter if it's like safe in a way that we can use it as a tool, that is very dangerous. It's like giving us a lot of nukes, way worse than nukes though. That's horrible. Or having itself the risk that it eliminates us ourselves, which is honestly better because technically at least there is a chance it doesn't misuse it because it's not human. So yeah, that's why I think the AI safety, that's the second point I made. It's not as important as the first one, which is really changing things, getting people ready mentally for at least the unavoidable stuff like job loss and those things. Yeah, so I think that is the most important takeaway if you're a CEO or in government positions, and you know, you just watch somebody play Nioh 3, which you don't, which you should maybe because you would have heard this. Basically, what you should do is, you know, try to get as many people up to speed. So when the crash comes, people are not going to be like, "Oh my God," right? And you don't have to go to work anymore. Let's go. And then after a few weeks, they're like, "Okay, life is meaningless," right? That's a real risk, right? It's not like the initial euphoria on some people might also turn. So it's like the inverse is also true. Obviously, some people might, I'm so disappointed, and then, no, wait, this is not bad. But we have to get people ready, right? Like mentally, that this is a possibility. I'm not saying it's going to happen for sure in the next 10 years. I'm saying it's not unlikely, right? It's likely enough for us to care about it and prepare. And you read it because I'm not the guy as someone else. Yeah, the thing is, right? I mean, that's very intellectually honest of you to say you don't know, because I don't know a lot too, right? Obviously, as every human, I'm very limited in my depth of knowledge. I have a very good superficial knowledge, I think, but my in-depth knowledge is obviously super limited because I'm human, right? It's impossible for me to study everything and know everything, which is why I always say when something's important, dig in, right? Don't trust me. Trust the deeper research behind it. If there is any, this is the one place AI, I think I don't want to have people, and we do unfortunately have people with incompetence. Not a country that's pushing for this is actually just like getting your citizens ready. Yeah, it's the best thing we can do, right? Stopping it is also asked, because like I said, right, we're all dying. Cancer is still there. It's not going to go anywhere if you don't get AI for the long time. So yeah, for the sake of progress and human well-being, I think it's very important. But yeah, we're risking it all, basically. It's a huge gamble, but I don't think it's as big of a gamble if you just look at what's happening right now, right? If you just think, what if we don't get AI, right? Just imagine there's never an AI. Who's going to solve climate change? Who's going to solve nuclear tensions? Who's going to solve aging? Who's going to solve cancer? Who's going to solve the next virus outbreak, right? Slow and sluggish, if at all. And yet we have 500,000 population, and you don't ask them to enter. That's going to happen. So we're going to slow it down. Social country that says, I want to protect my citizens. Now you're going to keep your jobs, right? First of all, are you protecting them? Because you could give them UBI. Let me think for a moment. Where was I? Yeah, exactly. Imagine you're in a nice social country and you do everything to protect your citizens, right? Quote unquote protect. And then there's this not so nice dictatorship that doesn't give a shit and automates everything. Fast forward a year, the automated country is decades ahead of you technology people. How can you justify making you irrelevant as a country? Really hard to justify, right? We just stop, right? But the others don't. What do you do then? do you just wait for good luck to happen and your people just work on forever and nothing changes? There's no way, right? That one country that now has like technologies from hundreds of years in the future, it's not gonna just stay small. It's gonna do something, whatever it is. We don't know, right? Obviously, it's now, and it probably has the power to take over the entire world. So what did you protect for those few years where you pretend that you can just ignore the problem instead of actually just like facing it and joining the future? Right? It's like protecting human labor is a nice idea, but it doesn't protect shit. It only protects you for a few moments and doesn't change the issue. And you know when you don't have to protect human labor? Because the only reason to protect human labor is to give people time to transition. That's the only reasonable argument. And I argue if you wait this long and you need to protect human labor, you already fucked up. There should be a plan when human labor becomes irrelevant that you already have that makes it so that it's not necessary to keep people in a job and risk everything because you do that. And you don't want to risk your entire country's GDP becoming irrelevant just because you couldn't tell your people in time, okay, you're out of a job, get the fuck out of here, in a nice way, right? And here's all the money and the goods, but you're not working anymore because it's inefficient, right? It's really risky. It's so risky. If you're not the guy pushing the right levers there, and you don't have the plan, the plan matters. Every fucking day is gonna matter, right? So it's like, yeah, you don't want to be the last country to do this shit. Maybe you don't want to be the first one, but you definitely want to be very close behind them, very, very close. If you don't want to be relevant on a global scale, but it's really good for how spread we are. Just 1,200 islands, so good for teachers and all things. Freeload, baby. Yeah, no, I mean, the thing is, right, like it's all about flexibility. Not like I think Germany, for example, and the European Union is going to be really ass because we're at the end we're going to try to make a good thing happen, but we're going to be so slow and restrictive that we're going to really hurt our economy significantly. I think the EU is really going to be an annoying place to be. It's kind of annoying, right? Because I am obviously in the EU. And I already can see the fucking future where we are like left behind because we're too dumb to fucking admit that humans don't have to work for there to be value in from an economical perspective. Yeah, it's gonna be rough, man. It's gonna be rough. But okay, I think I'm gonna continue to play a little bit Nioh 3, but obviously you can still ask questions whenever you want to. Hopefully everybody's brain exploded now, and this is why I only do it at the end of games now. We don't do it during games as much anymore because I'm not as much bad. But you're gonna feel the change, right? This is gonna be a change that is not like hidden, right? This is gonna be real and tangible. And at the latest, when there are robots everywhere and like a lot of stuff, just like I think we can't get robots on the street and in houses fast enough. I'm not saying that because I want them to kill everybody. Because obviously the risk is real if you have a really dumb robot that can't differentiate between a tomato and a human, just slices you up. That would be pretty bad, right? We don't want that. But I think the reason why it's good to have this fast and demonstrated is because people understand things they see and feel better. And if there are robots delivering your goods, working as a cashier is, okay, that's already the first automation, but just like seeing things happening and working in the physical world is much more understandable than using an abstract LLM or talking about it, right? Just like seeing it do real actions. It's funny, right? My brother was like, he doesn't know how close we are to automating physical labor. And then in the next sentence, he talked to me about how amazing the robot show was from China. And I'm like, yeah, but if the robots can dance like this, what makes you think they can't fucking do other movements which are useful? right? Like we already have robots which are like actuator-wise useful, and the intelligence is also not terrible. We just have to merge them, right? There are a lot of simple repetitive tasks which can be made statistically safe, like driving, right? But okay, I'm gonna wash my hands and I'm gonna play a little bit of Nioh 3. And I'm gonna have to also rest my human voice. Limiting. No, really, like the information we convey here, right? A chatbot communicating with another chatbot or AI, they could do this within a second, right? This would be trivial for them, and we need like many words, many even hours for some basic shit, and they would already have like way more than us. Yeah, that's like the learning speed is like insane. It's like basically you wake up and suddenly you were like the Nobel Prize winner in mathematics. Hey, I'm back. Let's play. But also, by the way, it's really because some people might see this like, you know, existential crisis, blah blah blah. Do I have to care about this? No, you don't, right? Like, my job is basically to make people aware of it, and it doesn't mean it should change much for you, right? Like, you can't do much anyway, so just enjoy life, right? There's no way to be afraid of the future or anything.
先ほどといいまた違う場所に飛ばされたんじゃろうか今は思案しても答えは出ぬであろう
I don't remember shit. I just remember we went here, but okay, we one-tapped him. The hell, I have green shit. Do I also? I must have green shit, right? But he doesn't give me green shit. Yeah, I think this is really important to realize, right? This is like not stuff you have to worry about actively. It's a bit like, for example, right? It's a bit like cancer, right? You eventually statistically gonna get cancer, but it doesn't really matter that, you know, you don't have to be like every day, oh, am I gonna have cancer today, right? This isn't how you should think about it. This is like, you know, enjoy your life, and also you're aging, right? Like everybody's gonna die one day. Are you gonna every day you're gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna die? No, right? Just fuck that. Just enjoy. Yeah, so I think I falls under the same category of like pretty much irrelevant for most people.
やはり徳川と武田が争うておる。
Unless you're in a position that can actually like change things. I mean, I'm not saying you shouldn't talk about it, like let people know or whatever. I'm just saying like you don't have to worry actively, emotionally about it.
敵は武田信玄ということか
Yeah.
の。
It's actually a good thing to take the good parts of it and focus on those mentally, right? Like obviously, like it's very. You know what? They kind of didn't do this a lot later on. Could go for samurai style instead. No, I'm just too lazy for that because tomorrow's Resident Evil. Yeah, just like focus on the good parts, man. Like he's gonna cure cancer. If it, you know, like just imagine that. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Humans are really good at just believing the positive stuff, so just try to. It's not even zero possibility, right? It's not like an illusion or anything. So, from my perspective, it's reasonable. This is the first camp of the game. Why does it feel harder than the end game? Oh my god. Yeah, how do you not take damage? Oh, there's higher than level 150. Yeah, I can see like this being like once like the I guess one of the criticisms I didn't kind of mention when the game was over is that actually gear seems pretty irrelevant on the first playthrough. Like you don't go for sets, you don't look for these things, right? And I think this is what's going to become more motivating later on. But if there is a constant level creep, I wonder if it will have the same effect on New Game Plus 2 that you don't care about it too much. But I heard it becomes relevant later, so maybe then statistically the level is less important than... than the set bonus or something. We're gonna have to get all the Kodamas again. Oh, and do we have all the traversal tools from the get-go?
戦のない世なんて夢物語か。敵が多すぎる。援軍のあてもないのにこれでは。
Yeah, what level is recommended for this area? Ah, no, they keep everything unlocked. Wait, that is super interesting. But they do level. Ah, that's very interesting. So they expect you to still get a decent amount of XP there, huh? Yeah, I have a really unfortunate disposition when it comes to video games. That is that I enjoy the leveling, and I mean it's not unfortunate, right? It's unfortunate for New Game Plus because I do enjoy just playing the game, and I don't care too much about the direct progression. So I just like, you know, exploring areas, doing useless quote-unquote tasks, and I don't really enjoy just rushing through and going to bosses that much. So for me, like, playing the game in a normal way is the most enjoyable one. And as a result, I guess like New Game Plus will take a long time for me if I ever should beat it.
まだ誰かが戦っておるのじゃろうか。であれば捨ておけん。急ごうぞ。
Holy tankiness. Jesus, he's tanky.
もっともっと輝く石よ。
What? Lol, what? I didn't even know. Huh? Why? Okay, it's kind of interesting to see how they approach the start of the game. Because these like background combat things, they definitely did not happen later on.
死活後の者の敵ながら見事な槍さばき。家康には至るつわものよ。
Oh, they just auto skip this too? Yo, that's sick. I mean, for people who want to skip it. Wait, we don't have an ultimate yet? Oh shit, I went here. I mean, I like seeing the color green, can't lie. My brain's like, oh, new color, nice. And he's like, how about I give you this shit? Like, do we not find a single green item? What? Where are the green items? Wait, where are the green items? Are we like auto-selling them or some shit? Huh? Ah, here. So what are we finding? Wait, do we only find bows? Or I have to get rid of this shit. Oh, I guess you find a lot of weapons. Imbue lightning, like kitty. How do you do this? Like this. Attack bonus strength. Oh, interesting. So this might actually be a reason to get a new weapon eventually. So if I go for a new game plus, will I try a different weapon? That's actually a fair point. Should I try a different weapon just for fun?
それにしても竹千代か。殿の幼名と同じとは朽木絵にしよう。殿が浜松城にたどり着くまで、それがしはここを守らねばならぬ。殿を追って合流し、力添えをいただけぬか。
I think so, yeah. I think we're gonna swap our weapon to something else. Just for fun. Is it boring if I do that? I just go for the dual wield. Okay, I don't like hold action. Okay, he hurt me. Bro, let's play Wukong. Was denn? Mhm.
忠勝のことは覚えておるか。あれで随分子供好きでの、幼少の頃のお主にせがまれ肩車しておったものよ。
Mhm.
Dann trotzdem. Lecker. Warte. Hier, das ist. 100. Hälfte davon. Nicht?
Mhm.
空を覆う異形、江戸に現れたものと似ておらんか。傍らに見えるのが浜松城じゃな。気は進まぬが近づくしかなさそうじゃの。
That's nice. Hey, is it even worth getting any chests here? Wait, this was a dead end, I think, and you can just go left. But I want to go to a shrine and respec for the staff. Just for fun. Oh wait, can I somehow hide my secondary weapon? Because I just realized that we have 2 weapons on our back. I mean, that's not technically hiding, but... Okay, what stats does the staff need, though? Luck, Crucible, Attack Bonus, Strength. So it seems to like Strength a lot. Brain, Money, Sword. Brain... Money, or not money. Sword. I kind of would like it to scale with skill, which I guess we could do. Wait, can I actually access? Oh shit, this is good. That's a cool idea, actually. You're not even locking yourself out in new game. These guys really are really cool. Like they do such cool stuff. Like this is like a no-brain new game plus because you don't even leave new game. It's just like a different instance you're loading. And you can always toggle, which is amazing, honestly.
ついに大仕事を成し遂げたみたいだね。私の撃った獲物が役に立ったのならまた来てね。村正の名にかけていい仕事をしてみせる。調子はどう？
So what we want to do is... Wait, you're not allowed to remold this? Why? Wait, what's the problem? Huh? Wait, why is it grayed out? What does the weapon I have look like anyway? Oh shit, you can't remold this one? But why? I don't know why the... Like, why is this one able to be remodeled? Huh? I wish I knew why. Because... I think the split staff could be pretty cool.
じゃあまたね。
So what is the problem with this one? I guess we can go for strength instead. I mean, we'll make our throws pretty bad though. But okay, not being able to respec this is awkward. I wish I knew why, but okay. Sure, let's reset. What a good system, like for real, like, it's so nice. Okay, I guess we just go full strength for this one. Absolute brain dead mega ape move. Effects, duration, and key recovery speed. Wow, this gives a lot of damage, wait. Wait, let me quickly check this. What if you put this at 75? Plus 99. 100. I guess the diminishing returns are not that big here. Almost the same. Sure. Oh wait, we also need to put a little bit in magic. I mean, having no skill is not an issue. I'm used to it, but... Sure. What damage value do you have? 1190. Attack bonus strength. I mean, I did level strength though, right? And now we should have enough for this one. Ah, shit, they need 20 skill? Son of a bitch. Okay, guess we go again. I mean, that is gonna hurt our damage significantly. Yeah. Skill has no meaning. Wait, how do we deal less damage now? Wait. Oh yeah, no, of course, because we didn't input the points. Wait, why do I have 28 skill? What? Wait, when did I misclick this? Whoops. Why did I invest so much into skill? And now we get an additional one. Muraku. Bluster accumulation. Bluster is wind. Do we have some water? Water damage reduction. We don't really have anything that gives us water here. Oh no, wait, saturation is water, I think. Huh? But we don't have agility, unfortunately. I'm just gonna stick with Nikomata for now, but... Hey, we are in the wrong timeline now. Wait, I'm so confused. Did we unlock the entirety of... This is the first area? Yeah, what do we even do here? The Demon's Regimen. I mean, you can literally just TP there right away. You know what? Kind of weird to do, but... Will that always be like that we unlock the entirety of the fast travel points? This is kind of weird. That would literally mean you can just TP to the end game. Wait, before we do anything more, do you have new shit? No. And before we have new shit, what we definitely have to do though is invest points into the split staffs. Or there's just too much. This is the reason. This is the reason why I kind of hate. Crucible. I kind of hate skill trees sometimes, because yeah, now we want to have a new weapon, but we're not learning the moveset, but we're also learning a bazillion new skills. Jesus. Sure. Okay. Learned via crucible weapon. Does it mean we have everything when it glows? No. It's glowing brighter and brighter. Or is it? I guess it's just because we learn. Okay, let's see. What skills do we have? RT after using Twin Phoenix 2, of course. Okay. Uh-huh. Wait, if these are 3 distinct ones, that could like really be good for versatility. Holy. Hold A while guarding. Okay. Fluid form. What the fuck? Different forms. Okay. See, this is why I was not doing this during the first playthrough, because I was like, ah yeah, sure, we're gonna spend fucking 10 billion years to do this shit. Ah. Range extension. Oh, we don't have this one? I guess it's like a hidden one. Radiant Moon. Jesus. Like, why doesn't this have so many guarding things? During mist. Why are there like 2 points next to that one? So Twin Phoenix, Dragon Dance. Oh, this is like so confusing. I don't know which one would be the most sensible. I guess like the one that has like many fast attacks. Maybe this is what the symbol actually shows us, that it has synergy. You know what? Actually, I think so. I think this is what has synergy with our Yeah, because this has a spin one. I mean, this also has a spin one, but it doesn't really extend it, right? Yeah, I get it. Okay, this is cool, so we can actually make sense of this now. Swirling tides. I mean, I'm already an expert. What can I say? Like, the moment I'm gonna go in here, I'm definitely just gonna own everything because I really know what I'm doing. And okay, this is really weird that they just unlock all the fast travel points and you can literally just go into the dungeon. Not sure. I mean, I know that some people just care about moving New Game Plus forward as fast as they can to the next one. But it also is weird that you don't even have to walk there anymore.
さすがのわしも初めて見るあやかしじゃ。
外はどうなっておるのだ。殿は無事なのか。
What in the... I have no idea what I'm doing. Shit. What is Twin Phoenix? Backwards. Okay, that's the... You don't have diagonal ones with this one. I guess you can hold it forever if you want to. Yeah, so which ones do we not do yet? This is a special one? Okay, I mean, yeah. It doesn't have a backwards one. I'm not like 100% sold on this moveset. Seems very simplistic. Not simplistic, like very slow compared to the other one.
草薙の光が明かりを灯したか。地獄を晴らす輝きと直虎は言うておったが、その明かりがお主を導いてくれるやもしれん。
Is it normal that we deal almost no damage now? I don't know about this weapon. It seems very slow paced compared to the sword. Wow, this gives you a lot of versatility though. Okay, this is not a gap closer. What about this one? I'm not gonna lie, I'm not like very convinced so far. Wait, why are the damage numbers so bad though? Like the sword was consistently hitting for 2k. Wait, why is it so much better? 1,400? That's like 50% almost. I mean, maybe familiarity does change a lot there, but this is so much worse, for real. We might actually have to go back, because I don't know, like, why would I use a weapon that doesn't feel better to use and just does less damage? Omega lol. And it also makes her ninjutsu worse. I just don't see a world in where this weapon is better. Not gonna lie. What do we do? Do we go back? I mean... It is really easy to build versatility though. That is undeniable. I don't know. Because like, this is so slow. Like what the fuck? Nah, I don't think I'm having more fun with this weapon, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm having more fun, because it deals way less damage, feels very slow. Yeah, maybe we should try another one. What else do we have? Wait. Did I level the wrong stat? Oh, this is... No, I didn't. Stamina. Uh-huh. I mean, this one also has skill. What is your moveset like? Why do I feel like a budget Kratos when playing this one? Wait. How did I catch it and do it again? Interesting. What the fuck? Pretty cool, but also weird. But also pretty cool. Raging Fire Talon. That's a Q cover. You have very weird stats though. No strength on them. No skill. I feel like I'm cosplaying Wolverine when I'm playing this one. I don't know. I mean, this one is for sure the most spinny weapon in the game. Sure, let's go with this one. I mean, it's not going to deal any damage right now because we haven't leveled it. I think. Or does it match a main stat? No, it doesn't, right? Is it? Should be pretty bad. Where do I even need to go? What the fuck am I doing? Oh my god, there's just actually no way we're killing them with this one. Oh my god, the damage. Lol. Okay, I mean we are dealing negative damage. This okay, we have to respec. Yeah, respecking is free and you can do as much as you want, so there's no problem. The only problem, I mean there is a problem, the problem is the weapon doesn't scale with skill or strength, which I both value highly. So we're gonna have to see if we can actually remodel it. I think it's remodel, right? I mean, honestly, if we can't remodel these, I might go for this one, just for fun. Oh wait, this is a samurai one. Whoops. I guess we can't remodel any of them. I mean, that doesn't... I don't know why, but... Sure, let's go and... Maybe it's because I can't craft them yet? I don't know if I can craft the other ones. Okay, let's respec. You are... Heart, muscle, and brain. Perfect. Heart, muscle, and brain. I guess we could do a heavy build with this, with lightweight. It's full stamina pushing. So we look a bit differently, like we look really fat or something. I wonder what weight we would be at with this, just for fun. And what's value does the... I assume it needs strength, just like instinctively here. Okay. We'll see in a moment. What do we have? I don't even know what the f is going on. Wraiths of Benzeiten. Okay. 1,300. Still weaker than the other one, but we can... I guess like mostly still be lightweight. Wait, really? All we got is one more piece of equipment? Oh, that is ass. Wow. Oh, that is... Wait, I was like thinking 2 or 3 or something. Maybe an entire tier of armor if we go to 99. Well... You can guess which one I'm not using. Wait, how much did we need? 17, I think. That was it. And we need strength 20. Nah, skill 20. I don't fucking know. Holy shit. Minus 12. I mean, I'm just trolling at this point. I should have kept the sword. I don't know why I'm doing this. Yeah, this works perfectly again with the 30 equip load. 1920. Okay, so let's see. I mean, just double checking we didn't level the wrong stat. Okay, now all we have to do, which is always the most fun part, is put a bazillion skill points into random shit that I literally don't give a shit about. I wonder if the dual swords would have been cooler. I don't know, we're playing Talons now. Weapon familiarity. Okay. These are getting better at doing this, which basically means I ignore everything the game tells me. Ooh, they also have Izuna drop. Nice. Ooh. Missed after using martial art applies a special effect that raises the damage about your next martial art. Okay. Recovers a small of key after successfully activating. Are you kidding me? Why though? I don't use mist, and I don't intend to use mist, so it was nice knowing you. May you rest in peace. Why don't we just use the fucking blade? Yeah, sure. What stat does it need? I mean, we're trying, man. Muscle, skill, and intelligence. I mean, there's only one answer here. It's obviously skill. For sure, but we still need the 20 constitution, 17. I honestly don't know what we do with this one, to be honest. 17 stamina. Yeah, skill surely a lot. Unfortunately, neither of them affect us that much. Strength part of this one? No. Oh, it's really cool. You can see it here, actually. I'm like... I mean, there's no way this is better than the other one, but you know, like, we can at least spin a little bit. You can also respec these, maybe. Maybe, hopefully. Don't tell me all of them. Okay. We never know if we want to go back, so... Why is this the biggest skill tree I've ever seen in my fucking life? Why is this one so fucking crazy big? Oh my god. And me. I guess we don't have enough ninja points because the hatchet skill tree is the biggest fucking skill tree in human history. No, that's not true. Path of Exile exists, but... Just because it's bigger doesn't mean it's better. I mean, for cock, yeah, but... there's a point where it's too big, then you can get it in anymore, but you know what I mean. Okay, where the fuck do we put anything here? Oh my god. Okay, we go next. Why am I doing this? We could be playing eugenics. Timing. Okay, whatever that means. Chain hurl. Am I like some kind of ranged character, or what is this? I don't need more range, man. Sure, let's go dual hurl. Okay, But I don't throw this, right? Why does this have the marker after it? Okay. I don't know where there are like these markers next to it, to be honest, like what that means. Boulder break. B plus A, what is this shit? What in the fuck? Well, whatever, never gonna use this one for sure. When attack is guarded against. Yeah, it's a complete ass. That was pretty sick. Advancing Storm. Uh-huh. Ooh. That's sick. Nah, man, the roundabout looks fucking sick. Yeah, fuck that. Sure. And what neutralized them? What does neutralize them? You hit them from behind? Okay, that's pretty sick, I'm not gonna lie. Firefoot drill. What? Whoa, these are sick. Wait, this weapon is sick. I mean, I don't remember shit, but... Yo, wait, this is a really cool weapon. Let's level it maybe a little bit. Or should we wait with that a little bit? And we can still level it a little bit. Did we level it now? Ah, we need Verdian soul ores. Oh, you know what? I don't give a shit. Let's just play the game. Shogun's Journey. We're in here, right? Okay, let me drink something quickly. Okay, so let's try our movesets. That's kind of mega ass. Okay, that's not the best move in human history. That one's kind of weird. That's kind of a crazy combo. This is the one I think we would TP normally. Wait, does she not? Does this weapon not have a backwards attack? Huh? Why does this one not work? What? I am very confused. Well, this one for whatever reason doesn't work. Okay, now it did. I have no idea. I guess the timing is kind of awkward when we don't not target locking or something. Okay. I mean, so far, so good. Yeah, so do I expect it to deal as much damage? Obviously not, right? It's gonna deal way less, but... I guess like New Game Plus just unlocks a lot of set items. It's kind of questionable from a game design decision though. Is my damage abysmal? Where are the 2k plus damage numbers? Like, is it really so much worse? Or am I just not paying attention enough? I mean, are we gonna win against this guy? There's no way, man. This guy's gonna fucking cook me. Am I like slow or some shit? Why is my damage so ass? What? Did I spec into the wrong set? What? No way. There's no way we only deal this little damage. Huh? Wait, what am I missing? Did we miss the weapon stats? What's going on here? Nice, skills with skill for sure. Huh? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. If the damage numbers stay this small, there's no way I'm playing this weapon. I mean, not the damage numbers, like the actual damage we deal, obviously. Is this a joke? Is it weak because it's meant to be some kind of weird pseudo range shit? Wait, which attack caused the jump again? Yeah, right, this one. I don't know about this, guys. Like, this seems to be a fucking trash tier. I mean, not weapon, but our damage is just trash tier. Why is it so bad? If you start like this guy. But you can't. I think once you get hit, you can't parry it, but I'm not sure. I just tried to parry it 3 times. But I don't know. Like, is it worth playing a weapon that has negative damage? I don't think so. I don't think so, honestly. I mean, let me check, right? Like, if the weapon is the not the problem, I mean, we'll see in a moment. But I don't know. That is very disappointing. Even though I really like the skill set on this guy. Yeah, that pisses. Honestly, I like the skill set. It pisses me off. Like, it would have been fun, but. I mean, I'm just gonna try it a little bit longer, but I am very, very, very close to just calling this one ass. Is the aerial attack a hold attack for this one? Yeah, this one's hold midair. Well, let's see, this is played a little bit, but... Ah, he's back. I mean, he's just a normal guy, which honestly makes this even worse, because... What is the combo? This one. I mean, that deals a little bit of damage, but even this is not even nowhere. This is nowhere close to. It is really hard to justify. If the weapon dealt the same amount of damage, I would be perfectly fine with it, but I don't think I can justify a weapon that does like a fraction of the damage for whatever reason. I have no idea what the actual reason there is. Like, it might just be the other weapon. This is generally the stats. I mean, yeah, it has better stats for sure. But the fact that I can barely kill like a normal enemy here. It's so ass. Like, nah, we're gonna have to, unfortunately. Yeah, we're gonna unfortunately have to swap to a different weapon. I mean by that, I mean back to the other weapon, because honestly, I don't know why, but I have the feeling that we would need to invest a little bit more into... What killed me? Is there like another guy? Yeah, sure, let's go back to the other weapon. Really hard to justify trying a weapon out. I mean, I'm not interested in the different weapons. They're all fine, right? I'm pretty sure you can make a weapon that does the same amount of damage as this one. But yeah, it's just really, really hard for me to... I hate to see this every time, but okay. Yeah, Samurai is also an interesting playstyle we could try eventually. But yeah, there's actually just no way we're gonna... We're gonna be doing that for real. So my weapon scales with strength, skill, and intellect. Okay. Is this what we did? I don't even know what we did, to be honest. What was our hard value? What were we doing here? Oh, whoops. Completely forgot to level my heart here. Well, let's respec. I think having a solid foundation of 20 there should be reasonable. I mean, now we have like significantly less skill though. Yeah, but it should be okay. Hey, let's see. I mean, we're back on the old weapon, so hopefully that is fine. And also we have the highest value here, right? Yeah, 0.8, yeah. Just making sure we didn't by accident lower it by 1. But I think 17 is fine. And hey, Chaotic Chemistry, welcome back. I am doing okay. We talked a lot before, so my brain's kind of fried. But not fried, like... a lot of random random discussions before. So, getting back into the game mode. Yeah, let's see. The big guy's gonna be our damage test for sure. Or do they just have like an insane amount of tankiness? Nice, for sure has better values. Sure. I mean, you're using the correct. Yeah, this is the one we've been using the entire time. Also, it is +2. I mean, does that make such a big difference? Maybe it does, actually. Look at those numbers, right? Like... Yeah, it is so much better, unfortunately. Wow, pitch now. And you're doing alright, you just had lunch. Oh, I'm also really hungry. But I'm still a little bit on a diet. I mean, not that I need to lose weight, but I want to lose weight for bouldering. So I could stay at this weight if I wanted to, but just a little bit less is probably better for my joints in the long term. So for me, being hungry is not like the... I mean, sometimes I'm also hungry, but now I'm just like low energy. That's basically what I mean. It's very noticeable to me that I'm like... My body's like... Ooh, chilling. And I'm like... Come on. Push. Okay, see, this is so much more fun. Why would I want to use some trashy ass shit weapons if I can play like this? Way more fun. Now the others are fine too, right? We just didn't build around them, and maybe it makes such a big difference. I don't know, but it also this one has really short animations, which just makes it feel so much more fast and, you know, it's frantic. And I don't know, I just really like this one. Like, if I had, like, I didn't try all the weapons long enough, obviously, but this weapon for sure, it's super fun, and I obviously recommend it. Like, I had a really good time with this one. But I haven't tested the other ones, so like my recommendation is basically pretty useless. But from all the ones I just tried, I mean, you know, like, they all seem fun, honestly. So, if they're all equally strong, I still think this is not a bad one for your first playthrough. If you just want to commit to one. You can also just play all of them anyway, so... Getting all the green. All the green. Yeah, more tomorrow, Resident Evil. Didn't watch any showcases recently, so I'm as blind as you can be after watching the reveal trailer. Man, everybody's gonna get early access, aren't they? I was just thinking about it. Everybody's gonna be streaming it tomorrow morning or some shit, or maybe even tonight. Oh, I hate that. I hope they didn't do it, but they usually do it. Fucking pisses me off. Not because I like. It's not like, oh, I can't do that. No, it's because I like watching streamers when I don't stream, and when they're all playing a game I'm gonna play and I want to be spoiled. That basically means that I can't watch them, and I just risk by watching other people, just seeing a fucking recommendation, YouTube thumbnail, whatever, just spoiling parts of the game. I really hate that. I wish like everybody could just start it at the same time. Oh, that came way sooner than I thought it would. I'm dead. Oh my god, it's cooking. You know what? Who's cooking? I'm cooking. Myself. Why are we fighting them? I have no idea, to be completely honest. Also, we don't need to go and loot shit. But knowing that it keeps the progression for a new game, plus is really nice. So you don't have to get all the Kodamas again. You can literally just, I guess, go boss rush mode if you want to. Oh, he had like an infinite amount of iframes there. But they are pretty tanky, like relative to new game, they're definitely very tanky. What time is it actually? It is 17:06. This is worth starting a new Genix run. No, let's go for the major boss here, die a couple of times because he's probably gonna be fucking cancer. And then move on. Shit, it's an enemy. Wait, was there always an enemy here, or did they add this guy here later? I don't remember there being an enemy. I should stop looking. I was like looking at my versatility. I was thinking, why is it only at, what was it, 5, 6? Yeah, I was like really not paying attention. Yo, you can do that to them? That's pretty cool. I don't remember there was an end right here. Original place here. What the fuck is he doing? Yeah, so see, already this is pissing me off because this takes fucking 10 billion years to kill a normal mini-boss now. No way, I'm so... I don't have eyes behind me, man. I mean, usually there's also no lava behind me. The exact same death as before. No way. Yeah, so see, this is why I don't like new game, because usually all it does is either increases damage, which I guess there was not a lot of room to improve in the increase in the first place. But it seems to increase like enemy HP quite significantly, which I mean, honestly, it just makes the game feel worse, right? Like, I mean, when I have to press RB 100 times for a single fight, yeah, that's where I personally am like, okay, this is not for me, right? I can handle a little bit of button mashing, but like, this is just tedious. Yeah, so unfortunately, I think New Game Plus this might not be for me. Because I just get really bored and also hate button mashing. Wait, didn't I parry that? Or did I? Jesus Christ, does his HP ever go down? I gotta really see how this one ends. Fuck. Just imagine this with the other weapon, how horrible it would be. I am not sold. I'm not sold on the idea of a new game where the main thing that changes is enemy HP numbers. I mean, this guy might not even have been here, right? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying they didn't change enemy placements. I'm saying it doesn't matter to me if I have to button mash for 100 fucking years in order to... What is going on? What is my character doing? Like, why are we getting stuck on nothing the entire time? It's time for us to get some healing while slow motion aiming. Where do I need to go? Is this the way forward? I don't know. Okay, I can really see why people do boss rushes though, because if everything just takes 10 billion years, why would you bother, right? Like, why would you not just like rush for the bosses? So the Crucibles, while they are a good first exploration level, I think the more you play them, the more annoying it is, because it's kind of hard to remember what the main way forward is in the first place, right? So from my perspective, what I'm doing right now is I'm hoping that I'm going the right way. Which is not the same thing as going the right way. I think we're at the final boss now. Hopefully. We need more skill. We have cool gear. Ooh, okay. Straight and true, that's how I like. Nobody, actually, it's freaking boring. Oh, I'm so fucking tired. This fight's gonna make me fall asleep probably. I mean, at least we fucking hit him. What is he doing? So, my statement about New Game being easier than New Game Plus, I mean, I think it's mostly down to mechanics though. I don't think like you were it is not as I expected. So I expected it to be like you're a bit too strong at the start, but not at all actually. So they didn't do the Elden Ring here. So basically you are weaker than you were at the end of the last time you were here. I just sworn that I parried that one, but it's okay. he's like, what the fuck is he doing? He's running laps around me. The damn right I am. All for the versatility. They call me versatility builder. Style point finish. Yeah, so I think it's actually kind of comparable to the first time around here. This is like you get better at the game and have more shit, but I don't think it was much harder or easier. Maybe, I don't know. This doesn't feel like it at least. What? Soul cores of rare rarity will appear in Shogun's journey. By defeating Crucible Wraith, you can acquire rare soul cores of that enemy's type. Defeat more of the same type of Crucible Wraith to increase your chances of acquiring the soul core. You can know these the first time you feed them. Uh-huh. Okay. Wait, so there is a reason to kill more than this if you care about the... Yo, you can tell they knew what they were doing. They like supercut the game. Like they keep the cool short cutscenes, but they don't really give you the exact same shit. But wait, does that mean Crucible Wraith are back, or what is this shit? The Dark Realm. So I guess like if I go back to them, I can get the better versions, which is kind of like misleading because it literally tells you that I did them, but I didn't. So it's kind of hard to track if I defeated them, I guess. And I think these are the battle missions or something. Wait, you can... Wait, now am I confused? So we actually did not unlock everything as a fast travel point. It's only for the introduction, I guess they wanted to make it short. Maybe.
時を超え地獄あでは行きましょうか。
行きましょう。
地獄を呼ぶまがまがしき闇の輝き。それが極霊石。極霊石を守護霊に宿した者は霊石を糧として不死になる。あなたが同じ輝きを見たのならきっとその者も時を超えて極霊石を放った者こそこの事態の元凶。時の中に散らばった極霊石を打ち滅ぼせばその力を削げるはず。
We get a lot of XP in this mode? No. No, not really. What do you want from me?
あなたにお渡ししたこれた。
Okay. Ah, yeah, right, I remember.
Kokuは以前にも来た場所じゃの。草薙の力が鏡に応えたのか。明かりが灯っておるの。人がおったのか。ここについて何か知っておるやん。尋ねてみようぞ。
あら、いら。また来てね。毎度、またね。ここ？
ここはわしら聖ある者の居場所ではなさそうじゃ。人の思いや未練が
Leave the building, what do you mean? Huh? Did I activate it by accident? I think so. I think I just mashed the button and just started the cutscene here. My bad. Oh yeah, here. So. Oh yeah, do we have a cool new outfit visually? I mean, we just came from the place where we can change this. But I kind of want to change up my style. Maybe we found something cool. That's nice. Sorry about the double loading screen here. I guess we... Wait, do we have to do this every... What? What do you mean? Why can't I go back to the... Huh? Where's my fucking... Oh, locking me out of my shit, huh? I'm in the correct world though, yeah. Why am I going down? I need to go up. Wait, did we never get this one? No, we did, but it's back.
舞坂の宿場からの知らせが途絶えたのだ。探りを入れたい。手を貸してはくれぬか。それがしはこれより立つ。向こうで落ち合おう。
Whatever.
竹千代。せし。
Nice. My favorite part of video games is not being able to aim down. Where the fuck is it? Oh my god, not being able to aim it down is so cancer. Oh my god, kill me, please. What is this shit? Massive trolling on the death side there. Okay, what do you get for doing this again? Umbra's side, whatever that does. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're literally just gonna fucking TP. We could do the missions, but I honestly couldn't give more or less of a fuck about that. So wait, now we unlocked everything again? What? Huh? That is really interesting though. They put so much content in the world, and New Game Plus is basically, yeah, how about you just skip everything? Yeah, good luck. No, good luck, like, fuck that content. Interesting though. I mean, a lot of people are gonna like this. I'm not gonna lie, it does make it less of a replaying and more of a... I don't even know what we're doing actually, but... And the fact that you... I just did the mist instead of the pickup, and the mist turned me into the water instead of picking up the item. It's the same button, right? Like if I do this and press B, she turns instead of picking up the item. Oh my god, actually, I mean, it did kill me, so maybe don't kill me. I just wonder how it goes with leveling, because like if you look at the map, you can clearly see this is level 163 and this one's level 143, and there's no way we did just 20 levels by running here. So are you just gonna get out leveled and you have to go grind or some shit? Or does it not matter because levels are relevant and... Nioh. Where do I need to go? Over here, huh? I mean, that for sure is gonna make it faster. These guys are the ones that pissed me off the most, that we deal less damage, because they were so nice to kill, and now we take like fucking 10 billion shots for them. Ah, okay, you only have to kill this guy, huh? Hey, let's get the chest, because why not? And there's actually no reason to go to lower level areas too for this, because the higher level areas are for sure gonna give you more resources. So yeah, I don't really see a reason. I think we got him though. Yeah, look, he's there. Isn't he cute? We got him. Yeah, there are two things happening right now. Like, one of them is that the HP pulls of the enemies are higher, and the damage of them is approaching one shots with every single attack very quickly. This is a bit concerning, in my opinion. Right? Like this makes it a little bit hard to know. Yo, you didn't hit me. Yeah, you saw it, I saw it, everybody saw it, you just didn't hit me. Ja. Also hast du noch Meetings oder was? Oh. A world in where I can aim up. God. Mhm. Ja, klar. Wait, do we also have a running attack? Finishes the game, wonders if the weapon he was using has running attacks. Classic. This one almost has no skills. Which is not good, right? Having less skills means we're basically I have an idea. We could do leave glide as a default combo. Like we could put this on one button, maybe. I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't. It would be pretty cool. So we could just parry like in Sekiro with it or something. Ah, whatever. Oh no, I didn't have the juice. And now we're inside. Yeah, having more skills is good because it basically gives you more versatility easily. What does that give us? If Ocho Cup or something? No, Lantern Panther. So yeah, we don't have any more of these points. I think the other one have been maxed. Were there two of them? Problem is I don't really remember the enemy placement that well, so there might not have been two here, which would be cool, right, if they added additional enemies and stuff like that for New Game Plus. Yeah, so far the only reason this is harder than New Game is because they basically one-shot us. And I honestly don't quite understand the logic. Is it like, are they assuming I level my HP a lot, or are they assuming I level my armor a lot? Or both? Because we did neglect that for sure. Ooh, okay. We're we have a lot of sets we don't give a shit about, but let's go. Do I have to equip my weapon though for it to count as a set? So we have the Grace of Hoti too. Oh yeah, right. We want to look if we can have a different outfit, which I definitely want to have. So as soon as we're at the next shrine, I'm gonna go back and quickly look if we can get a cooler outfit.
Takechi.
Takechi. I wonder if this crucible weapon exists even as a non-crucible weapon. And if so, how much does it cost to level?
いらっしゃい。
Yeah, the wrong way. Wait, we just found a Bison Uchigatana. And I like Kitty. A plus. What the fuck is that? Is there also SS? Okay, maybe I hope there's no SS, but what the fuck is this? The Bison Uchigatana. Amrita on strong attack 9. I mean, this seems like a complete meme weapon if you ask me, but oh, the numbers really don't change. There seems to be some kind of exponential decay there.
好きなの選んで。
Now that I knew there's a set version, I kind of
また
wanna,
ね。
I kind of wanna level that instead of mine, to be honest. Not gonna lie. In general, we could consider using a set or something. Sinister Tyrant's Crown. Whatever, we always start with the base one. Robe of the Exalted. I mean, that does... Wait, is that her robe? Or why don't we have, like, the bigger... Is it because of the... Shadow Step Vest? Okay, can look like a gangster. Yeah, right. These are many we already had before, so... Oh my god. Sister Tyrant, huh? Sinister, sorry, not sister. I'm blind. Do we not have it, or does she not have pants? Oh, are you kidding me? I must be blind, right? This looks actually pretty cool together, but I don't... Does she not have a matching piece of clothing? Or is she just wearing this one? I don't even know. What was she wearing? It's almost like they get like more covering the lower we get. Ah, is it like because ninja style is prioritized here? Oh, I guess we can just wear samurai stuff if we want to. Last Ninja. I mean, the naval one's pretty good. But there also should be a non-naval version. Is this the non-naval one? No. Wish we had a matching one. So is Ferryman the same as Naval? I think so. This one has a little bit of blue inside. I mean, this one is a bit more neutral, I guess. That's kind of hard to say which one I like more. I mean, this one's fine too, I guess. I think it's also silver, so it doesn't really matter. So let's go with the other one. Not this one, where is it? Yeah, this one seems good. Perfect. Now, do we keep the part on her head though, or is there something cooler? Nah, I think most of them are actually kind of ass. Like, this one's pretty cute, but I don't think it like matches much better. Perfect. Very nice. Nobody is gonna see us coming like this. Nice. Nah, but all jokes aside, this is pretty cool. I wish there was more minimalistic stuff that wouldn't like, you know, like imagine she sits a bit differently. Yeah, if there was more minimalistic stuff, that would be maybe nicer. I mean, that one. Nah, I think it's okay. I wish there was more like stuff that didn't take up too much space, but sure, let's run around with a weird mask like this. Am I sure like that? Yeah, why not? That's fine. Wait, did we? Wait, am I dumb? Like, didn't I? Oh, yeah. Jesus, how can you be this tired?
天守がおかしな霞に
Kashi.
援軍が臆さねばよいが
Kashi. Uides. Wow, what a move. Sign up to the fucking I can't hit shit. Wow, he got stuck on geometry, I think, and didn't move forward or something. Why does he need a bazillion HP though? Like, can we answer that question? Hey, is there a reason why they gave everything fucking 10 billion HP in New Game Plus? I mean, I know why. I told you about it. It's basically the game doesn't have a lot of leverage beyond HP numbers. And enemy placement, I guess, but that's also, I guess, more limited because it also costs performance to just put more enemies on screen. So, yeah, I'm sure the game doesn't have... Woo! What do we do here, though? We go here? Ah! Well, I tried to parry him 3 times. No way. No fucking way. Wait. Saved. I mean, it just feels like ass, to be honest. Like, we just do the same shit with less damage. Like, I mean, yeah, maybe there's an enemy extra here and there. I actually don't know about that, but... Gonna cook me. I'm not sold. I'm not sold yet. Maybe it's gonna happen later. I don't know. But so far, new game, it for me feels more like more HP game. How did he end up target locking the enemy on the other side though? That's crazy. I wonder if we should open the shortcuts though, because right now I am not opening any shortcuts. Control. I hate our damage right now. Like, it's not bad, right? But it's just worse than it was before. Fuck me. It takes so long to shoot. So also about the challenge, I don't even think this is more challenge, but I also predicted this, right? The thing is, yeah, it will get harder, but the core enemy movement doesn't change, right? They don't attack differently. So I don't think it's... You can give them a bazillion HP, it will just make the fights way longer, which makes them harder, but not really like in a fun and engaging way, right? So in this case, they don't have a bazillion HP yet, obviously, but I don't really see how they want to scale this into something that, you know, like interests me personally. The auto climb going crazy. And I also feel like my damage numbers have not been changing in quite some time. Roll. Oh my god, where the fuck did this bitch come from? Yeah, not sold right now, but obviously maybe once we get a taste of a complete set or something, we're gonna be like, oh my god, it's so cool. I have no idea, but right now all I'm seeing is I'm dealing less damage, the game is still not more challenging, and yeah, not very transformative for me so far. But also, I'm like mentally not really committed, right? It's not like I'm like, oh yeah, I want to do this, right? I'm like, I'm just chilling until Resident Evil comes out. How do I get there? My god, please. Oh, right. I'm stupid. It's actually mandatory to go up there. Yo, this is actually the best outfit combo, like, because naval outfits are kind of ass. Because they have like this weird thing behind them, but this is like basically the best of both worlds. I guess like, you can also go topless almost with this one, because honestly there's almost no difference, but Kodama party. Want to parry it, I don't know why. I swear, like the dead zones make this so fucking stupid. Oh, I think the boss of this area was actually kinda strong. Bro, this is unreal. Like, he has too much HP. What the fuck is this boring shit? Jesus Christ. So, unfortunately, new game does not make these fights harder. It just makes them more annoying. I mean, I guess at some point they're just gonna one-shot me anyway, but it doesn't make it hard, right? It just makes it bad. 'Cause then it's like a bullet spongy enemy that you can just like permanently stun. And if you, for whatever reason, miss a single stun, you just get shit on. Like, this does not seem like good design to me. Yeah, I think New Game Plus so far has not convinced me that I want to go for a full playthrough of this. Even if I had more time, I would probably choose to play something else. Personally. Right? I'm not saying this is bad or anything, it's just like, I don't think it's like engaging enough for me to play this New Game Plus. Because I just don't like bullet spongy enemies. I just have an aversion against button mashing, against like normal enemies. I just fucking hate that. And not normal enemies, bosses or something. Like just like smashing buttons over and over and over. That's just, it's not for me. And that's fine, right? He's stuck, which is not good because I actually don't know how to deal a lot of damage there. Oh, my eyes. Holy shit, that's unpleasant to look at. How did he dodge that one? What the fuck? Yeah, it's kind of weird though, right? I like roguelikes and stuff like that where we play the same stuff, but for whatever reason, in most of these games, it just does not work for me for whatever reason. And even though this game has a like progressive loot system, I'm not like, oh my god, right? Like I'm progressing towards something. Maybe I should look at the sets more. Maybe that's what that would motivate me or something. What is he doing actually? Sure. Do we have a cool set that's gonna be amazing and I'm gonna be like, wow, this is peak? What even is a ninja set? I don't think we have a set. Like the tragic hero, does that sound cool? Dodge, key consumption, ninjutsu damage, damage dealt, evade, faster movement, evade, attack bonus, heart. What are you called? Shinobi braces, Grace of Hotei. Deflect, evade, auto recovery stack. What? Increase damage dealt, auto recovery speed, unscathed. With auto recovery here. Uh-huh. Sure. Shinobi. Grace of Hotei. Grace of Hachima. Yeah, it's not for us. Okay, can we sort by Grace of Yotei? But doesn't it show me? No. I guess like Transmore kind of makes it hard to actually even know what people are wearing for to change it. Grace of Hotei. Benziton. And the set bonuses are kind of mid, I'm not gonna lie. Right. Grace of Inari. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I guess like there are too many sets for us to even consider. Nah, there's no way we're actually gonna make anything happen here right now. I guess I could craft them at some point or something specifically, but like finding them randomly seems a bit ass. Oh, I guess I didn't carry them, huh? Do you really need that much HP? Why are they all so fucking tanky now? Is it because they're higher levels? I guess so. Yo, these use my transmog. I guess it don't even look that bad when I do my transmog. But he waits forever. Oh, sorry, wrong switch. You know what? I'm gonna change the fucking water wheel. While it is fast to do, I think cool she moves the blood there. But it's fast to do. I kind of feel like I'm more interested in maybe this one, because it is long, right? They say long recovery, but wow, that was a really long recovery. I almost didn't.
多少よく切れるからともてはやされおって許せぬまがいものでもばらまいてくれるわ
Hey, isn't it funny? I think we had the same outfit around this time here in the main game too. I mean the pants at least. Okay. The thing is, right, they give you better stuff, but the enemies just scale faster than the stuff you get, so it feels like very pointless. To be completely honest here. Like it's like I'm fighting a scaling system which now is not in my favor anymore. I think we scale way worse now than we did initially, because everything has like exponential decaying returns. It feels like we're getting so many green items, but I guess like a lot of them are samurai. You know what? I just realized, yeah, they need to drop twice as much loot for the loot not to be ass in the game. Because you have 2 gear sets you can get, which I guess it would be nice to tell them, I don't give a shit about samurai, just give me the juice. Try it. Ooh, okay. No idea if it's good, but it looks cool. We're almost at the boss. Wait, we are at the boss. Wait. Wait. Is there a shortcut here? Because if there is a shortcut... No elixir, you fucking bitch. Oh, here's the shortcut. There is no need for a shortcut because... Oh wait, no, there is one. It's right there. Okay, sure, let's die to this boss a couple of times because I think it was pretty tough and... I'm pretty sure he's almost about to one-shot us. Oh yeah, it's this guy, remember him. He's a real piece of shit. But he hit me there? I mean, he's not wrong, that was fucking ass. Oh, we're dead. There's no way we survive a grab. Oh, I don't know, man. The fact that now we get one shot at like... I mean, I think you would have maybe done 90% there. Maybe. And I was like doing this animation. Which, the reason why I didn't want to get it, because it does animation lock you, right? It does animation lock you in a very, very long animation, which is kind of ass, to be honest. The reason we kept the other one was because it was more accessible. Yeah, see this again. There's nothing I can do against it actually when I'm in this animation. My animation is so long. My animation is actually so long that unless I literally... No, there's nothing I can do actually when I do this animation. Yeah, no, it is unfortunately, as cool as it looks, the fact you can't cancel this makes it completely garbage. Like, it's actually trash, unfortunately. It's really unfortunate though, because I think it's a pretty cool move, but anything you can't cancel in a game where you get like one shot almost, there's no way I can like justify that, right? Like, how would I be able to justify almost getting one shot? Wow, wait, I thought wait, doesn't he jump? Huh? Wait, I thought he missed the first one and then he jumps, but he actually did a water wave on the first one? See, we don't know what the bosses do at all. I mean, this guy we did fight a bit, so I have a rough idea, but I thought he was gonna jump again. Okay, we also didn't need to parry. I could have just like ran away from it. Why does this like status bar go down like this fast? my god, this is shit. Oh no, this is a different attack, that's why. I knew it was a bad idea, what can I say? I just had to use the shit ability. You see, this is why getting one shot, I mean, he two shot me technically there, but this is why it's not fun, because you can't use meme abilities anymore. Like, let me roll him, man. What is this? Come on, just let me roll him, it's funny. Unusable, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't unusable, what can I say? I wish it wasn't. Man, why? Bro, and why is it fucking unusable now? I hate that. It's I have to unbind it. I know I can't stop me from using it unless I unbind it. I have to unbind it. I have to use something else. I hate doing this though. It hurts my soul. I wish. Man, no, the rolling is so fun, but see, I hate fucking one shots, man. Like now I'm like debating if I want to have a meme ability. It's actually good when it hits, but unfortunately I can't control what he's doing while I'm doing it, so yeah, it's really annoying. Nice camera, by the way, I didn't see shit. The camera got stuck on his ass. But I want to keep this camera. Do we keep it or not? I don't know. That's really funny, actually. That's really funny. Interestingly enough, I think he's one of the hardest bosses in the game because he has a very fast tracking mechanic. Like he has very fast tracking, right? I think that's what makes him harder than most bosses in the game, because usually you can just zone them, but him you can't zone him. He turns around like almost instantly. Yeah, so if you don't know what blind does, it basically prevents the tracking sometimes. Wird auch nicht. Okay, ich weiß es. Da kann ich auch nicht fahren, oder? Ist ja doof. Ja. Vielleicht muss man den einfach abreißen, oder? Da hat unten auf jeden Fall dieses Ding, das abgehen soll, oder? Hat er unten nicht das Ding, das abgehen soll? Oh, that ability is ass. I mean, we might as well use the memes canvas. das der Gewalt hilft, oder? Ich glaube nicht, dass der Gewalt groß hilft, oder? Ansonsten kann ich es auch probieren, aber soll ich es probieren, Janine? I mean, we're cooked. The camera is fucking stuck in the fucking corner. Actually, this is really good because it does stagger him pretty efficiently. What? Here's a shadow version? Ah, fuck. We're just like a few enemies away from them fucking one-shotting me with everything. This fucking sucks. But I like the fight, right? This is one of my favorite fights in the game because it's actually an enemy that can, like, I think it's a bit more challenging than a lot of the other enemies. But in a fun way, right? I think this guy is really fun to fight. But they really don't give that much fucking Amrita. And now we don't have Spirit Stones either for the rest, so...
Oh, 武田勢が手薄なぞ。
Okay. But really interesting that with the way they're approaching this, I guess a new game, beating new game +1 is not going to be as, I mean, it's going to be significantly shorter, I mean. Whoa, I didn't even see you, man. What? Back to you. fuck is he doing? Oh, hast du doch Zeit, ist zu essen. Du hast Zeit, ist zu essen. Ist das was für ein Meeting? Hast du jetzt den Essen benutzt? Nee. So. Ja, Zange oder irgendwas? Was ist das jetzt für Essen benutzt? Was ist das normale Essen benutzt? Oder? Oder hat es also noch welche, oder was? Okay. Yeah, right, this was not even the final boss. I just remember that the final boss was something else in this. Mode here. Yeah, the Nekomata one is so good at just destroying their weak spots. It's just like so good. Got him. I just imagine that Resident Evil has the same shitty hitboxes. That would be fucking hilarious. And not Dead Zones, I mean. Nah, there's no way. And I'm also not gonna play it with controller, so it's not gonna even matter. Yeah, the one problem probably Resident Evil is gonna have is maybe some shit like negative mouse acceleration for us again, or some FOV shenanigans. Maybe the performance is complete dog shit, right? Uh-oh, I didn't do the shortcut. Oh, whatever. Oh, nice info. He's cooking. Yo, you're supposed to be blind, bitch. You know what? Suck. Cooked. Yeah, I knew it. I was cooked the moment he was fucking. I didn't heal there. I like how blind is such an inconsistent mechanic though. Like half the time it works, half the time it doesn't work. And forgetting the shortcut here was obviously kind of stupid. Yeah, but after this boss, this is it for today. So I guess we did the first area here. I don't know if we're gonna continue tomorrow just for fun. We're continuing the boss rush or whatever this is. But... Jesus. Bro, the way he moves is so annoying. Anyway, there. Yeah, right. There's there's still a crucible, but we're not gonna do that today. This is gonna go inside. Like, why does he even ask you if you can just TP out at any moment? Like, it's like they're pretending you commit to something here. What level is this actually? This is level 153 now. I guess it's not really true because it's very higher, because this is 163. The crucible itself doesn't really have a level, I guess. I mean, yeah, no, honestly, I'm enjoying the boss fights, but it is kind of stupid though that we're like, what the fuck are you doing here? Well, am I not like, where am I? Where's the, did I just walk away from the statue? No, it's still here. Okay, yeah, but it's kind of unfortunate though that the main challenge now comes from dying very, very, very quickly. Yeah, so it's kind of, we need a slightly better heal, maybe, but at the end of the day, right, I think the game, as I kind of predicted, doesn't have a lot of levers beyond HP pools and damage values. And the damage values were already borderline for the auto run, and I guess like what we can do is we can invest significantly more into HP. I don't even know if elixirs have a flat healing amount here. Yeah, I have no idea, right? I have no idea if this one is percentage based, because if it is, obviously the most valuable stat I guess we could increase is our HP to go away from that one shot. We could also like go for heavier gear, but I kind of think, the point is, yeah, we saw, right? Light armor doesn't really, we can add like one medium armor piece if you want this type of dodge, and we definitely want this, right? So yeah, I'm not like quite sure how the game scales going forward, because everything just being longer, every fight just getting dragged out. Like, yeah, sure, you're gonna have to learn the patterns a bit more, but then also almost everything one-shotting you or two-shotting you is kind of lame, right? Like, it doesn't add a lot of nuance if every single attack of the enemy brings you down to like 10% HP at least. So I'm not sure if this is like, this is why I think having other factors for difficulty would have been cool, right? Just like more complex enemy patterns that you actually have to engage with most of the time. And I don't know, but it doesn't really matter, right? It's still fun, right? I really think the base game for me is definitely a 9 out of 10. New game, I obviously haven't played that much yet, but it honestly doesn't seem that interesting to me personally. It seems like it's more of a, you know, fun little time where you go around just doing the bosses again or something, but yeah, it doesn't really change the difficulty by that much. It just makes it, yeah, harder with the things that are not that fun, right? Like close to one-shots, legitimately sometimes maybe even one-shots at some point, and just like more HP. Yeah, I mean, I've also seen, I think, at least, maybe I'm imagining some additional enemy placements here and there. Maybe, right? Like, there might be some more enemies, but not that it really made a noticeable difference in, you know, playing the game. It still feels pretty much the same. And the set bonuses, while it's a very questionable decision to keep that for New Game Plus, I'm gonna be very honest there. It's, in my opinion, a mistake to keep those for New Game Plus. It's like an entire, like, I get it, right? It's supposed to be something new for New Game Plus, and I guess it's cute they did it, but also it kind of sucks that you can't really get sets in New Game. Because honestly, how many people are going to play New Game Plus, right? And how many people would have enjoyed sets in New Game more? So yeah, I think they should have put the sets in New Game, even though that means less stuff in New Game Plus. I don't think this is the stuff you should have gated there, right? You should have gated additional enemy placement, challenges, new sets or whatever, but not the core idea of the sets. And I know that's not actually true. There are sets in the base game, but it's literally next to impossible to get them via, maybe via crafting. I didn't try that, but if you don't craft, like, you just don't get enough set items via loot drops. So it feels more like a gimmicky afterthought than a core idea. And for a game that is going to be played once by most people, at the most, right? That would already be quite far. I think they could have done a, I guess, like, better job there. But yeah, otherwise I really enjoyed the playthrough. What I'm going to do tomorrow, Resident Evil, for sure. Maybe a bit of Nioh or Mutagenics before that, depending on how close you are. But I honestly don't know yet which one it's going to be. But yeah, maybe I'm also going to, I don't even know, right? How are we going to handle Nioh? Maybe I'm definitely, maybe I'm going to try to play it a bit more tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe we can even beat it once more if we only do the boss stuff there. Yeah, but the later bosses are going to be pure cancer for sure on this difficulty, because they were like already borderline unplayable from a damage perspective if you don't want to get one shot. So yeah, it doesn't mean they're going to be hard. It doesn't mean they're going to be cancer. Okay, but yeah, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Resident Evil Requiem. Really looking forward to that game. Hope there's no big issues with it. I mean, the reviews seem to be good. I haven't checked them because I want to... I'm not spoiled when it comes to Metacritic or anything, but I just read a few headlines while browsing gaming news, and they seem like there's very high praise for the game, which doesn't mean it's not going to be broken in some weird way, and I'm going to mob the living shit tomorrow. So yeah, I hope not, right? I hope we just play, set it up, everything's fine. But yeah, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Resident Evil Requiem, and thanks for the nice discussions.